The final boss just showed up and wiped out humanity's elite in seconds. Cornered, our MC accepts his fate, but the monster stares right at him and goes, "Daddy?" Before he can even process it, he gets gobbled up, but he wakes up 10 years in the past, awakening the most bizarre hidden class in the system, Guardian of Fear. Before, he was just a classless scrub used as monster bait, but now the calamity that wrecked the whole world turned into his cute little pet daughter, an unbeatable boss working as his personal bodyguard, glitching out the system's rules, fusing nightmares together, and building an army of otherworldly beasts. The ones who humiliated him in the past are about to find out what true terror feels like. Our story kicks off with the MC breaking out in a cold sweat, which tells you things are already looking pretty bad from the get-go. To make matters worse, the poor guy can barely stand and his hand won't stop shaking. Can't blame him since he's surrounded by a bunch of people who've been taken out. In this chaotic scene, we meet our MC, a Mike Leo, a rookie player with no class at all. Looks like his entire party got completely wiped out, and he promises to explain why. But before any explanations, he needs to figure out these system screens that keep popping up in his face, looking like a major trouble alert. Our hero knows he's in a tough spot, but he doesn't get why this darn screen is flashing so much. It's not 1 or 2 warnings, it's hundreds. Yikes. Now we see why. A bizarre creature just appeared in front of him, a shadow-looking woman with a killer bod and a bunch of hands. According to the system, there's no way out. He's completely on his own in this. To complicate things, it couldn't detect the creature's species or level. Everything just says unknown. One thing's for sure, this creature is weird as heck, but at least her Colgate smile is on point, with those pearly whites. But hold on folks, because here comes the explanation. A game called Paradise Heaven basically glitched out reality about 10 years ago. Because of that, dungeons and monsters started popping up everywhere, and the survivors earned the title of players. You know, the classic story we've all heard before. To get a better sense of the context, let's rewind a few hours, 2 to be exact. We're in a destroyed area known as the Uninhabitable Zone. There, some blonde dude is chewing out the other players, saying that if they keep slacking off, they won't get their bonus. Turning to Leo, this same guy tells him to pick up the pace and get a move on. Our MC, already sweating, can only reply, "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, 2 players question why a classless guy like Leo is in their party. The other one explains he's only here because he's an expert at escaping this area. With a sour look on his face, our make Leo adjusts his glasses, thinking this whole situation is a total drag. Then, he explains that they're in a unique level B dungeon that appeared in a city hospital and that no one has ever managed to clear. Coincidentally, the MC was in that area when it all went down. He managed to escape by the skin of his teeth, awakening as a player, and since he knows the place so well, he became a sort of guide. Finishing his explanation, we see another group celebrating a job well done. That guy over there is Luca, a rank B jurist. He congratulates everyone and orders them to continue exploring. Walking over, this Luca fella asks a Mike for a status update, and our little MC confirms they're in the ideal position. Analyzing the city map, he explains that the area between the center and the outskirts is full of weak monsters and tons of resources, prime pickings for the team. Hearing the news, Luca gets all hyped up and decides they'll head straight for the central area to clear the dungeon once and for all. The MC immediately shuts down the idea, thinking Luca has got to be kidding. He even wonders if the guy is serious. After all, there's no way he wants to meet his maker this soon. Losing his patience, the blonde guy tells a Mike to go on ahead and lead the way. Our MC tries to argue, but it's no use. The jerk is the boss. Trying one last time, he yells that this isn't a normal rank B dungeon, and that with information from 10 years ago, there's no way they can handle it. He suggests they could take it slow, gathering resources, data, and analyzing some monsters. Suddenly, something flies toward the MC. Oh ho, looks like Luca didn't appreciate the suggestion and has already grabbed the kid by the neck. With that, he lifts our little MC into the air with no trouble at all. In a threatening tone, Luca says he came here to clear the dungeon, so the MC better shut his mouth and do his job. In other words, lead the way, because at the end of the day, he's just a classless loser. Struggling to breathe, the MC apologizes. Luca then throws the kid to the ground, making it clear he's only getting special treatment for his escape expertise, and nothing more. To smooth things over, our MC says it's fine. He'll guide the group to the central area. But of course, he's no fool and doesn't want to get taken out. His plan is to bail at the first opportunity. But it seems like Luca read his mind, because the scoundrel points his blade right in the MC's face. With an intimidating glare, he asks if a Mike is plotting something, warning him he had better lead the way properly since he's not good for anything else. Completely terrified, the MC agrees on the spot. He has to admit it. This situation is not looking good for him at all. At least Luca finally sheaths his sword. Ahem. With a disgusted look, the spoiled blondie complains about having to get his hands dirty with the MC. Meanwhile, a Mike is left on the ground, trying to think of a way to escape. To make matters worse, a background character in the distance comments that someone without a class shouldn't talk back to a rank B. After a while, the group reaches the city center and finds themselves in a totally post-apocalyptic scene, with everything in ruins. Taking a look around, Luca comments that he doesn't see much of a difference. Aside from the greater destruction, the rest is the same. Our MC thinks this blonde guy is a complete idiot. This area is a nest of monsters, and he plans to get the heck out of there as soon as the chaos starts. And speak of the devil, just as he thought of chaos, the creatures showed up. Out of nowhere, a rank B monster appears. Actually, it wasn't just one but several, and they're all rank B. With a confident smirk, Luca tells the entire team to calm down, saying a single attack from him would send these things to another dimension. Playing flamethrower, the jurist hits the entire horde at once. Seeing that, a Mikey stunned by the power of a rank B jurist, who seems as strong as a rank A. This scene gets our boy a little down, wondering what it would be like if he were that strong himself. Suddenly, something snaps him out of his daydream. His detection skill started beeping, reacting to something. He realizes that the monsters are getting closer and closer and fast. Desperate, he runs to Luca to warn him that he's detecting something huge coming very quickly and that they'd better get out of there. With pure mockery, the obnoxious blonde guy ignores the MC, laughing at the idea of a classless person having a detection skill. But to wipe that smirk off his face, the ground beneath his feet starts to crack. Right away, the group gets worried, realizing the ground is indeed breaking and that something big is on its way. Our MC is also caught by surprise. He knew something was coming, but he had no idea what it was. Unfortunately, it's already too late. Everyone is thrown into the air, or rather, down. In the middle of the fall, the jerk Luca grabs our MC, accusing him of leading them all into a trap. Meanwhile, some players spot a dark creature in the midst of the dust. Suddenly, the MC realizes his detection skill has simply vanished. If his sensor isn't working, what on earth is happening? Finally, the blonde guy lets go of the MC, throwing him to the ground and remarking that that thing is impressive. He says he'll focus on the creature for now, but he hasn't forgotten about taking care of the kid later. Amidst the dust, an arm covered in scars begins to rise. And then, the bizarre creature from the beginning finally appears, inviting all the humans there to play a game. From a distance, Luca remarks that it's the boss, and the final mission is about to start. Amazingly, he was right. A system screen appears, stating that the objective is simple: eliminate the unidentified object within the time limit to earn an unknown treasure. As soon as he hears the system, Luca immediately lunges into an all-out attack. With a psycho smile, he yells that he's going to burn everything until it turns to ash. Lying on the ground, the MC just watches, trying to understand what's going on. When Luca's attack finally stops, the creature simply vanishes into the flames, leaving the players confused. While Luca tells everyone to stay on guard, the creature stealthily appears right behind him. Sensing a strange presence, the blonde guy slowly starts to turn his head. But it's too late, my friend. The woman starts dishing out kicks and smacks all over the place. Yelling that they are all naughty boys, she charges at the team as they try to fight back. But honestly, it doesn't do much good. With ease, she grabs most of them, getting ready for her feast. I mean, it looked like it was going to be a feast, but she actually just hurls everyone against the wall with full force. For her, this is all just fun and games, commenting that it's been a while since she's had this much fun playing. Lying on the ground, the MC can hardly believe his eyes. The creature has already taken out almost everyone. He tries to pull up the info screen, but finds nothing on her. Species level and abilities are still unknown. With a scream, the crazy woman punches the ground violently. The impact sends the MC flying right into a wall. Trapped in the rubble, the kid can barely move, as the blow was incredibly strong. The creature then positions herself over the players' bodies and, to his horror, looks directly at him. Licking her finger, she says she smells something familiar. Our MC, panicking, is already thinking, "Not me, lady, not me." And then the creature gets even closer and calls the MC daddy, asking if it's really him. With that question, the kid is left completely clueless. Like, did she really just call him dad? In the guy's head, this makes zero sense. It's impossible for him to have a daughter this big, unless that solo science project he conducted in the bathroom last Saturday somehow mixed with radiation and created this thing. To make matters worse, the creature is still there, insisting on calling him dad. Despite his nerves, the MC thinks that if this is the situation, maybe he can work an angle to escape. As if reading his mind, the little monster says that escaping is a brilliant idea and the best solution. With a terrifyingly wide-open mouth, she calls for daddy to come home. Seeing that disturbing scene, our little MC starts screaming in fear. But it's too late. late because the creature has grabbed him. And there goes our protagonist, getting swallowed. As he falls into some kind of portal, the kid thinks that being eaten is the worst possible way to check out. At that exact moment, a system window appears, congratulating the kid for unlocking a secret class. The class name is Fear Guardian. We have to agree, that's a pretty sick name. If the ability is just as good, our little MC is set, and luck might finally be on his side. Right after that notification, the kid starts to slowly open his eyes. Little by little, he begins to see his own arm, confused about what just happened. When he comes to, our hero realizes he's there, alive and well. Jumping to his feet, the kid immediately recognizes the place. He's back in his own house. On the TV, a host says good morning, and, on top of that, announces the date, January 30th, 2100. To be more exact, it's already 4 in the afternoon. Our MC is shocked by the news because, according to his calculations, the Paradise Heaven game launch is in 5 hours. This can only mean he went back 10 years in time. Heck yeah, what spectacular news. He can hardly believe it's real. After all, the kid had no idea he had a skill like that. Thank heavens, his prayers were answered, and from now on, his life is going to be smooth sailing. At least, that's what he thinks, since nothing and no one is going to disturb his peace. Yeah, little MC, sorry to break it to you, but I've got some terrible news for you. To the kid's complete surprise, the same creature from before is right behind him, and by the looks of it, she showed up with the appetite of a lion. Instantly, our little MC hits the floor, panicking like crazy, drooling all over the place. The little monster says her tummy is rumbling. Still on the floor, the MC gets even more confused, wondering what the heck is going on. But the creature gets closer and gives him a few sniffs, stating that the kid smells like daddy. Yikes, the MC realizes right away that the situation is repeating itself. All signs point to him getting devoured again. But believe it or not, nope. In fact, he gets a huge sloppy show of affection from the creature, which is more like an affectionate lick. This bizarre figure then asks the MC what's for dinner because Suzuko is very hungry. Covered in drool, the MC wonders what on earth is happening and what she means by food and hungry. Since she put him down, the kid bolts, saying he's going to whip up something for her to eat. A moment later, he shows up with a bunch of fried chicken buckets. Suzuko, who's never seen it before, asks what it is. With a strange smile, our little MC says it's all for her, a little gift for Suzuko. Satisfied with her little snack, she rubs all her monstrous affection on the kid. With her mouth full, she even says she loves her daddy because he does everything for her. Our little MC just can't believe what's happening. This has to be a dream. There's no way it's real. What are the odds he'd go back 10 years in time just to become a monster's dad? But to start the feast, our little Suzuko tries a piece of chicken, but the second that flavor hits her tongue, man, she goes into a total frenzy. And just like that, she wolfs down absolutely everything in seconds. While she eats, the MC checks the system, which shows his new job, Fear Guardian, or in other words, a monster tamer. His level is F, which means even with a new class, he's not starting off that strong. At this point, the kid wonders if he awakened this job because of Suzuko, since the screen confirms she's a corrupted zombie monster and that she's pretty hungry. Her main skill is predation. When this creature consumes another monster, there's a 30% chance she'll acquire the target's skill. Amike is floored by what he's reading. Even in her incomplete state, she's already a rank B boss. He can only imagine how strong she'd be if, by some miracle, she ever became whole. Thinking about it, he wonders if, by taming Suzuko, he could also tame other bosses. But, distracted, the kid doesn't notice she's coming up right behind him. To make matters worse, a giant warning pops up in front of him, informing him that the monster has entered a state of hunger and rage. With the charge percentage at 50%, our little MC better do something about it. Despite the warning, she doesn't seem that angry, just grabbing the MC and calling him daddy. Yep, the system explains that one of Suzuko's traits is a persistent hunger condition. The little weirdo then starts licking him again, warning him that she's still hungry and asking what she's going to eat now. Seeing the situation, the MC thinks that, for now, the best thing to do is to try and keep her in a good mood. Patting her on the head, he says that sometimes she'll need to have a little bit of patience. In a calm tone, he assures her there's no need to rush, because pretty soon she'll get to eat as much as she wants. Our MC says this because he already has a plan in mind. He's going to act like a good dad, satisfy Suzuko's hunger, and, while he's at it, clear some dungeons in the process. It'll be a piece of cake. Getting this affection makes Suzuko extremely happy. He doesn't get why she's so happy. After all, it was just a calm little pat. But in the middle of her happy frenzy, the little weirdo ends up grabbing him again. This time she squeezed pretty hard, so the MC ends up getting a bit crushed and asks his dear daughter to put him down, otherwise he's not gonna make it. Suddenly, the TV announces some breaking news, catching the attention combination of them both. Just as the anchor was about to report the news, the broadcast starts to glitch out. Thinking this can't be real, the kid runs toward the window, seeing a dungeon appearing right in front of him. The kid complains that they're way too early. There's no way he can be this unlucky, even in another life. Outside, the entire city begins to transform into a dark place. This is about to become the Black Forest dungeon, and guess what? Our little MC is right in the middle of it. To top it all off, strange energies start to manifest all over the place. With all that energy manifesting, the forest finally begins to take shape. As if things weren't bad enough, along with the forest, several bizarre monsters start to appear, as if Suzuko's presence wasn't already enough. At that moment, a system window pops up to make the mess official, announcing that the Black Forest has begun to manifest, coming face with a monster that's basically a giant eyeball. Our little MC starts to panic, but you can relax, my friend, because right beside him is someone more than capable of handling the situation. Getting furious that they're bothering her dad, Suzuko tells the monster to buzz off and get lost. Right after, another notification screen appears confirming that the MC has been freed from the paralysis caused by that eyeball. Sporting a totally crazy smile, our little heroine starts to celebrate, yelling that she saved her daddy. The problem is, once again, she doesn't know her own strength, and, on top of squeezing the MC, she starts shaking him all over the place, making the poor guy scream his head off to be put down. Granting his request, Suzuko stops and asks if it's time to eat yet. Our MC, still dizzy, says he'll whip something up soon and asks her to be patient. Before thinking about food, his priority now is to understand what that tremor from earlier was all about. But, out of nowhere, he's caught off guard by a sharp pain in his eye. Instantly, the system warns that an unknown monster has been detected and, to make matters worse, the Black Forest curse has been activated, increasing the dungeon's level. Seeing all those alert screens, the MC starts to freak out, and Suzuko, noticing his reaction, starts to get worried too. Confused, our little MC wonders what this curse business is all about, since, unfortunately, this is news even to him. To ramp up the tension, the system warns that if the Black Forest isn't cleared in 72 hours, our hero will be trapped in that dungeon forever. And as if that news wasn't bad enough, all of a sudden several vines start sprouting from the ground. In the blink of an eye, these pesky vines take over the entire place. And to make the situation even worse, some nasty monsters pop up along with the vines. Faced with all this chaos, the MC can only think that things have gotten seriously ugly. To top it off, he had barely managed to figure out the situation with Suzuko, and a whole new massive problem was already knocking at his door. Completely oblivious to her dad's panic, Suzuko turns around, focused on her one and only priority, screaming for food. And there she goes, entering that bizarre mode of hers again, commenting that those little snacks that just appeared look very tasty. That's right, little monsters, sorry to inform you, but you picked the wrong neighborhood to show up in. With a single, well-aimed strike, Suzuko instantly takes out some of those creatures. Right away, another system screen pops up, notifying the MC that he's gained some nice experience points from the action. Immediately after, Suzuko dives in for the feast. After all, she wasn't just going to take them all out, right? Some of them were perfect for an afternoon snack. With that, the little system informs him that Suzuko's hunger level has gone up again. Yep, it seems her appetite is the once you start, you can't stop kind. The more she eats, the more she wants. And there she is, in total desperation mode, devouring everything in sight. And the little system pops up on screen again, but this time with some interesting news. Suzuko just devoured a tree yokai and, with it, acquired the wild conversion skill for 20 minutes. But to be honest, she couldn't care less about the new skill. What really matters is continuing the feast and stuffing every single one of those little critters into her belly. Slamming another punch into the ground, she takes out another monster, while commenting out loud that they are simply delicious. While watching this bizarre scene, a light bulb goes off in the MC's head. At least now he gets that she can satisfy her hunger by devouring other monsters. To the relief of the entire nation, the system finally confirms that Suzuko's hunger meter has been fully restored. Now, a little calmer, Amiki reflects that he needs to figure out a way to deal with this curse. Because the weirdest part is that, in his past life, he doesn't remember anything like this. He even recognizes the Black Forest dungeon, which was supposed to appear in the city of Naruz. But the thing is, according to his memories, he should be in the city of Sakurada. Thinking it over a bit more, the kid comes to the only possible conclusion. The big difference this time is that Suzuko is with him. To prove his point, she even offers a little piece of monster to her daddy, who, obviously, refuses in the most polite way possible so as not to stress out the little one. Watching this scene, a sinister theory pops into the MC's head. What if the dungeon itself is manifesting differently just to try and eliminate Suzuko? Figuring out the play, he realizes that, since it can't face Suzuko head-on, the darn dungeon must be targeting her master. In other words, him. It all makes sense now. That's exactly why the dungeon resorted to this so-called curse. With the clock ticking, the kid starts racking his brain because he has exactly 72 hours to clear or get the heck out of that place. Collapsing to the floor, he despairs, wondering how he and Sojo are going to handle the Black Forest, which is a true, gigantic maze. To complicate things even more, his fall wasn't an accident, as something sinister underneath him is simply bursting through the floor. Now things have really hit the fan. Two monsters emerge from beneath him, and get this, right between them there seems to be an eye. Could there be a spy keeping an eye on our MC? Seeing the troubles, Suzuko goes full-on beast mode, looking seriously ticked off. To save her dad, she doesn't think twice and activates her new skill, Wild Conversion. With this new power, her body transforms into a tangle of sinister vines. This way, she can both attack the monsters and rescue the MC from the imminent danger. Super proud of herself, Suzuko realizes her new skill is awesome. Pulling the little MC close, she asks if he's okay, and the kid, relieved, says yes, even complimenting her on a job well done, because he definitely didn't see that coming. Checking out the scene, Mike starts to think this predation skill is a total game changer. He can only imagine the damage this little monster will do when she has a ton of abilities. But cutting his train of thought short, the monster's bodies suddenly start to glow. Instantly, he yells for Suzuko to watch out and get away from that light. Looks like it was already too late as a massive explosion swallows up everything around them. After that huge explosion, 24 hours have passed since the Black Forest appeared in the city of Naruze. In the middle of the crowd, we see a blondie playing the hero, telling everyone not to be afraid because he knows the weakness of these enemies. Getting closer, it's no surprise it's that creep Luca. Even 10 years in the past, he's already up to his old tricks, acting like he's the big shot and trying to boss everyone around. While he's trying to give orders, many civilians start running in total desperation. Whoa, it looks like things got ugly, because even Luca is starting to get nervous. The monster that showed up this time is on a whole other level. Out of nowhere, a giant Rank 2 creature just appeared. Seeing that, the rest of the people panic, commenting that this monster is completely different from the others. From up high, Luca tells everyone to calm down, assuring them there's a way to handle the situation. With that, the crazy guy starts yelling to get the monster's attention. Or rather, it seems it's not the monster's attention he wants, but someone else's. Answering the call, this mysterious and powerful person charges full speed at the monster. With a direct hit, she lands a solid blow on the creature. Through the smoke, we realize it's a girl, and she's carrying some kind of ray gun. This heroine right here is Hayashi Miki, a rank F jurist. As the dust settles, she wonders if that was really a rank 2 monster. Apparently, even though the creature was strong, for her it was a total cakewalk. With his plan working out, Luca yells to the crowd that if they follow him, victory is guaranteed. Having such a strong protector around, of course everyone is going to follow his orders. Seeing the scene, Mikey thinks that Luca really has a talent for convincing people, even though they only met 2 days ago. To show how they met, we go back in time a little, to a moment when Miki was surrounded by 2 monsters. In the blink of an eye, both creatures were defeated. Surprised, Miki asks who's there and why they helped her. And who appears is none other than Luca. That's when they met. He invited her to join him and clear the dungeon, explaining that job holders like them are very valuable. To wrap up the chat, Luca introduces himself as a beta tester and asks if the girl is interested in becoming a savior alongside him. Back in the present, Miki highly doubts a guy with that attitude will become a savior. On top of that, she notices that even though the dungeon is rank F, the monsters are getting stronger and stronger. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Suzuko is having fun climbing a giant tree like it's a playground. Sitting on her shoulder, the MC says the girl has had enough fun, but Suzuko asks for just a little more time to play. At this moment, the kid thinks that although Suzuko saved him, if things keep up like this, he's going to end up getting taken out. Suddenly, the MC hears a familiar voice in the background and realizes it's Luca. Even though he can't stand the jerk, he knows the Luca from 10 years ago was pretty strong, so clearing the dungeon with him might be a good idea. Unexpectedly, a strong vibration startles both the MC and Suzuko. They both wonder what's happening, but then Suzuko looks down and her eyes light up. She realizes a lot of food is on its way. That's right, a whole bunch of monsters started climbing the tree toward them. Even with Suzuko by his side, the sight of that horde leaves the MC pretty scared. Down below, Luca's team also starts to panic when they realize the giant tree has started to move. Seeing everyone's reaction, Miki thinks the group is being way too dramatic. It's like the tree can't even make a creaking sound without everyone making a huge scene. Luca, however, who's a bit more serious, realizes the situation is not good at all. The giant tree is starting to twist and break in a bizarre way. Seeing the direction the darn thing is going to fall, the blondie desperately screams Miki's name. but it's already too late. Even with the warning to run, she just stood there, not understanding what was happening. And just like that, my friend, she was turned into a pancake. With the trees fall, a cloud of dust rises everywhere. In the middle of this dust, our little MC starts to wake up, wondering if he's still alive and why the spot he landed on was so soft. And that's when Miki, seeing the situation, tells the kid to stop moving right now. Uh-oh, buddy. Seeing where he landed, our boy starts to break out in a cold sweat. Unfortunately, Miki doesn't seem to be in a playful mood, and even though he's the main character, he's in serious danger of losing his head. All awkwardly, the MC tries to explain, saying that it was just an accident. Outraged, Miki asks if he was the one who knocked down the tree, and even comments that the kid has a lot of nerve. Of course, Amiake denies everything, saying it was just a coincidence. Out of nowhere, an explosion goes off, and guess what? It's Suzuko, yelling for her daddy. With a huge grin on her face, the creature celebrates, saying she finally found him. Our MC is a little scared, but he's getting used to it. Now, Miki, she's the one who's in shock. Seeing his daughter, the kid is happy and calls her by name. But Miki, not understanding anything, tells the MC to get back and leave the monster to her. Playing the hero, she says that saviors don't run from danger and that she will protect him from that creature. The MC is confused. Protect me from Suzuko? I don't know about that. Our hero tries to calm the situation down, telling Suzuko that everything is okay. Miki, on the other hand, is already challenging the creature to a fight. Instantly, the MC realizes the girl mistook Suzuko for an enemy. The worst part is, he didn't even have time to stop her. Like a flash, she already took off running toward the target. Trying to find a weak spot, Miki starts moving quickly all over the place. Desperate, the MC yells for her to be careful. Finally, Miki believes she's found a weak spot on Suzuko's shoulder. With everything ready, the girl charges forward, activating her sacred magic cannon. Full of confidence, she declares that a single blow will be enough to eliminate the creature. Unfortunately, the plan didn't work out so well. She got smacked by one of Suzuko's hands. Meanwhile, the little monster, happy as can be, asks if the MC was worried about her, but the kid replies that it wasn't her he was worried about. Running toward the point of impact, the MC prays the girl is still alive. Arriving there, the situation doesn't look good at all. Miki is on the ground, all banged up. At that moment, Suzuko approaches and asks, with complete innocence, if she can eat the unconscious girl. Obviously, the MC says no, that she can't eat people. Besides, he remembers she's a jurist from Luca's team, meaning she's an awakened player. And that's when he comes up with a plan. If he can save this girl, Luca will definitely let him join the team. The problem is, the plan will go down the drain if they find out about Suzuko. So, the MC decides to ask her for a favor. Very gently, he asks his daughter to hide for a while. Curious, the creature asks why, and the MC replies that it's so he can find tasty things for her. And again, if we look closely, that mysterious eye is still floating there. To convince her, he promises that if she hides really well, she'll get something delicious to eat later. Instantly, she gets excited and starts to turn invisible, promising to hide very well. The MC says that's exactly what he wants, for her to be a good girl and wait. With Suzuko concealing herself, that mysterious floating eye starts to get weaker. The system even announces that the curse's effects have drastically decreased. With this, the kid figures out that all of this happened because Suzuko hid herself. So, he comes up with a new plan. Keep Suzuko hidden, have Luca find the dungeon boss, and, at the right moment, use his creature to defeat it. Putting strategy aside for a moment, we see that Miki is finally waking up. She's still very confused, but she's slowly regaining consciousness. Feeling a terrible headache, she sits up in the middle of the rubble, trying to figure out what happened. Overjoyed, the MC says it's great to see her awake. Puzzled, the girl asks where the monster is. With the straightest face, the kid says that, thanks to her, the monster was defeated, and that right after she passed out, the creature ran away. The girl is speechless, wondering what he means by thanks to her, since she doesn't remember landing a strong hit. Picking up her cap from the ground, she puts it on, saying her memories are a bit fuzzy. Anyway, she gets up and says the place is dangerous and they need to find a safe spot. On the inside, our little MC is celebrating because his plan worked. He knows they'll find out about Suzuko sooner or later, but for now, he'll use a fake name just in case. Then, the girl introduces herself as Hayashi Miki. Our little MC does the same, but instead of saying his name is Amaiki, he throws out a fake name, Haimagajin. As he shakes her hand, the kid says it's a pleasure to meet her. Meanwhile, our invisible Suzuko seems pretty thoughtful. The creature wonders what that is, as she feels a very familiar energy coming from that touch. Discreetly, the MC turns to Sujo and whispers for her to follow him quietly, promising that if she does, he'll get her a special dessert later. Excited by the idea of food, of course, our Suzuko agrees right away. Miki then starts running and yells for Himagajin not to fall behind, while Suzuko, in her invisible form, follows right behind them. In the next scene, it's already night and we're in another building. Inside, the team team leader, Luca, is getting a report, but he looks very worried. A team member informs him that teams 3 and 4 still haven't found Miki, which makes Luca wonder where the girl could have gone. Extremely nervous, the idiot starts yelling at everyone, ordering them to find the girl ASAP. He makes it clear that if it weren't for her, the whole group would have been wiped out by now. Afraid of his reaction, the other members ask him to calm down, assuring him that they'll find her sooner or later. But Luca can't calm down. He knows Miki's skills are incredibly special, so the only thing he can do now is hope that she's safe and sound. And right on cue, Miki makes her grand entrance, announcing they don't have to search anymore. Full of confidence, the girl walks up and greets Luca. Seeing that, the blondie is extremely happy and relieved because thankfully, the girl is safe and sound. With open arms, he welcomes her back, thanking the heavens she returned safely. Only then does he notice the MC's presence and, curious, asks who the kid is, even joking if he's her younger brother. Miki explains that no, he's just someone she rescued along the way. While they're talking, Suzuko's just hanging back, giggling since only her daddy can see her. Can you imagine if she snaps and decides to snack on the whole crew? Yeah, the situation is way more tense than it looks. With that, the MC introduces himself to the blondie, saying his name is Himagaijin. Without beating around the bush, the kid asks if he can join their group, and the blondie accepts right away. Despite welcoming him, on the inside, Luca finds the newbie's face kind of creepy and suspicious. The blonde guy then decides to use an exclusive skill to scan the MC's true identity. As the system begins its analysis, the kid, all helpful, asks if he can help with anything. Yikes, looks like something went wrong because Luca's analysis just fails. Hiding his surprise, Luca puts a hand on the MC's head, saying it's good to see him motivated and that, from now on, he can call him Chief. At that exact moment, a system notification pops up for Luca, informing him that the query failed and it was impossible to identify the target. Our MC even accepts his new chief with excitement, but on the inside, Luca is fuming that he can't see the kid's info. Not giving up, Luca tries again and again and again, but it fails every single time. The blonde scoundrel tries to play it cool, but on the inside, you can tell he's completely tense. The situation is totally new and uncomfortable for him. To make things worse, the notification screen starts glitching out completely, indicating that something is very wrong. Breaking out in a cold sweat, Luca wonders why his skill is failing so much. What on earth could be happening? Suddenly, the scoundrel drops to his knees, leaving the MC completely clueless. With a terrible headache, Luca just stays there, having no idea what's happening to him. Yikes, looks like the tables have turned. The scoundrel managed to see Suzuko for a split second, and the creature sends a clear message, "Stop spying." This vision terrifies the blondie, making him scream in panic. Seeing the scene, the entire team is baffled, since the only thing they see is their boss collapsed on the floor. Miki wonders what's gotten into him, but Luca is still there, confused as the image of Suzuko has already vanished. Our MC figures out right away that it was Suzuko's fault, who later confesses she just gave him a little scare. Unexpectedly, a thunderous noise gets everyone's attention. Without wasting any time, the team members run to see what happened. Arriving outside, they come face with a massive explosion. Through the smoke, Luca and the others realize the nearby factory has exploded. The big question is, what caused the explosion? What the heck is going on over there? Pointing at the fire, one of the team members starts screaming in fear as he sees a tree moving in the middle of the flames. As the situation gets tense, Suzuko asks the MC if they should run, but he tells her to wait a bit as his detection skills are still active. Using his ability, the kid notices the monsters are agitated, but he can't pinpoint what's causing it. To make matters worse, the fire is only spreading, getting bigger and more dangerous by the second. Seeing the scale of the blaze, the kid understands that the biggest threat here is the fire itself. So he starts yelling, getting everyone's attention. With urgency, he warns everyone to get away from the fire as fast as possible. That junk isn't just any old fire. They're freaking rank 3 wood yokais, and these creatures are already heading their way. But before we continue, a quick explainer is in order. We've got several types of monsters in this series. We have the kai, which is probably short for kaiju, those strange, unidentified creatures, and the yokai, which are more like spirits and demons. Just wanted to make that clear because here on the channel, we bring you a little culture too. You know? Now that we're all on the same page, let's get back to the chaos. Without a second thought, the creature attacks with a mix of vines and fire. Watching the attack, Luca wonders if the MC already knew about the yokai. If the answer is yes, it means the kid is well informed and has great potential. The problem is, for Luca, that potential is not a good thing because the kid might try to take his spot. In his head, he's sure the scoundrel did it all on purpose to steal his savior bonus. As the system announces that a new item is being generated, the blondie remembers that each dungeon can only have one savior. But that's fine. He's already decided he's going to find a way to make the MC regret ever showing up. With that in mind, Luca gives the order order for the entire team to prepare for a counterattack. But before he can do anything, the blondie is sent flying. Miki even tries to shout a warning, but it's already too late. A huge explosion goes off exactly where he was standing. Seeing the situation, Miki realizes she can't count on Luca and the others anymore. The worst part is, she's also at her limit, so the only way out is to tell the MC to get everyone out of there. Grabbing the kid tightly, she asks if he understood the plan. A bit squished, our MC replies that he got it. In the meantime, our little MC thinks that something is very wrong, because even with the curse weakening, the wood monsters won't stop evolving. With determination, the girl braces herself, pouring more energy into her protection magic. But something sinister is emerging from the flames. It was the darn things now advancing toward her. Tossing the kid aside, Miki yells for Himagajan to run. On the ground, the MC thinks it doesn't do much good to tell him to run now that he's already on the floor. The problem is, when he looks to the side, he sees Suzuko licking her lips, announcing she can't stand the hunger anymore and is going to devour everything there. And to everyone's dismay, to start the feast, she has to deactivate her camouflage. The worst part of all is that our little MC didn't even have time to step in. She's activated beast mode, my friend, and now there's no stopping her. Completely out of control, the little psycho charges full force at the fire creatures. From a distance, Miki is shocked to recognize a creature, wondering if it's the same monster from before. And the worst part is, the thing is strong as heck. Even though the creature is made of fire and is on fire, Suzuko grabs it by the hand, my friend, and shoves it in her mouth. Practically a monster kebab. Our MC does not like the situation one bit. Even with him in danger, she chose to focus on food. And the worst part is, with her visible, the curse is going to get strong again. Meanwhile, the system reminds the MC of his own ability. He can copy a random skill from a monster for 20 minutes, up to 4 times a day. Apparently, since he's the guardian, this is one of the skills he can use to sync up with his creature. The big question is, in the future, will other monsters call him daddy too? For now, it seems this whole deal only works with bosses. And it's at this moment that a light bulb goes off in the MC's head. If he can control a boss like Suzuko, maybe he can also control the Black Forest's boss and break the curse. But, out of nowhere, a hand taps his shoulder, giving him a huge scare. But it was just Miki, who yells at him to run, saying this is their big chance. Going against the idea, the MC says he's going to use the distraction to go after the real boss, even though he knows it's a risky bet. To do that, he needs to find Luca, because he's sure that blonde scoundrel knows where the big boss is. He explains to Miki that if the monsters keep evolving, soon they won't stand a chance, so they need to find Luca ASAP. Convinced, Miki then grabs the kid and takes off running like mad, telling him to hold on tight if he doesn't want to get left behind. Leaving those two aside, the scene takes us to the city's underground ruins, where we see a very peculiar creature. This mysterious monster starts to slowly whisper the word daddy. With a sinister smile, the creature celebrates, saying it has finally found who it was looking for. Meanwhile, a little further ahead, we see that Luca had the exact same idea as the MC, use the distraction to go after the boss. His plan was simple. While the others were getting wiped out up top, he'd sneak off to the big boss to clear the dungeon. After all, he cares way more about the bonus than about that shrimp of a kid. But his plan goes sour when suddenly, all the team members start feeling a tremendous pain in their ears. Confused, the Bloody turns around, not understanding what's happening to his companions. Not to spoil the surprise, but everyone's eyes started glowing green. You can probably guess what happened, right? Yep, everyone's possessed, man. The whole crew got their souls jacked. Luca tries to stay calm, knowing he needs to get out of there as fast as possible. But, upon seeing the bonus for subjugating the boss, he notices the difficulty only went up a tiny bit and decides it's worth it to keep moving forward. However, one of the team members, already possessed, yells at him, reminding him he couldn't even handle the wood yokais. How does he expect to handle the boss now? Man, that comment makes Luca furious. How dare some level E nobody talk back to him? The solution to the disrespect was pretty simple. He ran his blade through the poor guy, and that was the end of that conversation. Right away, a system screen notifies him that he earned 1,000 for the subjugation bonus and 300 experience points. The most bizarre thing is that the system calls people NPCs. A moment later, another screen appears, informing him that he can acquire a level E job card. So, is he going to want this new card? Seeing that, the other team members are shocked, asking what on earth Luca just did. But the blondie can only think about one thing. The bonus for defeating a yokai was pathetic, but for eliminating an NPC, he got 1,000. Since he's not strong enough for the boss, he just found another solution. The plan now is simple. He's going to wipe everyone out. While the carnage unfolds, our MC and Miki finally arrive at the location, and, right away, they notice a battle took place there. But, as they walk a little further, they come face-to-face with the completely crazed blondie, standing in the middle of his former comrades. Miki immediately starts running. Her intention is to stop that madman and, maybe, save whoever's left. left. With his sword in hand, the blondie turns to her and says, "You finally made it." Shocked, the girl can only ask what the heck he's doing. With a completely crazed look on his face, he says she got it all wrong, totally ticked off. The girl throws his promise of clearing the dungeon together back in his face and asks what kind of joke this is, attacking his own party. Acting like a professional liar, Luca flips the script, saying that they were the ones who went crazy, and then has the gall to ask if she can smell flowers in the air. Completely confused, Miki asks what the heck the smell of flowers has to do with any of this. Then, the blondie explains that whoever breathes in that scent ends up becoming a servant of the boss, and that's why he had to take care of everyone. With a dramatic flair, he raises his sword, continuing his little act. The liar says he's become a servant too, and that now she has to put an end to him. Falling for his act, the girl is in shock, wondering how things got to this point and if there's really no way for them to defeat the boss together. Coldly, Luca says it's impossible, but she insists, reminding him he was a beta tester and that there's no way he's giving up now. With a sinister smile, Luca then says that if she's not going to do what he asked, there's another way. Desperate, Miki immediately asks what it is, saying she'll do anything. With a look of pure evil, he reveals his little way of solving the situation. The worst part is, without a shred of pity, the jerk stabs the girl right in the abdomen, and to top off the betrayal, he brutally throws her to the ground. With contempt, the jerk approaches, saying she's just an NPC and shouldn't be trying to give advice to the main guy. Yeah, looks like he's got a major case of protagonist syndrome. Driving the sword in deeper, he says he shouldn't have expected anything from her, and that the only reason he saved her was to get a high-level job. That being said, she still has one last role to play. Without hesitation, the jerk pulls out a job card, and the system asks if he wants to forcefully steal another person's card. The answer obviously is yes. A blue energy starts to pour out of Mickey's body as the poor girl screams in pain. Seeing a golden card emerge from the girl, the psycho goes crazy with happiness, yelling that it's an incredible level S job card. At that exact moment, another voice calls out for Mickey, telling her to hang on just a little longer. The one who comes shouting is our MC, completely exhausted. After all, unlike Mickey, the kid doesn't have that much stamina. Seeing the bizarre scene, he gives Luca an awkward little smile and comments that, by the looks of it, he arrived at a really bad time. With an air of superiority, Luca says no, the timing is perfect, and asks what he wants. Our hero lets out a sheepish laugh, pretending he doesn't know anything and asking what he's talking about. Losing his patience, Luca says there's no point in the kid playing dumb, because as an actor, he'd starve. Our MC notices that Luca's behavior is way too strange, but the blondie just tells him not to be so tense. For a second, the kid thinks he feels bad for Miki, but the priority now is to get out of there and run. After all, where there's life, there's hope. But suddenly Luca starts to activate his power. Our MC is trapped by a strange energy, wondering how that's possible, since that power is a physical manifestation of will, a type of job Luca shouldn't have. With a victorious air, the psycho says he knew the MC was trying to steal his position, but that the idiot didn't even bother to look at Miki's rank S ability. The MC's confusion is genuine, as he really didn't know Miki was rank S, let alone what this whole stealing his position thing was about. And then, Luca drops the bomb. The reason the dungeon changed so much is because they are both time travelers, and the presence of them both increase the difficulty. It all clicks into place. The MC can't believe that scumbag Luca is also a traveler, which means he knew exactly what he was doing from the very beginning. Thinking about it, there are all sorts of crazy players. Some are even considered a walking calamity. Since he doesn't know Luca's real ability, everything makes sense now. Cutting off the kid's train of thought, the blondie asks what his goal is, status, business, or the completion bonus. Our little MC doesn't answer right away, because his only thought is, I need to buy time until Suzuko gets here. Getting into his villain character, the kid says he's surprised Luca figured it all out and admits it was really his fault. Liking the answer, Luca says that now they're finally talking for real. Our hero makes up a story that he entered another savior's dungeon to change the difficulty and, of course, the value of the bonus. With a crazy smile, the blondie comments that the MC must be pretty satisfied with his plan working out. On the inside, the MC thinks, this idiot is buying all of it. For someone who said, I'm a terrible actor, he's falling for it hook, line, and sinker. Opening his arms, our hero laughs and says the blondie should be thanking him, because thanks to him, the dungeon got a lot more exciting. Luca comments that, in fact, even the bonus has already changed again. Seeing the scene, our MC thinks the blondie really is an idiot. He probably thought that because Miki is starting to wake up. With a look full of fury, she asks if the two of them were in on this together, calling them complete lunatics. Losing his patience, Luca tells the woman to shut up, saying this is no place for her to be giving her 2 cents. Seeing her reaction, the little MC gets worried, thinking that even Miki took his acting seriously. At that moment, the system informs him that the level S success job card has been successfully obtained. Drained of her energy, Miki collapses to the ground again. With the card in hand, the blondie thinks that this ability is amazing and that stealing from an NPC is way easier than waiting for an awakening. All excited, the scumbag starts to absorb the ability into his body. From the look on his face, it seems like something went wrong. Actually, no. His expression is one of surprise, because something is coming his way. From all sides, monsters and his former possessed allies charge at full speed. Now we finally know where the crew that got controlled was hiding. Seeing the horde, Luca suggests a brief alliance with our boy, but the MC just plays dumb. Annoyed, Luca explodes, saying that, in the end, this is the best our little MC can do, acting like a kid. Our hero even comments on the momentary alliance to avoid the monsters. But the jerk Luca replies with a sarcastic, as if, without a second thought, the traitor charges full force at the MC. And the worst part is, his attack actually lands a direct hit, man. After the blow kicks up a cloud of dust, the smoke slowly begins to clear. We then see a giant silhouette near the MC, holding someone in the air. Desperate, Luca starts screaming to be let go, claiming he's the savior, the main character, and that he must be released. With a sinister smile, Suzuko replies that she doesn't need a savior. She only came here to find her daddy. Confused, Luca asks who the heck her dad is. Looking at the MC, he finally understands the situation. With a smile and a thumbs up, our hero confirms, "Yup, that's me." Realizing he's in deep trouble, Luca panics, yelling that he accepts the alliance and will help clear the dungeon. Not giving a darn, Suzuko just smashes him even harder into the ground. After taking care of the problem, Suzuko tells her daddy she's sleepy. The MC agrees but says they have one more thing to do first. Gently, he asks if she could take care of all those monsters. With a little smile, she replies that it's fine because it'll just be a little snack before her nap. From there, you can already imagine the damage, right? She just wipes the floor with them, beats everyone up, eats a few, and while she's causing all this chaos, our little MC thinks the good news is they still haven't found the boss, so they can get out of there safely. In the midst of the chaos, he remembers his injured ally and finally runs over to Miki. Man, the poor girl hasn't been taken out yet, but she's almost there. If he's not quick, things are going to get complicated. As he gets closer, the MC notices something strange about her face. Miki is definitely different. At that moment, Suzuko finishes her snack and approaches, making the MC turn toward her. Getting closer, she calls him daddy. When he asks what's up, the giant envelops him with one of her hands, letting him know she's finished clearing the area. Trapping the MC in a bear hug, she says she's very sleepy, but she's not going to stop protecting her daddy, so he should just stay quiet there with her. Our hero even tries to get her attention, but it seems sleep hit her like a truck. Completely confused, the MC doesn't get what's wrong with her. Even Suzuko is acting weird. To top it off, the surrounding monsters have just frozen in place. And the most bizarre thing of all, the curse that was tormenting him simply vanished out of nowhere. Out of the blue, a giant root sprouts from the ground right in front of him. In seconds, the root transforms into a sinister flower, which comments that the fact he isn't affected by its fragrance only confirms why the little monster calls him daddy. It clicks instantly. The MC realizes this has to be the forest boss. In other words, things have really hit the fan, especially with Suzuko taking a nap. In the middle of his panic, a system screen appears, announcing that synchronization has begun, and that one of Suzuko's skills will be randomly selected for him to use. And then, the darn thing's identity is revealed. The boss is the Whispering Flower, an advanced rank C. With an air of superiority, it declares that from now on, the two of them are its prey. Without a second thought, our MC, who is no fool, activates the skill he just copied, Sudoku's camouflage. As his body turns transparent, he manages to escape its clutches by the skin of his teeth. Relieved, the kid realizes the escape worked, but a weight falls on his conscience. What about Suzuko? Is he going to have to leave her behind? But the boss, in a calm voice, appears beside him, warning that there's nowhere to run. The creature then explains that all the plants in the forest are its eyes, making escape impossible. To make matters worse, the fragrance he breathed in is still circulating in his body, serving as a perfect tracker for it. As reality hits him hard, the little MC understands that he's completely cornered. With no other alternative, he asks what the boss wants. Ignoring him, the creature just approaches the sleeping Suzuko, commenting that she's way prettier when she's quiet. In a sinister tone, the creature continues, saying the little monster is adorable and strong, just like her. Our MC then connects the dots and asks if her goal is to devour Suzuko. Realizing realizing the little monster was the target from the very beginning. To make matters worse, the boss confirms it, revealing she'd already eaten one of Suzuko's eyes in the past, and that's how she gained intelligence. Now she needs to continue the feast to get stronger and win back his favor. Puzzled, the MC asks, his favor? Who is this person she keeps talking about? A human. The boss gets furious at the question and tells the MC not to dare insult this mysterious figure, saying our hero is nothing compared to him. She then finally reveals the name. She's talking about the monster creator. With contempt, the creature accuses the MC, saying that because he's keeping a monster, he's nothing but a huge imposter. The kid asks how she knows he's a guardian and, more importantly, why she's calling him an imposter. The boss explains that Suzuko is the monster creator's daughter, yet she still calls him daddy. To her, it's ridiculous for the kid to be manipulating a monster, as it only shows he's trying to imitate the real creator. And then she drops a bombshell. The only reason humans were made was to take care of monsters. Their goal has always been one thing: to be her little snack. Outraged, our MC asks why the darn thing didn't say so sooner. The flower seems intrigued by his reaction, noting that the kid's got a lot of attitude. Seeing that the kid is clever, she makes him an offer. If he becomes her servant, maybe she'll spare him from being taken out. Our hero cracks a smile and says the offer actually sounds pretty good. But his answer is simple: you can take that offer and shove it. Impressed, the boss realizes the kid is pretty bold. If that's how he wants it, then he'll go down with the other one. Without wasting any time, she lunges with her vines to try and hit him. Instantly, the kid dodges, but the pesky vine still manages to graze his face as it flies past. Even with attacks coming from all sides, the kid keeps dodging as best he can. At that moment, a system screen warns that the camouflage will only last for 10 more minutes. Seeing that his ability is running out, he realizes he needs to wake up Suzuko. If that doesn't happen, they're both going to be tonight's dinner. The boss then summons her boys, ordering them to capture the MC alive. With the order given, the army of creatures and possessed humans starts moving again. Seeing the horde coming his way, the MC gets tense and breaks out in a cold sweat, knowing the situation just got really complicated. Now, he's got enemies not just behind him, but in front of him too. In the midst of the chaos, the MC spots Luca's body on the ground and, next to it, his job card. A quick thought pops into his head. If Luca could use the card, then so can he. Without a second thought, he runs and grabs that little golden card. The system announces that the level asterisk card has been acquired, but that awakening it is, unfortunately, blocked for the MC. Outraged, the kid thinks this has to be some kind of sick joke, and to make the situation a whole lot worse, the system announces that his camouflage has run out. Now our little MC is turning back to normal, completely visible, and totally vulnerable. The creatures who could only sense him before can now see him perfectly well. Surrounded but not giving up, he activates synchronization again, in a desperate attempt to use Suzuko's powers. Little by little, the glow in his eye starts to turn red. The system confirms the Eye of Truth is being activated. The boss finds the situation strange, remembering that she also has one of Suzuko's eyes. And here's the creepy part: that's why one of our little monster's eyes is covered, because she lost it to this darn flower. Mockingly, the creature asks if he's really going to rely on Suzuko's ability again, warning him that she won't let that happen. Suddenly, the MC starts to feel a terrible headache because of the boss's power. The system reports that the synchronization is being forcefully interrupted. Grabbed by the enemies, the kid starts to scream in pain. The boss tells him to stop the drama and invites him to a deep sleep inside of her, where he'll get to see some of her memories. Raising a hand to his face, the MC wonders if this is the creature's true form. That's right, folks, for anyone who thought the boss was a beautiful flower, you were dead wrong. That was just the book cover, because the real content is this bizarre thing right here. A warning screen pops up, informing him that a level 1 spiritual corruption ability has been discovered. Devastated, the MC thinks that spiritual corruption is high-level dungeon stuff. Is this seriously a rank F dungeon? It's just one disaster after another. At that moment, he remembers his past life, where it was Suzuko herself who took him out. What's going to happen this time? In the darkness, he wonders if meeting the girl was good luck or bad luck. Suddenly, he sits up, completely terrified, with no idea where he is. His only option is to try and open the system screen to understand the situation. Just then, a mysterious voice says, "It's a masterpiece." Looking around, the MC realizes the voice came from behind a door. Without many options and driven by curiosity, he opens the door. On the other side, he sees a bunch of papers on the floor and a blurry figure who repeats that she is his greatest masterpiece. Confused, our hero figures this must be some kind of projected memory. To his surprise, the mysterious man invites him to celebrate his new existence. Or rather, it seems he's not talking to the MC, but telling something to rise. Our hero even wonders if the guy's got a few screws loose. And, bizarrely, something starts to rise from the papers. The weird man keeps calling for the creature to come out, leaving the MC in shock at what he's seeing. From the papers on the floor, a small figure begins to form, and you can probably guess who it is, right? Yep, our little Suzuko, but in a much more normal version. The blurry figure looks at her and says, "Listen, from now on, your name is Suzuko." The little girl repeats the name, still not quite understanding what's going on. Even though she's confused, she agrees to her new name and holds out her hand to the man. Instead of taking her hand, they hug, and the man says that, from now on, she must call him Daddy. With a huge smile on her face, Suzuko calls the guy Daddy for the first time. Seeing this scene, the MC starts freaking out, realizing he's trapped in Suzuko's memories and wondering if this is her true origin. Trying to get a grip, he thinks that panicking won't do any good. As much as the little girl in front of him looks completely different from the monster he knows, he's sure this is part of Sucho's memories. The digitized figure continues, saying that Suzuko is his great masterpiece, but now she needs to be ready. Not understanding, the little girl asks, "Ready for what?" The man replies in a solemn tone, "To join me on a mission to save the world." Suddenly, the scene dissolves before the MC's eyes. Kneeling in the void, he realizes they're gone. Confused, he tries to understand who that guy was and what he meant. Our hero regrets having so little information about what he just witnessed. And then, another door appears in front of him. Looks like that was just the beginning, but this new little door has the sinister look of a trap. But what can he do? With nowhere to go, he decides to open the door and face whatever comes next. On the other side, he sees Suzuko telling her daddy that she missed him. The mysterious figure replies that he has something new to show her, research that could save the world. He then reveals a flower, the Whispering Flower, and we know all too well where that darn thing is going to end up. He describes it as a plant with animal-like characteristics. From a distance, our little MC recognizes the flower instantly. It's the darn boss of the Black Forest. The man explains that, unlike Suzuko, who is perfect, the flower is missing something. It's incomplete. With a strange smile, he says that this is a problem. Seeing his concern, little Suzuko hugs him and offers to help. Smiling at her daddy, she asks if there's anything she can do. Watching the scene, the MC wonders what made Suzuko change so much. Meanwhile, the scientist thanks her, saying that yes, she can help. In a manipulative tone, he makes it clear that if she doesn't want to, it's no problem. But of course, Suzuko falls for the mind game and agrees right away. Then the wretched figure reveals what he wants, something that Suzuko has. Her eye. Yes, he wants his own daughter's eye. Our MC is completely shocked by what he just heard. But to his surprise and horror, little Suzuko just smiles and agrees on the spot. Without a second thought, she shoves her hand into her own face and rips out her eye. Instantly, the MC feels a terrible pain in his own eye, as if he synced up with her suffering. The little girl, who seems to feel no pain at all, simply hands the eye to her father. With the purest innocence, she offers the eye as a gift and asks if she was a good girl. Meanwhile, our MC is on the floor writhing and screaming in pain. The wicked scientist praises Suzuko, saying that yes, she was a very good girl. Still screaming, the MC can hardly believe what he's seeing. With the eye in hand, the figure then calls to Suzuko and tells her to witness the power she just handed over. Without the slightest hesitation, he throws the present toward the Whispering Flower and tells it to devour that eye. Instantly, the flower starts to glow intensely. A moment later, it reemerges, gigantic, with Suzuko's eye plastered right in the middle of its face. Reaching his breaking point, our MC charges forward, cursing the girl's father with everything he's got. He screams that the guy is an inhuman monster for doing that to his own daughter, turning her into a mere experiment. Blinded by rage, he throws a massive punch right at the man's face. But in the end, the figures just disappear. Our little MC had forgotten that they're only memories. Collapsing to the floor, still feeling her pain, the MC wonders what that guy's problem is. At the end of the day, the scumbag is nothing but a criminal. The big question is, why did he feel all of Suzuko's pain like that? And suddenly, 3 doors appear in front of him. Not 3, man, a ton of them. Every second, more and more doors start to appear. Our MC just sits there, completely baffled, since he didn't even touch them to make this happen. Out of nowhere, one of the doors opens, and a gigantic flash of light bursts out from inside. The story then shows us that after her left eye, it was the girl's left hand that was ripped off. Next was her heart, while her father cynically said she'd be better soon. After that, it was her legs, and the scumbag still had the nerve to ask if it hurt. With heartbreaking innocence, Suzuko would reply that she didn't feel a thing, so it was all okay. The worst part is that even her memories were devoured, and she no longer recognized her own father. Back to the MC. The kid is laughing out of pure nervous energy, filled with rage, unable to believe the horror he just witnessed. Seriously, was that scumbag using his own daughter as monster chow? We then see the final result of his cruelty. Little Suzuko, with no legs, no eye, and no no arms. And to humiliate her even further, the monster approaches her asking how she's been. The little girl with her fragmented memories asks if it's really him, if it's her father. Dragging herself with difficulty, she calls out to him and asks if he's finally come to get her. With the coldest expression in the world, the liar says yes, but that this time he brought the family with him, a bunch of bizarre monsters. Without hesitation, the creatures run toward the defenseless girl. From there, you can already imagine the tragedy. Suzuko still manages to say that everyone there is a stranger and asks if her father doesn't need her anymore. With false regret, he says she's beyond repair and asks for forgiveness. As the monsters attack the girl, she screams in pain, begging for her father not to abandon her. And that's when, out of nowhere, the MC starts laughing like a total maniac. He tells Suzuko not to be scared because he's feeling the pain too. He explains that she was tricked and that both he and the doctor are just fake parents. A system window then pops up saying the Eye of Truth has reached 50% synchronization. The synchronization starts for real, and the MC looks like he's in some serious pain. It's in the middle of all this agony that he makes a decision. He's going to become Suzuko's real dad. Suddenly, a giant and seriously ugly creature shows up. The huge monster wraps the MC up in its tentacles, but he, cool as a cucumber, greets it by calling it ugly and saying it's good to see its hideous face again. The creature gets ticked off and wonders how on earth he managed to regain consciousness. It warns him that it's going to show him a world of hurt all over again, while squeezing its tentacles even tighter, even while being crushed. The MC tells the creature to bring it on. The monster wonders just how long this tough guy act is going to last. The creature then attacks our crazy dude, who feels an insane amount of pain. He even admits that it hurts, but that compared to Suzuko's pain, this is absolutely nothing. The synchronization continues at full blast while the MC tosses it out like it's no big deal. Right then, the system announces that the monster devour and ghost transformation skills are being activated, but it also warns about a risk of spiritual corruption. You know, like the fine print in a contract that nobody ever reads. The screen shows that the triple sync has hit 60% with a spiritual corruption level of 5. Things are getting ugly and stylish at the same time. The MC finally recovers and says, "I'm back." He then tells the monsters to stop eating. He warns them that if they're going to devour Suzuko, he's going to devour all of them. With a smirk, the madman even asks if that doesn't sound fair. With that said, the MC dives right into the middle of them without a second thought. He grabs one of the monsters' heads without a shred of mercy, showing them that snack time has arrived. With a yell, he gets ready to start the feast. The MC tells the creatures to give him a little taste. He's quickly swarmed by a bunch of bizarre creatures all wanting a piece of him. The bigger monsters also close in to join the party and see what this crazy human's deal is. After tasting a piece, he has the nerve to complain that they taste awful. Meanwhile, we're reminded of the MC trapped in the tentacles of that giant creature. The sync rate climbs to 70%, and the spiritual pollution is already at level 20. The MC complains that he still hasn't eaten enough and asks to devour more monsters. This guy is a bottomless pit. The creature, completely fed up, asks if he's really that eager to be taken out for good. She then tells the MC to enter her memories and meet his end. The scene changes completely, and now the MC is holding Suzuko. He says she doesn't have to be afraid anymore because he's here now. The little girl feels the warmth of his hug and, in an innocent voice, asks if he's really her daddy. With a smile, the MC hugs the girl tightly and says that he wasn't before, but from now on, he is her daddy. How sweet. But then suddenly the scene changes again. The doctor explains that this is all just a memory. The lab coat guy reveals that this is a memory built by his own willpower, and even if the MC devours him, he's still going to be done for right then and there. The doctor wonders if a mere human can absorb a monster's willpower and get away unscathed, explaining that it's like a poison, and he wants to see how long the MC will last. A system window appears informing that the synchronization has climbed to 90% and the depth of spiritual corruption has reached 30. The MC glares at the doctor and says he is Suzuko's father, that she saved him, and that the enemy's memory is disgusting. The giant creature watching all of this calls the MC insane and wonders what kind of being he is. He tells her not to be afraid and that she can just put him to sleep like she did before. The dude is literally asking for it. The monster then lets the MC go, wondering why on earth it's letting him go. The MC taunts it, asking if it isn't going to use its powers and telling it to hurry up. The creature is completely stunned, not understanding the attitude of the psycho in front of it. He tells her to hurry up so he can see that guy again, because he's going to finish the doctor off thousands of times. A system window announces that his willpower has surpassed the boss's and the creation condition has been met. The creature, at its limit, tells the MC to shut up and lunges at him. The system, ever so helpful, asks if he wishes to keep the sea-level boss. The creature attacks with everything it's got, but the MC dodges with ease. Suddenly, the monsters can't move anymore. It complains that his willpower is too strong and doesn't understand how that's possible. The MC explains that it's actually her own willpower and that he just borrowed it to get stronger. With a wicked grin, he says that since she doesn't want to play with him, he figures he'll have her play with Suzuko instead, and then calls out for his little girl. Suzuko shows up in a giant form and immediately asks who the jerk was that did this to her daddy. The MC, super calm, says it's alright and just tells her to go play with that lady over there. He even gives a thumbs up and says that if she gets bored, she can go ahead and devour the creature. Suzuko, of course, starts cheering on the spot. The girl glares at the huge monster and asks, "Who hurt my daddy?" The creature, absolutely terrified, answers that it wasn't her. In a panic, she screams that the MC was the one who hurt himself. Suzuko calls the creature a lying lady. She then attacks with everything she's got, yelling that it's not nice to lie. The scene cuts, and we see the MC rushing over to Miki, who's down on the ground. Worried, he asks if she's okay. Miki's there, all banged up, and calls the MC by his name, Himajin, asking what the heck he really is. With a little smirk, the MC replies coolly, "What you see is what you get." The father of a very stubborn daughter. He then holds the sword and warns her that this is gonna hurt, but that she needs to hang in there. The MC yanks the sword out of her stomach in one swift motion. With her eyes glowing with anger, Miki gets ready to react. She jumps to her feet in a flash and grabs the MC by the neck. So much for gratitude. The girl asks if he's still going to lie, accusing him of working with that psycho Luca. She throws him to the ground and threatens to finish him off. The MC defends himself, saying that Luca was the one who tricked her. He yells that if he were the enemy, he wouldn't have even bothered to stop her wound from bleeding. That's when Miki realizes the bleeding from her stomach has completely stopped. Lying on the ground, the MC explains that it's just a temporary fix and asks her to please get the sword away from him. Looking all embarrassed, the girl apologizes and says she completely misunderstood. Meanwhile, Suzuko is continuing her not-so-friendly playdate with the poor dungeon boss. The MC sits up and asks if Miki is alright and if there have been any strange changes in her mind or body. The girl replies, "Not really, and that, in fact, she feels great now." He then asks about her Joe card and explains the situation. Luca stole her power. Desperate, Miki asks what she should do and gets so close to the MC that he even complains. "Whoa, easy there, miss." The MC says there is a way, but of course, it comes with a risk. He offers to help, but only if she'll lend him her strength in return. The girl agrees instantly and immediately asks what she needs to do to help him. The MC is surprised by how quickly she decided. Miki simply explains that the MC helped her and because of that, she trusts him. Simple as that. The MC gets a little flustered and wonders if she's just really pure or kinda clueless. He then turns around and calls out for Suzuko. The little girl's giant hands suddenly appear, bursting from the ground like it's no big deal. Suzuko emerges in her giant form, leaving Miki completely stunned. The girl in the cap feels the intense spiritual pressure coming from that massive creature. She then hears the MC get called Daddy and finally understands that that's his daughter. The MC turns to Suzuko and says he has a special favor to ask of her. The girl replies that she'll do anything her daddy wants. The MC then asks how that lady's doing, referring to the dungeon boss who is serving as her plaything. Suzuko says she's already devoured her, but the MC promises to give her something much tastier if she spits the creature out for just 1 minute. The girl agrees in a heartbeat and gets ready to bring the boss lady back up. Poor Miki gets totally embarrassed and tells the MC not to look. Suzuko's stomach then opens up, revealing the boss lady is still inside, completely in one piece. Miki is completely speechless, while the MC, beaming with pride, praises Suzuko. He's already become such a doting dad. A moment later, the dungeon boss is spat out onto the ground, looking like she got hit by a truck. The creature just lies there, sprawled on the ground, completely wrecked and too weak to even blink. The MC walks over to the poor thing and says that the little favor he's going to ask of Miki is for her to send this creature packing for good, no return trip. Of course, the dungeon boss was not a fan of that idea and started screaming, telling them not to underestimate her. And out of nowhere, like magic, a bunch of creatures and people with glazed over eyes show up to crash the party. In the middle of the horde, one of the monsters stands out like the tough guy of the group. Then all the enemies start charging at them. Things just got real. Both Miki and Suzuko are just floored by the number of zombies that popped up out of nowhere. Suzuko, already drooling, asks if she can have a little snack, but our MC, totally chill, says there's no need. Our MC then faces the boss and, with a smirk, asks if her little show is over yet. The boss warns that when she goes down, she's making sure to take him with her. She challenges the MC, telling him to go ahead and try his best not to become Monster Chow. The MC simply agrees and creates a sphere of energy in his hand. Then, he unleashes this power power, which spreads across the entire battlefield like a wave. The energy hits all the monsters and the possessed, who instantly freeze in place. Miki celebrates, totally stoked to see that the bad guys have all turned into statues. She turns to the MC and asks what kind of crazy spell he used to stop everyone, but then the girl freezes in shock when she sees his face and asks what the heck happened. The MC's face is now covered in extra eyes, looking like something out of a horror movie. He explains that this is the risk he mentioned, the spiritual corruption, but that there's a little trick to lessen the effect. Suzuko, on the other hand, thinks her daddy looks super stylish. The MC takes Mickey's hand and asks her to help him out. The girl, all worried, asks if he's really okay. With a smile that convinces no one, he says he's just fine. Yeah, right. Mickey says he sounds like a little brother trying to act tough and tells him to stop playing the hero. The MC thinks to himself that his mental age is probably double hers, but he keeps his mouth shut. He then points and says the solution is right over there, while the boss, on the ground, begs to be left alone. Then the MC gives a quick lesson, explaining that there are two types of dungeons, mission and exploration. In exploration ones, players can enter and leave whenever they feel like it. He continues saying that the Black Forest is the second type, and that before, anyone with a player class could just bounce at any time. But because of that jerk Luca, the dungeon changed, and the difficulty jumped from a piece of cake to a real challenge, going from F ranks to C ranks. He explains that the guy brainwashed everyone by promising a bonus, and on top of that he stole her class. Mickey finally understands the whole mess. The MC, meanwhile, thinks that it's actually all Suzuko's fault. While they're talking, Suzuko grabs the boss, who struggles and tells the little girl to let her go. The MC reveals that Luca's goal in defeating the boss was to get a specific item that only C-Crank's bosses drop, and he says that's exactly what Mickey needs right now to recover. The girl doesn't think twice and agrees on the spot. She grabs her sword and, full of confidence, tells him to leave the rest to her. She asks Suzuko to let the boss go so she can finish the job, and the little one obeys. The boss is thrown to the ground with zero chance to defend herself. Bummer. Mickey then attacks with all her might, landing a direct hit on the creature and sending it to the great beyond. A system screen pops up, announcing that the Black Forest boss has been taken out and the dungeon is officially cleared. But then another screen appears saying the dungeon was cleared by Hayashi Miki, but it shows an error since she's not registered as a player. The system then corrects the info, giving the credit to a Mike Leo. The MC says that without a class, the system just wouldn't recognize her. Mickey celebrates the victory, super excited, and the MC thanks her, feeling a little awkward for stealing the credit. The MC then asks Mickey to keep his identity a secret. She agrees, but wonders why he's being so mysterious. Just then, a system screen asks if he wants to hide his player information, and he accepts instantly without even blinking. Next, the system asks him to create a player nickname. The MC stands there tapping the screen, trying to think of a cool name to use. He ends up deciding to go with the name Keeper. The system informs him that the reward will be distributed as soon as the calculations are done, but the MC says that before they grab the prize, they need to grant Mickey's wish. He approaches the boss's body, and the girl, curious, asks what he's doing. The MC rummages around a bit and finds a sprite-type monster core. Mickey asks how to use it, and, just kidding around, asks if she's supposed to eat it or something. The MC confirmed, and the girl thinks he's totally messing with her. Out of nowhere, Mickey starts feeling sick, coughing, and spitting up some weird liquid. The MC shouts her name, already starting to panic. Suzuko, with all her innocence, asks if Miki is done for, and if she can devour the body. The MC screams a no, so loud that even the monster stopped to listen. The MC asks if Mickey is okay, but the poor girl says she can't feel her arms or legs and is already wondering if this is it for her. The MC says it's all good and that he's going to help her get through this. He tells her to hang in there, as some super creepy energy starts gathering in his hand. The MC puts the core in Miki's mouth and tells her there's no way he's letting her bite the dust. The girl, not having much of a choice, swallows the item. A massive amount of energy surrounds them both. The MC realizes his crazy plan is actually working and that the elemental power around them is gathering. The story explains that among the various types of cores, the gold ones are valued at over 2 million, a pretty pricey snack, right? And by nullifying the boss's willpower, it's possible to absorb some straight-up pure elemental power. Just then, Mickey starts floating in the air, surrounded by an insane amount of energy. He gets all worried, wondering if she's been taken over by the elemental power and turned into an energy puppet. Then, the girl unleashes a blast of energy that sends the MC flying. Luckily, Suzuko catches him and totally freaks out, saying that woman did something horrible to her daddy and that it's unforgivable. Nobody messes with her daddy. The little one then asks if she can devour Mickey, but the MC, with the patience of a saint, reminds her she promised not to eat people. Suzuko says her daddy is too nice and asks what they should do then. The MC notices her aura is way different than before and wonders if it's because of the changes to her body. Very carefully, he asks Suzuko to protect him if things go south, and she agrees in a heartbeat. The MC decides the whole Suzuko issue can wait a bit. The priority right now is figuring out how to wake Miki up. He even thinks about asking his daughter for help, but ditches the idea. After all, she's a dungeon boss now and is way too dangerous for this kind of delicate job. He raises his hand and tries to use his power, but it's no use. The girl is too far away, and his willpower can't reach her. The MC thinks that at this rate, Miki's body won't handle the pressure and is going to end up bursting. To make things worse, he starts feeling the side effects of the corruption and realizes that, in the end, he's going to have to rely on Suzuko. With no other choice, he shouts out and asks Suzuko to give him a hand with the situation. The girl asks what she should do to help. The MC points at Miki and says he wants Suzuko to throw him over there. The little girl agrees with a giant smile on her face, thinking it's the coolest idea ever. She then grabs the MC with enough force to crush a car. He yells for her to take it easy, but it's too late. The little one doesn't know the meaning of the word slow. Suzuko then yeets the MC with all her might toward Miki, like he's a baseball. Flying through the air, the MC complains that it wasn't easy at all. He flies right into the energy bubble that was protecting Miki. The impact creates a cloud of smoke so big you can barely see a thing. In the middle of the smoke, the MC finally manages to reach Miki and calls out her name. He holds her in his arms and yells for her to wake up already. Seeing that yelling isn't working, the MC resorts to plan B and slaps the girl across the face to see if she'll snap out of it. And what do you know, it works! Miki finally wakes up and asks, all confused, what happened. The MC, relieved, says she's finally awake. The girl looks down, realizes her clothes are torn, and turns bright red with embarrassment. She yells at the MC not to look, but he plays innocent, saying he didn't see a thing, so he didn't. Miki then notices the MC's hand and asks if the spiritual corruption got worse and if he's okay. Just then, Suzuko pops up behind Miki, calling her a mean lady and saying she won't forgive her. The jealousy strikes again. The MC tells her to stop right there and explains that Miki is Daddy's friend. He says this was the path he chose and that she doesn't need to worry. To make peace, the MC hands a card to Miki, probably with some important information on it. Miki is shocked when she sees it's her work ID card. The MC lets her know she can probably use the card again now. Afterwards, he says his goodbyes and drops a keep our little secret, okay? And just like that, he tells Suzuko it's time to bounce, leaving Miki with a total huh look on her face. But the girl asks him to wait, wanting to know his real name since Himajin is just a nickname. The MC stops walking and looks back. Miki then asks if the nickname and all the secrets are because of Suzuko. She mentions how he even accepted that spiritual corruption for her, and wonders if he's actually human or just a monster in disguise. With a smirk, the MC says he'd love to know the answer to that question himself. He then turns to Miki and asks her what she thinks he is. Just then, Suzuko pops up out of nowhere and blurts out, "Daddy is Daddy, how cute." Poor Miki is left completely clueless. The MC finally introduces himself as a Mike Leo and even adds, "Go easy on me next time we meet, alright?" The girl agrees with a huge smile on her face and repeats his name, overjoyed. Suddenly, a system notification appears all over the city, announcing that the F-rank dungeon, the Black Forest, has been completed on C-rank difficulty. The screen shows the time was 23 minutes and 50 seconds, earning the player the title of Speed Player. In a fancy office, a bunch of folks in suits stare at their screens, completely floored by the news that just came in. Meanwhile, on the streets, people are celebrating as they look at their phones, relieved that the dungeon was finally cleared. In an online chat, one person announces that the top player rankings have been updated, and the other, super curious, asks for the new top dog's ID. The ranking screen shows that the #1 spot now belongs to a player named Keeper. The person in the chat is confused by the result and wonders who the heck this Keeper could be. The scene cuts to 10 hours after the Black Forest was cleared, showing a road that's completely wrecked and filled with smoke. Meanwhile, in a subway depot, a crew of monsters with glowing red eyes appears, and one of them immediately says, "Looks like we're late to the party." The camera focuses on one of the monster's hands, showing off its long, sharp claws, ready to do some serious damage. A creature named Two-Head analyzes another monster's body on the ground and comments that the cut was way too clean, like professional work. Another monster, this one with 3 heads, approaches and mourns what happened there to their colleague. A creature called Bone Rend examines the body. One of his allies comments that the body is still warm, but Bone Rend immediately tells him to shut it. Bone Rend notices there's no core and a huge hole in the monster's chest. He realizes instantly that whoever did this knew exactly where to strike to take the creature out. The group's leader laments that their association lost a member, but Bone Rend tells them not to speak ill of the departed, since she was one of them. Felmina, the association's leader, apologizes and wonders who could have done this, since the victim was their guide and the closest to the so-called monster god. She then turns to a one-eyed monster named Cheel and asks him to replay the images from before their companion was taken out. The one-eyed monster Cheel agrees right away, acting like a total suck-up, saying he'd do anything for his leader. Cheel's eye begins to glow, projecting a beam of energy to display the memories. A massive amount of energy builds up on the spot, beginning to reveal the memories of the creature that went down. In the projected memories, the MC appears surrounded by tentacles and is actually complaining, asking why they're letting him go and telling them to hurry up. The guys just stare, shouting that he really wanted to meet this so-called monster god. The creature who was watching it all unfold is terrified and calls the human a monster. Bonren simply can't believe that their colleague was defeated by a human kid. The monster gets ticked off and swears he'll get revenge, furious that the guy dared to insult their great master. In the vision, the giant girl approaches the MC and asks who did that to her daddy, leaving the other monsters completely baffled by the scene. Philomena is in total shock as she recognizes the first-generation monster, the Queen of Destruction, and her jaw completely hits the floor when she hears the creature call the human daddy. Bonren then comes to the conclusion that if the human is controlling the queen, it means he's a being superior to her. And that's when it clicks for Philomena. If the Master of the Black Forest and the Queen of Destruction are like gods to them, then this human can only be the great leader they've been waiting for. She starts shouting excitedly, saying that the survivors of the dungeon need a monster like him. Two-Head and Bonren are startled by their leader's over-the-top reaction. Philomena calms down and says she got carried away, stating that they need to get in touch with the guy, as he could be the reincarnation of the Great Master. She then turns to one of her subordinates named Doll, and notes that she's the one who looks the most human. The leader asks Doll to approach the guy and find out what his true intentions are. Just then, a girl in a very fancy dress appears out of thin air, saying it would be an honor to carry out the mission. The girl, named Doll, looks at her leader and confirms she got the message. The scene then shifts to the workers' cooperative in the city of Getchuren. A few guys are gossiping about the info on Keeper. One of them comments on the super fast clear time and wonders if he was a beta tester. Another guy argues back, questioning if a beta tester could handle clearing a mutant dungeon. He thinks the story doesn't add up and that they need more information. A woman with a tattoo on her arm also chimes in, finding it strange that Keeper cleared the dungeon within 24 hours and mentioning his ID is pretty bizarre. A woman with glasses walks up to Miki and calls her by name. The tattooed girl turns around and asks what she wants. The woman introduces herself as Jenna from the cooperative and says she has a little something to ask Miki. Jenna reveals that the topic is the Black Forest, mentioning that Miki also managed to get out of there safe and sound. The tattooed girl replies that she already reported everything she knew, but Jenna insists, saying the question is about the player keeper. Upon hearing that name, Miki goes silent. A flashback of Miki's appears, showing Suzuko holding on to the MC as she thinks about all his information. Miki reflects that whoever clears a dungeon always becomes the center of attention. She remembers the MC predicted this and entrusted her with the secret to hide Suzuko's existence. The scene then changes to nighttime, showing a completely abandoned hotel being reclaimed by nature. On the hotel roof, the MC decides to rest there for a bit and take the opportunity to see if there have been any changes to his status. He opens his status screen. His class is Dragkeeper, F rank, and he's at level 5. As a reward for clearing the dungeon, the MC gets a C-Crank Mimic Crystal, a unique item. The guy is surprised by the prize and wonders if it's really a unique C-Crank's item. He tests out the crystal, which transforms into a super cool-looking sword. The guy thinks the item is awesome, but decides to save the bonus for later because he's got another fish to fry. He remembers the Impure Eye, the item he got from the fight that holds Suzuko's memories. The info screen shows the item's details. It's a rare C-Crank's Impure Eye that, according to the description, holds some seriously sinister memories. The MC then calls for Suzuko, who appears all excited, asking what he wants. With a smile on his face, the guy says he's got a little present for her. He calls the girl over as a strange energy forms in his hand. The MC places the eye on Suzuko's forehead and says that now she is complete. The girl just replies with a daddy. Suddenly, the girl's eyes start to glow with an intense red light. Suzuko starts screaming that she's feeling strange as she's engulfed by a gigantic wave of energy. The MC is thrown back by the pressure of her presence and is blown away by how powerful she's become. But then, something starts nagging him. He realizes the daddy from her memories isn't him. Uh-oh, this just got real complicated. He gets tense, wondering what will happen if she just stops recognizing him as her father. Just in case, the MC braces himself for potential chaos, getting into a ready stance. But Suzuko grabs him with all the affection in the world and says she loves daddy very much. The MC realizes he was worried for nothing and that his position as dad is more than secure. The MC gets all flustered by the show of affection and asks her to put him down. He then decides to take a peek at how Suzuko's status changed after this whole upgrade. The screen shows that the monster has evolved. Suzuko is now a corrupted zombie, an A-rank monster. Yep, things just got serious. Out of nowhere, the MC feels a sharp pain, and his hand starts glowing in a very weird way. An energy completely surrounds the guy, and he immediately thinks the side effects must be kicking in again. The MC concludes it's his fault for overusing his willpower. He could have sworn he had it all under control. He then collapses on the ground, completely drained. Suzuko gets scared and screams for her daddy. The girl rushes over to him and holds him, desperately asking what's happening to him. Suzuko just stays there, worried, not knowing what to do, and can only call out his name. While leaning against the wall, the MC ends up passing out for good from the side effects. The girl realizes he's sleeping and wonders if he was really that tired. She notices his arm is all injured from the spiritual corruption. Suzuko places him on the bed and covers him up, apologizing for not being able to protect him. With a worried look, the girl wishes for him to get well soon. Suddenly, one of Suzuko's memories comes flooding back. In it, she asks her original father what he's doing, and the man replies that he was thinking about creating a utopia. The little girl asks what a utopia is, while her father gently pats her head. The girl's father seems happy with her question. He explains that it's a place where everyone can live happily, a place full of hope. Back in the present, Suzuko watches the MC sleep and seems to be processing the memory she just had. With all the care in the world, she holds his hand while the MC rests in bed. It's in this moment that she finally remembers something very important. With a peaceful smile, she understands that daddy is her daddy and she is Suzuko. Simple as that, no complications, accepting her new life. The scene cuts to a screen that lights up, indicating that a new day, or perhaps a new problem, is about to begin. The next day, the MC finally opens his eyes. From the look on his face, it seems he slept like a rock. He sits up in bed and realizes he survived. The MC remembers that the pain from the spiritual corruption was so insane that he just blacked out. Suddenly, a bunch of Suzukos pop up in front of him, all excitedly asking if daddy is okay now. The scene totally fries our MC's brain. He has no clue what this chaotic mess in front of him is all about. This bizarre sight freaks our MC out, leaving him with zero idea of what's going on. The hallucination finally fades and the real Suzuko appears upside down, calling out to him. Then, the MC looks at his own arm and grumbles that his hand just keeps getting worse. That's when it finally clicked. He was starting to hallucinate because of the corruption. The guy sits up and focuses, knowing he needs to get the situation under control as soon as possible. With his eyes glowing with a creepy vibe, the MC focuses all his willpower, concentrating like never before. Little by little, the corruption on his arm starts to recede. Looks like he managed to control the damage, at least for now. He remembers using this same method to train his detection skill and is surprised that it also worked for taming his willpower. While the MC is there, completely focused, Suzuko hugs him from behind, calling him daddy. Right after that, the girl chimes in. Suzuko's hungry. What else is new, right? The MC, already guessing the answer, asks if there's anything left from that group of monsters from before. His question leaves the girl a little confused, as if it wasn't totally obvious what happened to the food. He then wonders why she went back to looking like a kid, whether it's because her powers increased or if she remembered what she was like with her old dad. He figures it was probably the second option, and Suzuko just agrees with a cute little sound. The girl lifts her shirt and shows that she still has a few crystals stashed there. The MC is shocked that so few are left. He asks if she ate most of them, and Suzuko proudly confirms it. The story explains an interesting detail. When Suzuko devours the remains of the monsters, they turn into crystals. And to top it all off, these crystals can be sold for some serious cash in the market. The MC says he'll get her something delicious to eat, but for now, he's going to take the crystals. Suzuko agrees, totally thrilled with her daddy's plan. The scene changes and now shows the city of Getshiren, focusing on a really big building. The MC comments, surprised, that the workers' co-op has already been formed this early. Since he's not in the mood to go to the co-op at all, he decides he has no other choice but to sell the crystals on the black market. It's only been 1 week since the dungeons appeared, but the underground market is already booming. That's when our MC recognizes a face in the crowd, Takura Kuro, an engineer who, in about 10 years, will become the top dog of the city and monopolize the low-level dungeons. With a smile, the MC walks up to Takura and says he wants to sell some dungeon resources. The bearded man looks at him with a very suspicious expression. Takura tells the MC to get lost, saying he definitely stole the stuff and that he doesn't want that kind of trouble. The MC very very calmly says that if Tokura takes a look, he'll see the items aren't stolen. He then opens his hand and shows off the shiny crystals he got. The bearded guy's jaw drops, wondering what kind of crazy crystal that was. The MC explains that they're monster crystals, but Tokura replies that he can't deal in unknown products. But curiosity got the better of him. The bearded guy asks to examine the item and opens up a holographic screen. The screen displays the data. It's a black forest crystal with 20% purity and a suggested value of 10,000. Tokura freaks out when he reads black forest and wonders how on earth this kid got an item with such high purity. The MC replies with a sly grin that it's a trade secret and asks if he wants to make a deal or if he should find another buyer. The bearded man's attitude does a complete 180. He says he'll take them all and even formally introduces himself. Tokura explains that the official rate is 10,000, but he immediately offers 100,000 for the whole lot. And of course, our MC, who's no fool, accepts on the spot. With cash in his pocket, he thinks that now he can solve Suzuko's hunger and calls for her so they can go get some real food. The MC reflects that before, he was always in the fight just to scrape together a few bucks. As they're walking, Suzuko warns her daddy that some people are following them. The MC realizes right away that Tokura set him up, giving his location to some guys. Back in his office, the bearded man is talking to a hologram, telling it that he bought products from the Black Forest and that the mysterious kid was unlike anything he'd ever seen. Tokura thinks that this kid might have information about the so-called speed player. The person on the hologram praises the bearded guy's work and tells him to keep an eye on the MC. Suzuko hides behind the MC and asks if those guys are here to get her. The MC calms the little girl down, telling her that she's not the target her daddy is. Suzuko, ever the practical one, asks if she can gobble them up. He shuts that down immediately, repeating that she can't just go around gobbling people up. Too bad, it would have been a lot faster. A group of goons surrounds the MC and their leader tells the others to go get him. The MC is surprised by how fast they set up the ambush for him. Without a second thought, the MC yells to Suzuko that it's time to get out of there and takes off running. Suzuko, thinking this whole chase is a blast, asks her daddy to wait for her. The guys keep chasing after them, shouting for him to come back and complaining about how fast he is. Seeing that this chase could go on forever, the MC tells Suzuko to head for the rooftops. The girl loves the idea and agrees excitedly. An energy surrounds the MC as he prepares to make the leap of his life. With a little help from Suzuko, he makes an impressive jump, soaring toward the top of a building. The goons down below are left with their jaws on the floor. One of them shouts that the kid flew, and another wonders if he's a worker. The MC lands safe and sound on the roof, in style. Suzuko complains that she wanted to devour them. The MC then starts to wonder if those guys were just common thieves and not Tokura's goons. It finally clicks. Those guys saw the money exchange and just wanted the crystals. He then yells from up high, daring them to come and get them. The men on the street look up, shocked to see the MC on the roof. The guys get angry, calling him a cheeky brat and yelling at him not to mess with them. The MC tells Suzuko they're out of there, as an energy surrounds them again. Suddenly, the MC is startled when he sees one of the guys get sent flying with a single hit. Out of nowhere, a new group surrounds him, and these guys look a lot stronger than the last ones. Things just got serious. He wonders who these people are, thinking all this fuss over some monster crystals is a total overreaction. One of them approaches and greets the kid in a surprisingly friendly manner. The man in sunglasses introduces himself as a member of the Black Owl Company and, with fake politeness, says he's going to have to ask the MC to comply. The MC has already had enough, thinking all he wanted was to eat in peace and that he was going to get this over with quickly. But he wonders what the so-called Black Owl Company wants with a guy like him. The scene shifts to Getchuren Plaza, where Doll is in the middle of the crowd, wondering where the person she's looking for could be. Then, she starts to use her power on the crowd around her. Doll asks if everyone there is her friend, as a very strange energy envelops her body. Everyone around her is affected by her power, and their eyes start to glow in a way that's not good at all. The girl in the dress then asks her new audience of zombies if anyone has seen her friend. With a sinister smile, she summons a little creature and also asks about her great friend. A giant projection of Suzuko appears behind Doll, making it clear who she's looking for. The girl says that they are her best friends. The people under her control stand motionless with vacant stares, just waiting for the next command. Doll turns to the crowd and asks if they don't know where her friends are. Then, she orders everyone to go find them. On the other side of the city, Miki gets a call. It's a summons for the workers. She confirms that she's on her way. Back at the plaza, the girl in the dress senses something approaching from a distance. Miki rushes down the street while talking on her phone, saying she'll be there soon. But she notices that the crowd in the plaza is oddly still. That's when the tattooed girl comes face to face with the crowd controlled by Doll. Miki stops suddenly, feeling like someone is staring staring intently at her. She gets the feeling that she's being watched from within that crowd of statues. That's when Miki spots a doll and, let's be real, is stunned by how beautiful the girl is. She notices the girl in the dress is walking toward her and, being polite, decides to greet her. Doll gives Miki a mysterious look and her eyes glow with a sinister energy. In the blink of an eye, Miki vanishes into the crowd. Doll even wonders why she disappeared so quickly. The tattooed girl ignores the weirdness and decides she needs to hurry to the cooperative's headquarters as fast as possible. Doll finally finds what she was looking for. She senses Miki's willpower and, within it, the unmistakable scent of the Black Forest's master. The girl in the dress decides to take a step forward, striking a pose like she's about to handle business. At this point, Miki is already completely wiped, wondering if she was being too hasty. But Doll, with that fake sweetness of hers, says she'll go easy on her, all for the great master's sake. While all that drama is going down, the MC is just chilling, having a chat with the big guys from the Black Owl, spinning a yarn about how he's just a humble merchant with no luxury goods and stuff. With a little smirk, he even offers to tell them where he gets his merchandise. But one of the brutes didn't appreciate the wisecrack and charges at him, yelling at him to stop playing dumb and threatening to knock some sense into him. The man tries to land a punch on him, but the MC dodges it by a hair. Even with one of the guys holding him from behind, the MC still tells them to calm down. Of course, he sees this as a chance to try and talk his way out of it. The kid jumps back, dodging another attack, and insists they should talk things over like civilized people. Suzuko, with a front row seat, thinks the whole mess is hilarious, while the MC keeps saying he'll spill the secret of his products. The Black Owl goons have no idea what to do. Their leader then loses his patience and gives the order they're free to mess the MC up. Suddenly, all the guys around the MC are thrown backward. He just stands there looking clueless, not understanding a thing. Even so, one of the guys still tries to land a punch on him. The leader in the sunglasses gets closer and pops the question, "By any chance, do you know the so-called speed player from the Black Forest?" The MC is confused, but then it clicks and he remembers that fancy nickname is actually his. The story explains that this speed player title gives a 30% speed bonus and a passive skill that increases damage by 10%. He starts wondering if this Black Forest bonus is really that rare, but suddenly, an insane pain shoots through his hand. The pain is so intense that the MC lets out a scream as a really weird energy starts to surround him. He starts floating in the air and a super excited Suzuko yells out that her daddy is flying. Down below, the leader reveals they're looking for the speed player with the ID keeper. With a sinister smile that isn't fooling anyone, the man in glasses asks if the MC might know where this person is. The Black Owl leader tells the MC to spit it out, while the kid keeps floating, trapped by that strange energy. With a grin on his face, the man in glasses extends his hand and offers a deal. If the MC tells them what he knows, he'll let him live. The MC, being pretty sharp, asks why they're so desperate to find this person. The story explains that their goal is to uncover the secret to clearing dungeons faster. He thinks the attack is pretty weak and that being wrapped in spiritual power is no big deal. All of a sudden, the MC's expression does a complete 180. It looks like something totally caught him by surprise. A giant spiritual figure of Suzuko appears behind the leader. The man in glasses, terrified, asks what she's doing to her daddy and tells her to stop. The giant creature takes on a menacing form as the leader calls it a bad man and demands it tell him what it knows. Feeling an insane amount of pressure, the MC yells for them to cut out the nonsense immediately. With that, the kid is launched upward in a burst of energy, finally breaking free. The Black Owl leader is left looking completely dumbfounded. While all Suzuko wants to know is what happened to her daddy, one of the gang members points at the MC and asks what the heck he did, not believing the kid escaped that technique. Another member turns to the boss and asks what happened to his face. Suzuko calls out for her daddy, all worried, but the MC gets up and assures her that he's totally fine. The kid apologizes to Suzuko, explaining that the guy's attack almost revealed her presence. The Black Owl leader gets ticked off and announces that playtime is over. He takes off his jacket, ready to get serious. He then uses a skill to give his men a magic upgrade, telling everyone to get ready for a beatdown. The man in glasses gives his group the final order, telling the guys to charge in and finish the MC. All the Black Owl members rush toward the kid, more than ready to obey their boss. The MC watches the crew coming at him and notices they're using a wind element speed buff, thinking it's a really annoying skill to go up against. Suzuko's spiritual form appears, complaining that she's starving. A notification on the screen shows her hunger level has hit 20%, and the MC asks her to hang on just a little longer. He realizes he needs to get Suzuko some food ASAP, right as one of the buff henchmen charges straight at him. The kid dodges the attack, even getting surprised by the enemy's speed. The henchman's punch misses by a hair, and the MC manages to get away from the blow without a single scratch. Now, completely surrounded, the MC decides he's had had enough of the games and gets ready to take real action. He then creates a sphere of energy in his hand, thinking that this is going to make things a whole lot easier for him. The kid unleashes a super powerful area of effect spiritual attack, sending all the Black Owl henchmen flying at once. The group's leader is shocked by the attack's power, complaining that his body just won't listen to him anymore. The MC starts feeling the side effects again, realizing Suzuko is entering hungry mode and that he needs to feed her like yesterday. So, the kid turns to the leader on the ground and, cool as a cucumber, demands he hand over a monster item. The man in the sunglasses gets furious, yelling at the MC not to think he's won the fight just because of that. He then activates a giant magic circle on the ground, preparing to use his trump card. A massive wave of energy rushes toward the MC, who, with a whole lot of sass, actually finds the attack pretty impressive. With new eyes sprouting on his face, the MC asks Suzuko for help, telling her that this enemy has a feast waiting. Suzuko, hearing the word food, agrees instantly and charges in to attack. The leader is terrified to see his ultimate attack being blocked by the creature, and he even asks if the kid has learned his lesson. Suzuko cuts through the man's skill with ridiculous ease, and the MC thanks her for the little assist. With the Black Owl leader defeated on the ground, the MC asks again about the monster items, and Suzuko agrees, excitedly. The kid then makes a very direct threat. If they don't have anything, it's game over for everyone there, including himself. Desperate and all busted up, the leader insists they do have items and begs the MC to take whatever he wants, as long as he doesn't send him to a better place. The MC holds the item he got and notes that it's the arm of a rot devourer, a pretty expensive piece. He even asks, all excited, if he can really keep it. A notification screen pops up stating that the hunger level is recovering and is now risen to 40%. While Suzuko devours the monster arm, the Black Owl leader tells the MC to make himself at home because it all belongs to him now. The man in glasses notices the item is literally disappearing and starts to panic. He figures if the kid can erase an item, he can erase them too, and immediately tries to make peace. The MC then changes the subject and asks about the speed player info, wanting to know if the 6 million reward is for real. The leader confirms the cooperative guaranteed the amount and asks if the kid has any information. The story explains that the MC is tempted to turn himself in to pocket all that cash, but he thinks it over and decides he doesn't want the company getting suspicious of him, so he says he hates that psycho. The Black Owl leader is confused, not getting why the MC hates him. The MC reveals it was because of him that he ended up like this and warns that the speed player is seriously bad news. The kid shows the extra eyes on his face and asks if the leader wants to end up like that too. The man in the sunglasses replies that he absolutely does not thank you very much. Suddenly, a device in the leader's pocket starts beeping, getting his attention. He pulls out the device and sees it's a summons for all members of the group. The MC takes a peek at the leader's device, looking pretty curious about the message on the screen. It's an emergency call for all workers. Apparently, something big has happened in Getchurin City. The MC finds the situation interesting and decides to go check it out, leaving the Black Owl leader completely stunned by his decision. The kid then asks if there's a problem with his decision, as Suzuko floats right behind him with the monster arm in her mouth. The man in glasses denies it immediately, saying that it would actually be an honor to have his company. Fear is a great motivator. With a smile, the MC asks if they can head to the location of the call now. In the city sky, a massive dimensional rift begins to open, catching everyone's eye. Meanwhile, the mayor of Getchurin, a guy named Fujinami Satoru, watches the rift and comments that it's the sign of a dungeon. His assistant immediately asks if they should evacuate the city. Fujinami replies that it's not that serious yet, because unlike other times, the situation is different now. This time, they have quite a gathering of strong players in the city to handle any threat that pops up. The MC arrives on the scene and analyzes the rift, thinking it could be an incomplete dungeon, or maybe even a large-scale one. Suddenly, Suzuko calls for her daddy and points at something. The MC turns to see what she found. The spiritual creature says with a smile that she can smell her family nearby. The MC is completely shocked and wonders what this Suzuko's family business is all about. He asks if she's sure, and Suzuko confirms that it is indeed the smell of her family. With this new info, the MC changes his plans on the spot. He finds it all very interesting and decides he's going to investigate this gathering, and while he's at it, look for Suzuko's so-called family. The Black Owl leader approaches and says the situation is way different from the intel they had. According to their data, that dungeon was supposed to have total annihilation power, but that doesn't seem to be the case. The MC then asks if it's okay for him to be leaking that kind of classified information to him. The leader explains he's sharing it as an apology for his earlier screw-up, thinking the information might be useful. The MC starts having a flashback to his past life, right after the Black Forest appeared. The B-rank dungeon, Wonderland, showed up in another district, and also the B-rank dungeon, Strange Paradise, in Getchurin. The appearance of of these two dungeons at the same time caused a massive incident. But this time, the dungeon isn't even complete. On top of that, the kid wonders how the company knew about the start of the catastrophe. The Black Owl leader compliments him on being well-informed and introduces himself as Akutsu, while the MC thinks that this company is full of mysteries. Akutsu then mentions that there are also workers there that the company invested heavily in, like that super famous red-haired girl. The story explains that her name is Rua, a B-rank, level 5 dragon tamer. She's part of the elite Geno command team. The girl then notices people are staring at her and, being super friendly, she waves with a pleasant smile. Just then, a couple of Black Owl guys comment they invested some serious cash in her, and our MC of course gets a kick out of the whole situation, like he's watching an adventurous stock market. Akutsu recognizes the young woman instantly, identifying her as Rua, the famous black dragon tamer. Now that's a heavy-hitting title, huh? The MC immediately gets that she's a future S-rank worker and the biggest star in the Sakito district. He even wonders if everyone gathered there is at some kind of convention for future celebrities. With a salesman-like grin, Akutsu makes a proposal to our MC, saying that if he wants to invest in someone, he just needs to say the word and he'd be more than welcome in the investors club. The MC replies that he'll think about the offer, but in reality he knows that if it weren't for Suzuko he might have taken it in a heartbeat. Suddenly, the MC feels a hand on his shoulder. He turns around to see who the wise guy is this time. And who shows up but a guy with blonde hair, who walks over and asks if our MC is also a worker in the area. The story explains that this guy is a Nai Gen, a B-rank perceptor and level 7. He starts bragging that his team is full of hotties and asks if the MC wants to come check them out. The MC is completely lost, not understanding a thing about Anai's crazy offer. Akutsu, seeing the scene, asks what Anai is doing and he replies without batting an eye that he's making a business proposal to the kid. Already annoyed with the situation, the MC tells Anai to get his hand off him because nobody needs to deal with lines like that in the middle of a job. The story then introduces the guy, Fallen Emissary, a Nai General. Because of his mysterious ability, he earned that nickname. To make things worse, Anai gets closer and asks if the MC wouldn't like to be stepped on by Rua, saying it would be a huge privilege. Totally fed up, the MC tells Anai to shut up and calls him a freak again. Rua calls Anai captain, and while the blonde guy complains that the MC is an idiot, she says that he's the idiot. Anai then turns to Rua, all irritated, and asks what she meant by that, yelling at her and asking who she thinks he is. The redhead just sighs with a look that says she's already sick and tired of her captain's antics. With a threatening look, Rua warns that if Anai says one more smart thing, she'll mess him up herself. The blonde guy, instead of getting scared, gets all excited by the threat and even asks for more. The MC just confirms his theory, that guy is completely nuts. Rua can't take it anymore and yells at him to shut up, calling him an idiot. The girl apologizes to everyone and says her captain has a few screws loose. Rua then leans down and asks what Anai wanted with that kid, wondering if he was thinking of recruiting the boy for their team. With a serious look, the blonde guy confirms that he was. He says he feels an extraordinary potential coming from that kid, and it's no wonder. The story shows the MC with Suzuko releasing a sinister energy around them. That's exactly the power that the crazy dude Anai managed to sense. Rua of course doesn't really believe it and says her captain has got to be messing with her. Suddenly, a new group approaches and tells the MC to keep his distance from that man. The MC asks why, since he's a company investment. Akutsu tries to explain the situation, but seems a bit awkward about it. Suzuko gets restless out of nowhere and starts calling for her daddy. The MC turns around, surprised by her reaction. With a sinister smile on her face, the spiritual creature announces that she finally found what she was looking for. Uh-oh, this is bad. The MC gets spooked and starts to wonder if Suzuko smelled her family on that freak Anai Gen, but he quickly dismisses the idea. Then, he wonders whose scent she picked up so strongly. Suddenly, the MC remembers seeing the back of a familiar person in the middle of the crowd. And there she is. He spots Hayashi Miki in the middle of a group of people, looking like she's waiting for someone. The MC realizes that Miki is in Getchurin City, and decides he needs to avoid people who know him at all costs. Suzuko gets close to the boy's arm, looking like she's trying to guide him somewhere. And then, a blonde woman with a mysterious smile appears in the crowd as if she's looking for something, or someone. The woman walks through the crowd, surrounded by a really strange energy. The mood just got heavy. Suzuko points directly at the woman and gets her daddy's attention. The MC turns to see what his little monster daughter found. The boy looks in the direction she pointed, but as usual, he can't see anything special there in the middle of that whole crowd. cloud. Suzuko insists, asking if he can't see it. The MC confirms that no, he isn't seeing anything. With her eyes glowing in a sinister way, the blonde woman says to herself that she's finally found the person she was looking for. The MC feels like things are about to get complicated and decides to get out of there. He takes Suzuko's hand and tells her it's time to go. To play it cool, he walks over to Akutsu and asks what kind of dungeon is about to appear in the city. Right on cue, Mayor Fujinami starts an announcement, saying that an incomplete C-Crank dungeon will be appearing soon. He explains that this is a major threat and, to prevent it from evolving into a B-Ranks 1, the city has prepared generous rewards and even a training slot. Akutsu is surprised to hear it's just a C-Crank dungeon. The mayor continues, saying that it's an exploration dungeon and that withdrawal is possible at any time. The MC thinks that a C-Crank exploration dungeon will be a piece of cake for him. Anai observes the crowd and drops a philosophical line, wondering if they'll become true players or if they'll just abandon the city. The mayor ends his speech with a message of encouragement for all the brave workers gathered there. Mayor Fujinami wraps up his speech by asking how the workers will respond to this great threat. Next, a welcome screen pops up, informing everyone that they'd entered the C-Crank dungeon, called the Fairy Tale Kingdom, a cute name for a place that's probably a nightmare. One of the Black Owl guys comments to Akutsu that the place seems a little different than usual, but their leader replies that it's just a C-Crank dungeon after all. Even so, Akutsu tells everyone to stay alert and warns them not to let any suspicious movement go unnoticed. Our MC decides to use his spiritual power to check out the area too, and to him, the place seems pretty safe. But Suzuko is acting really strange. Her reaction indicates that there's danger nearby, and she's been like this ever since they arrived. Trust the monster kid, MC. And as if to prove she was right, a surprise attack is launched towards the group of players. The explosion hits several guys at once. One of them screams in pain, wondering what the heck is happening. Another member of the Black Owls is also caught in the attack, yelling in fear and asking if they're being attacked. Seriously, dude. Akutsu immediately goes into combat mode and activates a magic circle, saying he's going to create a chance for them to counterattack. The mysterious attack continues, and one of the Black Owl guys tries to defend himself with an energy shield, except the attack is way too strong, and the shield shatters on impact like it's made of glass. The man screams in pain as he's hit dead on by the mysterious power. Things just got ugly. On the ground, Akutsu thanks the MC for the help he received, indicating that our boy has already saved his skin. The MC warns everyone to be careful, as normal methods won't work here. He realizes the monster is at least D rank. With a quick slash, the MC charges through the forest and warns that the enemy is coming. The tip of a weapon appears in the darkness, and a voice says it has finally found its prey. A B rank regressed hunter emerges from the shadows, looking like the one responsible for the surprise attack. B ranks? Things just got seriously complicated. The MC is surprised by the enemy's name, thinking that a monster of that caliber could be a gigantic problem. With his eyes glowing creepily, the hunter says that restless prey are his favorite. What a charming fella. The regressed hunter announces that it's hunting time and gets ready to attack with everything he's got. Suddenly, several projectiles fly towards the MC's group, catching everyone completely by surprise. The MC decides he can't depend on Suzuko this time and prepares to handle the threat alone. Protective dad mode activated. But, right on time, Suzuko shows up and asks if she can eat them. The MC realizes she's back to her normal, greedy self and tells her to go for it. The banquet is served. The spiritual creature then starts absorbing all the projectiles coming her way, like they're little pieces of candy. Suzuko seems to be having a blast with the situation, spinning and dodging the attacks with incredible ease. The hunter is left completely clueless about what's happening. A monster kid who eats attacks definitely wasn't in his instruction manual. And to top it off, the projectiles he fired start heading back his way with full force. The classic returned to sender. The hunter gets hit dead on by his own attacks, screaming in pain from the impact. That's what you get for messing with the MC's daughter. A huge explosion goes off in the middle of the enemy group, wiping them all out in one go. The Black Owl guys celebrate and praise the MC, impressed that he managed to reflect the attacks back at the enemy. Little did they know about the hungry little helper he had. But the MC notices something strange in the allied group's reaction. He turns to the Black Owl guys and seems not to quite understand what's going on there. Suzuko appears, devouring the defeated hunter. The MC gives an awkward little smile and decides to just leave it at that. Better not to explain certain dietary habits. Akutsu is completely shocked, admitting they can't even compare to the MC's power. He authorizes him to do whatever he wants with the monster remains, and even wonders if the kid can make monsters disappear too. The leader then asks the MC what they should do now, wondering if they should continue exploring the forest. The MC pauses for a moment to think about what their next step inside this dungeon will be. The boy decides it's too risky to keep exploring. Suzuko's condition is unstable, and he thinks she must have remembered something, since she used her power in a very strange way. The MC then suggests that for now, they should meet up with other teams, believing someone must know the safe route. Akutsu immediately agrees with the decision, saying that since the boss ordered it, they need to take very good care of the kid. He thinks that he needs to use this opportunity to build a good relationship with the MC. Suddenly, Agutsu gets a message from his boss, who tells him to keep a very close eye on the MC. In another scene, the boss asks if the MC is in a complimentary line of work. A beat-up guy replies that it's temporary and that the kid knows his secret. The boss then asks if he should plan to erase the MC. The guy replies that would be a joke, as he wouldn't stand a chance against the kid. The boss realizes the MC knows too much and that there's definitely someone powerful backing the kid. He tells his henchman to find out who it is. With a threatening look, the boss warns that he'd better be careful, because if he's no longer useful, he'll be discarded. Classic villain speech. Meanwhile, in the city, the dungeon rift becomes more active, drawing everyone's attention. The mayor's assistant informs him of the new activity in the rift, saying that at this rate the situation could get worse. Fujinami asks her to calm down and give him a report on the dungeon clearing. The woman reports that, at the moment, 6 teams of 10 people are working on clearing it from the inside. She continues, saying that there have been some fatalities, but no team has been completely wiped out. Out of nowhere, Hayashi Miki comes running and immediately starts yelling for the mayor. Poor Fujinami's jaw just drops when he sees her there. Miki immediately demands that they let her enter the dungeon too. But the mayor tries to be the voice of reason, explaining that she's too valuable a resource and should remain on standby. Then, all suspicious, he asks if there's a special reason she's so eager to get in there. Miki gets all awkward trying to answer. In her head, she's already thinking, a make Leo is probably in there, and things are going to get messy again. So, Miki comes up with a quick plan. She decides to use the story about Luca to soften up the mayor, saying the rift is exactly like the Black Forest and that an intruder might be posing as a player. She continues her speech, explaining that there's a chance the dungeon boss could have a mood swing and that the portal might open earlier than expected. Mayor Fujinami, after all that drama, finally agrees to the idea and says he'll get a team ready for her. Miki is practically jumping for joy at the news and thanks the mayor for the chance to go chase down some trouble. Meanwhile, back inside the dungeon, a really weird energy starts spreading all over the place, setting the stage for more chaos. Anai has his radar mode activated and asks Rua if she's found anything. The redhead is sitting comfortably on Anai's back, while he complains that his spine is about to give out and the other girls just laugh at the situation. Poor guy, he's basically become a player's personal Uber. Rua, losing her patience, gets annoyed and says he was the one who asked for this privileged position, so he should just keep quiet. Anai gets all confused, trying to remember if he was really the one who asked to become a human stool. Rua just ignores the captain and focuses on her detection skill, wondering where her target could possibly be hiding. With that, her ability spreads through the forest like gossip in a small town, searching for any sign of life. Suddenly, her radar pings and finds a group of monsters hiding in the bushes, thinking no one would see them. Without a second thought, Rua launches a powerful area of effect spiritual attack, calling the enemies pests. The monsters are caught completely off guard by the attack and start screaming in pain as they get hit. Next thing you know, a gigantic explosion goes off in the middle of the forest, taking out all the monsters at once. One of the surviving monsters wonders what the heck that attack was, while another can only say he has no clue. They're totally lost and confused. Shortly after, Rua's team approaches and asks if she's okay and if she found anything. The girl replies that she needs a little time to rest, thinking she used too much power all at once. With a slightly sad look, Rua confesses that she just wants to hurry up so she can see her Nissan. The story then shows us a memory of Rua's. A girl with black hair hands her a stuffed bunny, telling her she can keep the gift. With a gentle smile, the black-haired girl says her dad taught her how to make those stuffed bunnies. Then, the scene cuts to Rua's imagination. She wonders how Suzuko Nissan is doing and if maybe she was captured by some bad guy. In her imagination, this guy says he was looking for them and that, since he found them first, they now belong to him. Rua gets ticked off by this thought and doesn't like the idea one bit. She punches the ground with all her might, saying that it makes her so mad. The redhead tells them to wait for her, announces she's at full power, and orders the team to advance without holding back. Anai is actually glad to hear it, but he can't help but wonder who the real leader of this team is anyway. Suddenly, a mysterious figure lands in the middle of the forest, taking up a dust cloud that would make an action movie jealous. The woman's blonde hair flows in the wind, making it clear she came from somewhere far away. The woman lands lands with impressive elegance on the ground as a strange energy completely surrounds her. She says she's back, but the cost to get there was pretty steep. Looks like the ticket wasn't on sale. The woman also complains that her clothes got all messed up after the trip. Priorities, right? She then looks around and sees several bodies on the ground, wondering if her new friends have all been taken out already. With a sinister smile on her face, the blonde woman says that now it's showtime. A creepy energy begins to spread across the area, enveloping all the bodies lying on the ground. Things are about to get ugly. The woman approaches one of the fallen and, very calmly, asks if he hasn't kicked a bucket yet. Using her macabre ability, the blonde raises all the bodies and tells them to get up because they're going to find more friends. Suddenly, the woman spins around, startled, as if she sensed something approaching. She then leaps away and comments on the huge coincidence that just happened. Fate sure loves a good joke. Meanwhile, the MC's group is watching the enemy, and one of the guys comments that they look crazy strong. Just then, 3 mysterious figures appear in front of them, and a voice says it's time to start a fun hunt. One of the enemies reveals himself. He's a sea crank hunter captain who calls the group Little Lambs and asks who's going to be the next one to go. Without wasting a second, the captain charges straight toward the MC's group. He picks one of the guys as his first target, while the poor dude can only scream in fear. With a look that would scare a ghost, the captain prepares to strike with all his might. A huge explosion happens in the forest, and the captain shouts that there are pieces flying everywhere. What a pleasant scene. Wearing a mask that covers his face, the captain asks who his next prey will be, already feeling like he's the king of the world. The MC's companions are completely terrified by the situation and have no idea what to do, but the MC tells himself to calm down, thinking this is nothing compared to Suzuko's intimidating presence. The story shows the MC carrying Suzuko on his back while asking her to wake up already and help with the mess. The hunter captain approaches and asks if they can't wait any longer, telling them they're just a bunch of unlucky folks. The MC's group is totally confused by the attack and wonders what on earth is going on. The captain then reveals his allies, saying that one of them lost its patience and that now they're going to become tonight's dinner. The MC's group finds themselves cornered by a giant creature in several shadows, with everyone shaking in their boots from fear. Akutsu panics and asks the MC what they should do. Our boy replies that the monster doesn't seem very smart and tells them to focus on the hunter. The captain then turns to the creature and gives it the green light, saying it can eat as much as it wants. The buffet is open. With its eyes glowing with hunger, the monster gets ready to attack, receiving the order to advance. The creature charges right at the group, who desperately scatter to try and escape the attack. The MC yells that the creature is going to suck them all in and tells Akutsu to aim right for its mouth. But Akutsu realizes he can't use his spiritual power. Seeing that things just got serious, the boy decides he has no other choice. He's going to have to use his ace in the hole. The MC converts his weapon into a bow and fires an energy arrow, telling the monster to eat this. The attack hits the creature dead on. The force of the explosion creates a massive boom. The MC can barely stay on his feet due to the insane wind pressure. Out of nowhere, a mysterious hand appears and catches the boy before he hits the ground. The blonde woman holds the MC in her arms, greets him, and says they meet again, cynically asking if she interrupted his hunt. The MC is completely lost by the woman's appearance and wonders who the heck she is. The hunter captain gets furious, yells at the woman, and asks how she dares to do that to his little one. Just then, the MC notices that his companions are still in one piece after all that chaos. The hunter calls the woman an intruder and warns her that she's done for, lunging at her with everything he's got. The blonde woman, ignoring the danger, turns to the MC and asks if he wants her to eliminate those unpleasant guys. The woman says that if he gives the order, she will do anything he asks. The MC gets all sweaty and confused, wondering what this woman is talking about and what she means by Grandmaster. He even thinks she might be talking about Suzuko. With a sly grin on his face, the boy realizes he can totally use this to his advantage. If he uses the blonde woman, they can beat the hunters easy peasy. So, the MC asks if she would be so kind as to handle the enemies for him. The woman bows respectfully and replies that it will be her greatest pleasure to help him. She introduces herself as Amdal, a member of the Apparition Association, and says she hopes they get along very well. With a simple snap of her fingers, Amdal begins to use her sinister ability. Her energy spreads across the area, heading straight for the bodies of the allies who had been taken out. Slowly, the bodies begin to rise from the ground, now controlled by Amdal's power. It looks like a scene from a horror movie. One of the guys stands up and pulls a sword that was stuck in his chest out like it was nothing. He introduces himself as Lieutenant Sugai and asks his new friend how they can help. Amdal repeats the word friends with an extremely malicious look. This friendship seems a little toxic. She then asks them to take care of those other guys since it's an order from her friend. The hunter captain gets incredibly irritated and orders his men to fight back against the undead. Amdal's new allies charge quickly toward the hunters, ready for combat. One of the guys lands a powerful blow on the enemy captain, who screams in pain as he's hit square on. Meanwhile, back in Getchuran City, a very strange energy begins to spread through the streets. Mayor Fujinami thinks that with Hayashi Miki also in the dungeon, the situation might improve, but he's not so sure. Suddenly, his assistant runs into the room and announces that there's some very serious news. Fujinami asks why she's so worked up. The woman shows him a tablet and explains that the players who were registered as deceased have just come back to life, all at the same time. The mayor is completely shocked by the news and asks himself what she just said. Back in the dungeon, the guys controlled by Amdal surround the hunter captain, while joyfully shouting that they are all friends now. At that moment, her sinister energy begins to completely envelop the enemy captain's body, who now has nowhere left to run. And, to top it all off, he is also controlled by Amdal's power, starting to repeat in a hollow voice that they are all friends. The blonde woman then turns and, with a straight face, welcomes her new friends who have just arrived. The MC, who is no fool, immediately gets the picture and wonders if those guys are really alive or if they've turned into some kind of high-end zombies. And Amdal confirms that, yes, of course they're alive. After all, they're all friends now, right? That's when it hits the MC. This psycho is way more dangerous than Suzuko herself. Akutsu, not understanding a thing, says to leave everything to the MC, impressed by his supposed ability to manipulate bodies. The MC has a total expression and replies that he isn't doing anything at all. He's getting all the credit, and the poor guy doesn't even know why, until it suddenly dawns on him that Akutsu and the others simply can't see the woman. Amdal approaches with a smile and asks if she can help the Grand Master with anything else. So, the MC gets straight to the point and asks why he's the only one who can see her. The woman replies all cutesy that she didn't do anything, but then she offers, "Would you like everyone to see me? We can turn them all into friends." The MC shuts that down immediately. Just imagine the chaos of this whole crew turning into puppets. He has no clue what she wants. Losing his patience, he asks her point blank what she's really after. Amdal looks at him with that little smirk and replies that she's already gotten exactly what she wanted. With that, the blonde woman slowly approaches and touches the MC's shoulder. And then she whispers in his ear that the grand prize she was after was his friendship. With a smile that could freeze over hell, Amdal says that friendship is the most important thing there is. The MC replies with a glad to hear it, but on the inside, he's already thinking, I'm the psycho's new puppet. I'm gonna need Suzuko to deal with her later. Suddenly, as if she'd been summoned, Suzuko lets out a gigantic yawn. She announces that her tummy is full, and the MC is super relieved, saying, finally, Sleeping Beauty has awoken. Just then, Suzuko turns her head and notices Amdal standing right there. The blonde, being super friendly, waves and greets Suzuko, who, to everyone's surprise, does the same. The MC's jaw drops at her reaction. This was definitely not what he expected. Suzuko then says to her dad, "Daddy, the lady said hi again." He's confused, wondering what she means by again. Could it be that the two of them already knew each other? But Suzuko says no, she doesn't know Amdal. That's when it clicks for the MC. He remembers seeing Amdal in the square earlier. She was the one Suzuko was waving at the whole time. Now it all makes sense. The again was because he finally paid attention to the woman. Akutsu asks what they should do if the plan is to head for the fortress. The MC starts to analyze the situation. Suzuko's condition still isn't 100% stable. His own safety isn't the problem, but rather that of the company guys, who could be wiped out in the blink of an eye. The story explains that according to rumors, there are 4 giant knights guarding the castle. The MC then has a brilliant idea. He decides he's going to use Amdal as a remote control for destruction to clear out the castle. With a smile that says he has it all figured out, he says they'll deal with her later. He turns to the blonde and asks his new friend to take them to the castle. Amdal replies that it would be her greatest pleasure to help. She then announces that everyone will help with the mission, and the group starts following her through the forest, including her pet zombies. With a smile, the MC agrees to the plan and orders the entire team to move out. The story then cuts to a giant castle with crows flying all around it. The group approaches the structure, which seems to be their main objective inside the dungeon. The scene changes to the inside of the castle, showing a luxurious hall with torches lighting up the sinister atmosphere. Inside this hall, you can see several piles of gold coins gleaming everywhere. The coins are scattered everywhere, filling tables and covering the floor. There's just endless gold. The story reveals that the place is actually an underground casino, and several strange creatures are there playing cards. Suddenly, a giant werewolf slams the table with all his might and gets everyone's attention, shouting that there are new faces on the scene. The werewolf is a C+ level, just like the Little Red Riding Hood next to him. He says, all excited, that the suckers they've been waiting for have finally shown up. Little Red Riding Hood, who looks more like a sideshow psychic, uses a crystal ball to spy on the new players who have entered. The ball shows a group of people, and the werewolf calls them sucker number 1, the blonde guy who had already entered the castle. He continues the count. saying that number 2's team was already taken out and number 3 disappeared, probably because of the hunters. The crystal ball then shows another team, and the werewolf comments that now they have 5 new players for the game. The image focuses on the MC, and the werewolf dubs him Sucker Number 4, saying he's the main event of the night. With that, the werewolf proposes a bet to the crowd. He wants to see if the MC can make it all the way to them. With a mischievous grin, he announces that whoever wins the bet gets the entire human team. What a prize, huh? The werewolf gets hyped up and yells that whoever has the most wins gets the MC's brain, telling everyone to place their bets on their favorite suckers. Meanwhile, the MC's group finally starts walking through the inside of the castle. They enter a huge hall and are left speechless by the size of the place. The MC comments that they managed to get in without any trouble, and that now the final destination is that casino. Suddenly, Suzuko calls out to her dad, telling him she's tired and is going to get smaller. The MC is surprised and wonders if she can really take on a small form. That wasn't in the manual. Suzuko confirms that she can, and her spiritual body begins to shrink in front of everyone in a show of lights. After a moment, the transformation ends, and she announces that it's all done, now in a pocket-sized version. The MC asks how she's feeling, and Suzuko replies that she feels really light. At the same time, the other guys in the group start feeling unwell, realizing they can't use their spiritual power. The MC confirms that his power has also weakened, but he seems to be in much better shape than the others. At least there's that. The story explains that a stage effect has been activated. Basically, all unwanted guests receive a hefty power restriction. The MC then turns to Amdal, the only one who seems calm, and asks if she's okay. With a cynical smile, the woman asks what he means by that. The MC realizes right away that she wasn't affected by the restriction, which means she's either a boss monster or something even more powerful. He thinks that her ability to manipulate bodies and that teleportation technique are a huge mystery. Suddenly, Akutsu asks what that noise is that he's hearing. He yells for the group to be careful and desperately points in one direction. A mysterious figure rapidly advances through the hall. The enemy spear drags on the ground, creating sparks everywhere and making a hellish noise. A C+ level centaur knight appears in front of them, shouting that there are intruders on the premises. Akutsu and the rest of the crew are completely terrified. The knight stares them down with a sinister gaze and announces that the time for elimination is about to begin. Without wasting a second, the enemy launches a powerful attack at the group, who scream in terror as they're hit. The MC manages to dodge by a hair's breadth, throwing himself to the ground to avoid the blast. That was a close one. Suzuko asks if they should run, but the MC says it's not time to run for it just yet. Meanwhile, back at the casino, the creatures are watching it all from the best seats in the house. One of them even yells for the knight to finish the MC off already. The monsters laugh and say they want to see everyone swimming in a sea of red. Amdal, as calm as can be, turns to the MC and asks if he has any orders. With a smile, he asks if his new friend can give him a little help. The woman accepts his request with the greatest pleasure, and a sinister purple energy begins to radiate from her. Back in the casino, the werewolf is shocked to see Amdal on the crystal ball's screen. He instantly recognizes her as Her Highness, the monster queen doll, and wonders what the heck she's doing with those suckers. Amdal then gives the order, telling her friends to help in the fight. The guys she controls begin to advance towards the knight, ready for combat. They draw their weapons and start firing at the enemy without mercy. The knight defends against the shots like it's nothing and charges at them. But to his surprise, Amdal steps in front and blocks the attack with the greatest of ease. She even comments mockingly that the knight is pretty tough. The woman says she loves the ones that are hard to take down because it makes the game more fun. The knight is completely surrounded by her energy, looking shocked by Amdal's power level. The knight screams in pain as Amdal's energy squeezes him tightly, as if he were a toy. With a creepy smile on her face, the woman tells him to come here, that they'll be best friends forever. The knight finally recognizes her and asks, desperately, why Her Highness is there. Amdal replies, all mockingly, oops, you found me out of absolutely nowhere. The knight takes off running and screaming like a madman, fleeing from Amdal as if he's seen a ghost. The woman is genuinely surprised by the knight's unexpected reaction. She even wonders aloud if she accidentally broke the poor monster. The MC approaches Amdal with a little smile and thanks her for her help. He says it was very well done, and even pokes fun, asking if the monster wasn't surprised by her overwhelming passion. Back in the casino, the creatures watch everything through the crystal ball, seeing the MC's smiling face and getting more and more irritated. In the casino, the crowd gets ticked off by the knight's escape, calling him useless, incompetent, and all sorts of other names. One of the monsters, losing his patience, slams his fist on the table, wanting to know what the heck is going on. Just then, a huge lion grabs an eagle creature, demanding to know why their boss decided to play nice with the intruders. The werewolf, trying to avoid a fight, tells him to calm down and explains that the bosses are on another another level, especially Doll, who has the peculiar hobby of turning people into dolls, and he thinks that's the only reason she lent a hand. The lion seems convinced, relaxing a bit and agreeing that might be the reason. After all, Doll is as creepy as ever. To change the subject, the werewolf points to the crystal ball and tells everyone to focus on what matters. And in the crystal ball, the image shows the MC and Doll standing right in the middle of the castle hall looking like a couple from a soap opera. With a mischievous little smile, the werewolf comments that it's showtime. They're about to get a front row seat to Her Highness turning the little group into her new toy collection. Meanwhile, our MC is also grinning, but for a totally different reason. He's already calculating that if he can use this woman to his advantage, clearing the dungeon will be a total piece of cake. The MC even starts laughing at his own genius, but out of nowhere, a sinister energy starts swirling around him, completely killing the vibe. Doll, seeing this, gets super excited. She says the Great Master's smile is nostalgic and makes her incredibly happy. With her eyes shining like headlights, she shouts and asks him to show her more of that smile. Looks like this woman is his #1 fan. Her energy just explodes outward, sending the MC's companions flying like bowling pins. The MC is completely clueless about this sudden mood swing. He thinks the woman is acting really weird, even for a dungeon boss. Meanwhile, back at the casino, the monster audience is going wild. They're screaming that it's game over for the MC and telling Doll to just take him out already. The woman starts floating in the air, breaking the laws of physics just to face the MC head-on with a look that could melt steel. The MC gets trapped in her energy, and from the look on his face, you can tell he's not enjoying this energy hostage situation one bit. Little Suzuko, seeing the scene, looks worriedly at her father and calls out to him. Uh-oh, someone's about to get jealous. Doll rushes forward and grabs the MC's face, yelling that he finally remembers. The poor guy is in shock with no idea what she's talking about. With her hands on his face, the woman says, "It's me," and the MC starts breaking out in a cold sweat, completely terrified. With her eyes sparkling, Doll asks if the MC remembers his #1 friend. More than friends, you think? Back at the casino, the monsters watch everything through the crystal ball, their jaws on the floor at the scene. One of the creatures, furious, lunges at the werewolf and calls him a liar. The wolf can only apologize, saying he swore she was going to turn the guy into a plaything, not a love interest. In the middle of the chaos, Little Red Riding Hood tells the crew that the target is disappearing from their sight. The NC's companions see him fading into thin air and wonder what kind of magic this is. Doll gets closer and asks if he's forgotten her. She says it's okay, that she'll make him remember herself. Meanwhile, the MC feels his body turning to smoke and figures she must be using some kind of teleportation skill. But suddenly, little Suzuko gets ticked off and yells for Doll to let go of her dad right now. Nobody messes with her daddy. The little girl even tries to attack but is thrown back by the woman's wave of energy. Doll holds onto the MC, who still manages to scream for Suzuko to get help. The woman just lets out a little laugh and says, now they can continue their chat. And with that, the two disappear in a cloud of energy, and Suzuko realizes her father has been kidnapped. The girl just stands there, completely in shock and not knowing what to do. The poor thing is an orphan again, but just for a few minutes. And to make matters worse, several armored knights start sprouting from the ground in the middle of the hall. It wasn't just a few, it was an entire army of knights that appeared out of nowhere, all ready for a fight. The story explains that these are the Shining Knights, C+ rank. In other words, they're not just some random nobodies. Back at the casino, the werewolf comments that the knights arrived right on time, even if there's one less sucker for them to deal with now. The MC's team starts to panic as they see the enemies charging at them. To top it off, the bodies they were controlling have stopped moving, and of course, the MC is gone. Akutsu, trying to stay calm, tells the group not to panic and to get ready to handle the knights. But then, out of nowhere, a red energy explodes from little Suzuko. One of the guys looks over and already thinks, oh no, what now? A system notification pops up on the screen, stating that an irregularity has been detected in the dungeon and that it is being updated. Little Suzuko begins to transform. She sniffs the air and says in a sinister voice that she can smell her father. With her eyes red and bubbling with rage, the girl screams that she will find her father, no matter what it takes. The Shining Knights all charge towards Suzuko at once. The girl simply slams one of the knights with all her might, screaming that this is disgusting, super disgusting. Akutsu, the guy with the glasses, feels a weird energy in the air. He wonders where it came from and why it feels so familiar. He turns to his fallen comrades on the floor and asks if everyone's okay. Akutsu says that if everything's good, the plan is still on. Back in the casino, the werewolf freaks out when he sees a woman in a sphere of energy. He screams in terror that she's the monster boss, the queen of disintegration. The wolf goes into a full-blown panic, wondering where this woman came from. He thinks it can't be the same creature that had disappeared earlier. Then the MC appears with a little smirk, surrounded by a different different energy. The werewolf finally connects the dots and realizes the MC brought the boss with him. Suddenly, a gigantic explosion of energy sweeps through the hall, sending the knights flying. And in the middle of this whole mess, Amdo simply grabs the MC's hand and starts pulling him along. The MC gets dragged by the crazy woman and asks where they're going. She replies, calm as can be, that she's just gonna help him remember. With a fixed and slightly psychotic stare, Amdal says it's for him to remember his past. What past, lady? The MC is completely lost, wondering what the heck she's talking about. The woman gets really close and tells him to stop playing dumb. She says he showed up with his daughter and that his power surpasses even that of the so-called monster god. Grabbing the MC's face again, Amdol says his smile made her remember everything. She states with 100% certainty that he is Suzuko's father, and that's when it clicks for the MC. Amdol thinks he's the girl's dad. He knows it's all a total lie and starts dreading what'll happen if she finds out the truth. The woman then points to a corner of the hall and asks, all excited, if it doesn't look familiar to him. She's looking straight at a throne, where a doll with a crown is sitting. Amdol explains that was the first friend he created in the past, and to everyone's shock, the woman reveals that it's her real body, her original doll form. With a confident smile, she says he should know the answer, meaning the name of her doll body. The MC starts breaking out in a cold sweat. He thinks there's zero chance he knows the doll's name, but if he stays quiet, he's a goner for sure. Surrounded by several motionless mannequins that make the scene even creepier, Amdol pressures the MC and tells him to spill the name already. With her eyes glowing again, Amdol insists that the MC say her real name. The woman backs up a bit and lets out a, we're best friends, after all. The MC goes into full panic mode. He feels like his life is hanging by a thread and decides the best thing to do is just go with the flow and say whatever pops into his head. With no clue what to say, the MC blurts out the first thing he thinks of. I can't say your name. He keeps repeating to himself that there's no way he could know that doll's name. Amdol gets completely ticked off by his answer. Her energy explodes again as she asks a very threatening, why not? The woman's energy envelops the MC. Amdol charges at him and says he simply doesn't know the name. She asks, getting all dramatic, if his intention is to get rid of her. But the MC cracks a smile, takes her hand, and tells the woman to go ahead. He even says it'll save him the trouble of having to remember his past. The woman is surprised by his boldness and asks what he means by that. But then she changes her mind and fires back with another question, wanting to know how much he remembers about her. The MC, a natural-born actor, pretends to be thinking really hard about her question. He starts stalling, saying she has many children and that he's just one of her creations. Amdol, not very satisfied, asks if that's all. The woman becomes desperate, unable to believe she's been forgotten like that. She keeps wondering how something like this could have happened. Seeing the perfect opening, the MC summons a giant shadow and pins all the blame on the meddling monster god who supposedly messed with his memories, and Amdol falls for it. Hook, line, and sinker. She immediately starts to wonder if the so-called monster god also messed with her memories, and if it's all his fault. The story explains that the MC, being very clever, figured out the woman already had memory problems, so he just used that to his advantage. The MC even gives her a little pat on the head, thinking that deep down, they're both using each other, so she shouldn't be upset with him. The MC tells her not to get discouraged and lies straight to her face, saying he doesn't remember much either and that it's all the monster god's fault. The woman seems to buy the story and starts saying that he was also affected by this forced amnesia, and right in the middle of this little act, an explosion goes off in the hall, interrupting their conversation. It's a pretty big explosion, kicking up a cloud of dust and destroying part of the room. The MC and Amdol turn toward the noise, both having no idea what just happened, and who emerges from the smoke. Little Suzuko in her transformed state yelling that she finally found them. The MC is in shock the jealous daughter has arrived. A system notification appears revealing that this doll person is the boss of the fairy tale kingdom, but her rank is simply unknown. That means trouble, big trouble. With the sinister energy surrounding her, the doll says she'll use any method necessary to make him remember. The MC is shocked to realize he was trying to trick the final boss of this place. The MC gets serious and his extra eyes start to appear. He realizes there's nowhere left to run. The only option is to fight. Another system notification pops up, informing him that the MC Speed Player title has been activated. Time to run, my friend. The MC doesn't waste any time and immediately lunges forward, launching a direct spiritual attack at her. But suddenly, a hand grabs him, stopping the attack. A female voice asks if they can go together. What? The doll appears out of nowhere and grabs the MC, immobilizing him with her energy. This woman really likes physical contact, huh? Little Suzuko, seeing her chance, takes advantage of the distraction and charges forward at full speed, screaming for her father. The girl lands a super powerful blow on the MC, who goes flying from the force of the impact. The doll then asks Suzuko why she stopped her, calling her white and asking if she's forgotten her too. Another one with amnesia in the group. Suzuko yells that it's a lie and shows a little doll, saying that the real white is right there with her. With a little smirk, the doll says the girl only recognizes her true body and calls her a mischievous child. The woman then puts on a silver mask, getting ready to fight for real, and invites Suzuko to play. The MC instantly realizes that the woman used the mask to boost her power. Meanwhile, Suzuko just holds the doll and calls out for her dad. Then it finally dawns on the MC. They got into the castle so easily because Suzuko was simply coming home. Turns out the little one is one of the 3 bosses of this place. And to top it off, the little girl even says that she brought a bunch of her daddy's friends along with her. That's when the MC looks back and realizes the friends are actually the bodies he was controlling. Out of nowhere, the MC's companions come running in a total panic, yelling his name and asking if he's okay. The doll watches the scene with that little smirk of someone who's up to no good, and her mask glows with a very sinister energy. She gets ready to attack, just itching to put her blades to work. And with that, the doll lunges forward in a super fast spinning attack. The MC defends himself with his sword, already wondering what the heck he's gonna do now that things have gotten really serious. With his extra eyes activated, our boy gets ready to return the woman's attack with interest. Their blades clash with an absurd amount of force, and the pressure from the impact is so intense you can feel it from a mile away. In the middle of the scrap, doll still has time for some gossip and asks if he's remembered anything yet, telling the MC to just spit it out. But out of nowhere, Suzuko jumps into the fight and lands a massive punch on doll, catching even the MC by surprise. The girl then realizes her target is gone and wonders if doll just vanished into thin air. But not a chance. The woman is still there, right behind her and next to the MC. Man, she's faster than my internet connection dropping. So, the MC tells doll to give up, warning her she doesn't stand a chance against them together. The woman replies that she doesn't want to be away from him, so his other friends will just have to fend for themselves. Her energy spreads out and starts to envelop the bodies Suzuko brought, and the MC is left wondering what she means by other friends. Suddenly, one of the controlled bodies starts screaming in pain, and the MC can't figure out what's happening to the poor guy. The guy's hand starts to transform in a freaky way, changing its shape because of doll's energy. Just then, several clones of doll begin to appear in the hall, all with the same look and the same sinister energy. Akutsu freaks out at the scene, unable to believe everyone is turning into her. The MC finally realizes that the woman is turning others into copies of herself, and he thinks that ability is just bonkers. Without wasting a second, one of doll's clones charges straight for the group. The clone lets out a little laugh and tells them to keep the fun going, lunging at the MC. Little Suzuko gets hit hard and cries out in pain. While the brawl is going wild in the castle hall, the sky outside starts to look all weird, and a system notification warns of an irregularity in the dungeon. Outside, Miki notices that more and more rifts are appearing, and comments that the situation is getting really ugly. She turns to her group and warns them they need to hurry up and clear the dungeon before the whole thing blows sky high. The girl comments that it looks like the dungeon's emergence is speeding up, and that's definitely a huge problem. Elsewhere, an energy rift opens up in the middle of a forest, tearing the sky like it's paper. Over in the city of Getshuren, 2 guys see another rift opening, and one of them realizes there's something very strange about it. Suddenly, 2 people fall out of the rift, looking like they're already goners. Right after a double-barreled weapon starts to emerge from the energy portal. Talk about suspense, huh? A guy in a hat and mask appears from the rift, saying he's found some new prey. The masked man continues, commenting that he's a favorite among the kids. 2 guys on the street panic when they see the mysterious figure and start screaming that it's a monster. The masked man then announces that it's now hunting time as people run for their lives. Chaos breaks out in the city with attacks and explosions everywhere. The story then jumps back 1 hour in time. Over at the casino in the fairy tale kingdom, the werewolf is demanding to know if they found the so-called Queen of Disintegration yet. Out of the blue, the casino door explodes, making a huge bang and scaring all the customers. One of the monsters gets ticked off and asks who the heck they are, reminding them that this is a casino, a respectable establishment. Rua walks in with a smile on her face, waving and wishing everyone a good evening. She asks if there are any other job holders around and concludes that they were the first to arrive. The redhead thinks about that brat and wonders where on earth he's gotten to. The werewolf gets annoyed by the woman's audacity, calling her an arrogant human and asking how she dares to invade a monster's abode. The redhead just lets out a little laugh and repeats the wolf's words, wondering if she's really just a mere human. She stares down a shadowy creature and says she's going to show the beast just how incredible a human can be. The show's about to start. Without wasting any time, the girl charges forward with her sword in hand, ready to go all out. She unleashes a powerful spinning attack, hitting several monsters at once. The redhead continues her assault, launching a devastating energy slash toward the enemies. The strike just grazes the werewolf and tears up the casino floor just to show off her power level. The wolf is sweating bullets and terrified. He definitely wasn't expecting that kind of power display. The werewolf changes his tune instantly, bowing and apologizing, calling the woman a VIP. The girl doesn't seem the least bit impressed by his change of heart. She sits down and throws her feet up on one of the casino tables, like she owns the place. She explains that she came to clear the dungeon with her companions, but now she's thinking of quitting. The redhead then points at something and asks, with genuine curiosity, what that is. The wolf explains that it's an entertainment device used for them to keep an eye on the humans inside the dungeon, basically a monster version of Big Brother. Her companion is shocked by what he sees in the sphere, and the girl looks pretty surprised too. The redhead is startled by the image that appears on the device. The gossip must be juicy. She then asks if the wolf can find someone for her, an arrogant purple-haired brat, around 16 or 17 years old. The wolf, all nervous, assures her he can. The wolf tells Little Red Riding Hood to go do her job, and the redhead wonders if the little girl will actually obey. Meanwhile, the redhead's companion is gently petting Little Red's head, and the little girl asks him to stop being so familiar. Suddenly, the crystal ball begins to glow brightly, showing a new image. The guy immediately recognizes the person the redhead is looking for, saying it's the same kid he tried to recruit for his team. The redhead and her group look at the crystal ball, which now shows the MC's face with a huge grin plastered on it. The werewolf comments that, by a huge coincidence, they were also looking for this same guy. The redhead gets fired up and unleashes her energy, demanding to know where the boy is so she can invite him to her team. But before the wolf could answer, a very loud noise echoes through the casino, catching everyone by surprise. Outside, a sinister, dark energy begins to surround the entire castle. The girl immediately recognizes that spiritual power, thinking it feels the same as when she entered the dungeon with him. The redhead's companion asks where she's going, since she seems very determined to do something. The girl replies that she needs to confirm something and runs off, saying she'll be right back. Without wasting a moment, the redhead runs at top speed across the castle rooftops. She concentrates a dark energy in her hand, preparing to use the Shadow Dragon ability. A dark energy completely envelops her and she screams to be possessed by the ability, transforming in the process. Suddenly, a gigantic explosion hits the castle right where the MC was. Our boy is thrown back by the impact of the explosion, screaming in pain from the force of the attack. The MC tries to escape from several shadow creatures that appear out of nowhere. The situation, which was already bad, just got worse. He looks back and realizes that more and more of them are appearing and coming after him. The creatures call the MC friend and invite him to come closer, all with these really weird smiles on their faces. Creepy. The MC feels completely overwhelmed and realizes his spiritual corruption is acting up again. Little Suzuko appears and goes after Doll's clones, screaming for her daddy. A system notification pops up on the screen, informing him that the synchronization will now select a random skill. It's the Wheel of Fortune, or Misfortune. The chosen skill is Eye of Truth, with a duration of 20 minutes. With that, the MC's eyes glow intensely, looking like he's got high beams on. With his eyes shining, our boy braces for a lightning-fast and merciless attack. One of Doll's clones calls him friend and says she'll help him, all while trying to strike him. What kind of help is that? The MC defends himself and thinks that, even though it's a clone's attack, he can see through every single move. The boy dodges one of the attacks with incredible ease, moving with surgical precision. He focuses and thinks that now every attack and every movement is crystal clear. Several of Doll's clones charge the MC all at once. The battle is about to get even more intense. The MC defends himself from the multiple attacks of the clones. A new system notification appears. The skill is now Phantom Transformation, also with a 20-minute duration. The boy realizes that when he defeats a clone, it just reverts to its original controlled body form, which really complicates things. With his new ability, the MC decides he's going to finish off all the clones once and for all. Playtime's over. Doll and her clones sense the MC's spiritual energy, and she wonders if all that power belongs to Suzuka. The woman is surprised and questions if the boy can use other people's powers. She's totally impressed with the MC's ability and praises him, saying it's amazing and worthy of a friend of hers. This woman is seriously obsessed, for real. Doll's clones launch several energy beams toward the MC, filling the hall with a deadly light show. Our boy plans to dodge all the beams and counterattack with everything he's got. Now things are about to get wild. With the situation getting tense, he concentrates all his energy into his hand, getting ready to show off a technique no one saw coming. Then, the MC activates the conversion to bow form skill, and with an enviable elegance, transforms his own energy into a lethal weapon. Meanwhile, Doll's clones, who never miss a chance for some good gossip, gossip, start laughing at his agility, thinking his little show is for them. But the MC isn't messing around and fires an extremely powerful energy arrow from his new bow. The attack is so fast you can barely see it. The arrow, as if it has a life of its own, turns into a massive energy tornado, heading straight for the audience of clones. The explosion that follows is just massive, swallowing everything around in a blinding light. I think someone went a little overboard with the power. As the dust settles, the MC gets ready to continue the fight, now fully equipped in his new archer form. Style is everything, right? But in the middle of the chaos, little Suzuko gets hit by one of the clones and lets out a cry of pain, which makes the MC decide on the spot that he's going to hunt down the doll's main body. And that's when he notices something totally unexpected in the middle of the battle, making his eyes go wide. You know how it is. There's always a plot twist. Out of nowhere, the original doll appears in front of him and, bold as ever, asks, "Where do you think you're going, handsome?" Catching our MC completely off guard. Our MC realizes his power isn't even scratching her and his weapon is on cooldown. With no way out, he decides to play his trump card and sync up again. And like a power-up delivery service, a new system notification pops up. The skill is now Devour Monster, with a 20-minute duration and a 30% chance to copy the target's abilities. Basically, Pac-Man with benefits. The notification also states that the synchronization rate is 90%, but his spiritual corruption has already hit level 30. This high corruption rate starts causing some seriously weird side effects, making the MC's eyes glow intensely and his face transform completely. A super sinister energy surrounds the MC and he takes on a new, much more intimidating form. The doll, who thought she was calling the shots, is completely floored by his new look and gets ready to defend herself from whatever's coming next. Another little system window pops up on the screen, informing him that he's acquired the spiritual silk thread ability with a 20-minute duration. And the deals don't stop there, because he also got spiritual leap, which lasts for the same 20 minutes of glory. Using his new sinister form, the MC charges forward with everything he's got and manages to grab the doll's wrist with absurd strength. The woman is completely stunned, caught by surprise by his speed. Looks like the tables have turned, haven't they? At that exact moment, the ever-helpful system announces that the spiritual silk thread ability has been activated. The MC then uses all his power to immobilize the doll, who starts screaming in desperation because of that dark energy. He doesn't waste any time and starts letting her have it with his sword, and man, things got real ugly for her. Suddenly, the MC has a kind of trippy vision and manages to see something that clearly wasn't there before. The story explains that he's finally found the doll's main body. Now he knows exactly where an attack will really hurt. Without a second thought, the system activates the spiritual leap ability so he can rush after his real target. As soon as he activates the skill, the clone he was attacking disappears in a puff of smoke, totally ninja style. In the blink of an eye, the MC appears right behind the real doll, who's left wondering if he just stole her ability. She is completely dumbfounded by the speed of the MC's surprise attack. Now that he's found the right target, the MC doesn't hold back and unleashes a series of blows on the woman that makes the whole screen shake. The attack is so violent it causes a massive impact, kicking up dust all over the scene. Through the smoke, we can see the doll's silhouette, and she clearly took a serious hit. When the dust finally settles, we see that the doll was hit dead on and the damage was huge. With the force of the impact, the poor thing is thrown right into a wall and lets out a cry of pain. The MC, of course, seizes the opportunity and finishes the combo with another powerful strike, just to make sure the fight is over. With the doll on the ground and totally wrecked, the MC approaches and calls her by name with a terrifying calm. While pinning her to the ground, he asks, with dripping irony, if she would be so kind as to let him go. Even though she's completely defeated, the woman starts laughing at the whole situation, proving she's got a screw loose. The MC has no idea what's so funny and realizes his ability's timer is almost up. That's when the doll grabs his sword and says, "Gotcha." Out of nowhere, little Suzuko appears in her monster form, only now she's surrounded by several bizarre-looking creatures. The creatures charge at the MC, while the little girl lets out a laugh that would scare anyone. The MC is in total shock at the scene, and to make matters worse, his spiritual corruption starts acting up again. An insane amount of dark energy just explodes on the spot, wrapping everyone up in the mess. The impact of the attack is so strong that the screen goes completely white for a second. After the explosion, the MC reverts to his normal form and quickly moves through the destroyed hall. He runs to Suzuko and asks if she's okay, and the little girl, as casual as can be, calls him daddy. The little one replies that yes, everything's great, but now she's hungry enough to eat a horse. From a distance, a young man observes the scene and recognizes the MC but wonders who the little girl with him is. He then sees Suzuko's image in an orb and recognizes recognizes her as the Queen of Disintegration, a B-level dungeon boss. A wolf woman next to him is shocked and asks if the MC also charmed the queen. The poor guy didn't even know the girl was a boss monster. The observer thinks to himself that he'd already sensed the MC's potential when they first met, admitting the guy really is incredible. Suddenly, something else in the observation sphere catches his attention because the trouble never ends. He sees a red-haired girl with her back turned and recognizes her as Rua, but wonders what that sinister energy surrounding her is. This redhead is standing in the middle of the rubble with a completely different appearance, and the guy wonders if she can even be considered human anymore. Little Suzuko finds the red-haired girl familiar and, out of curiosity, asks if her father knows her. From Suzuko's reaction, the MC starts to wonder if the redhead has some connection to her, but says he doesn't know anything as his head starts to hurt again. The MC is startled by the redhead's presence and realizes she's looking directly at him with a not-so-friendly gaze. The red-haired girl gets visibly annoyed and asks if he said "daddy," shouting that he has got to be kidding her. She screams at the MC, asking what the heck he did, while someone in the background wonders why their big sister looks like that. The doll, who is still down on the floor, gets the redhead's attention, treating her like an old friend. The redhead, who is apparently named White, tells the doll to stay out of it. The doll mockingly asks what she's going to do with the MC, since he defeated her too. The doll replies that it doesn't matter one bit because, in the end, the MC belongs to her. The woman launches an energy attack toward the MC, and White even tries to stop it but can't get there in time. White gets ticked off and yells at the doll, calling her an idiot for attacking without thinking. A gigantic energy explosion goes off, swallowing up everyone who was nearby. In the midst of the chaos, the system activates synchronization, displaying the Eye of Truth and Devour monster abilities on the screen. Right after, a new notification just confirms the obvious. The Devour monster ability is already active. Thanks system, the MC realizes the situation is only getting worse and yells to Suzuko that it's time to get the heck out of there. But the little girl, in her monstrous form, isn't having any of it and screams that daddy is hers, jumping into the fight too. The MC still tries to reason with them, saying they don't need to fight over this, but it's like talking to a brick wall. The guy who was watching from afar goes into a total panic, screaming that those three crazies are going to destroy the entire dungeon. A massive dark energy covers the castle, and a big Eric message appears on the observation screen. The system then confirms what everyone already knew. A critical error has occurred in the dungeon. Soon after, a new alert appears, announcing the arrival of the Fairy Tale Kingdom. Whatever that is, it doesn't sound good. A final explosion, bigger than all the others, takes over everything, covering the entire city with its energy. The story explains that we're now in the city of Getchuran, 1 hour after the arrival of this so-called Fairy Tale Kingdom. Somewhere in the middle of the destruction, the MC wakes up and concludes that this advent happened after all that chaos. He realizes that, miraculously, he's alive, and his first concern is for Suzuko, wondering if she's okay. A system window shows his new job, Dread Guardian, and Suzuko's status? She's now an A-level boss, but she's in a comatose state. Another notification shows his current condition, rank 7 player, spiritual corruption at level 30, and synchronization on cooldown. Basically, he's in a bad spot. The MC gets ticked off, thinking that this is all the lame info the system is going to give him after that whole ordeal. Several system messages start popping up all around him, making him even more confused. A limited time event is announced, the Getchuran City Blood Hunt. Looks like the peace isn't going to last long. The MC reads the rules. It's an event for players to defeat monsters with a real-time ranking. The grand winner takes home an S-level item. And there's more. An extra piece of info says that defeating a unique monster guarantees a secret item. Now that's some good incentive. The system then presents one of these unique monsters, a shadowy figure of the Calamity class with the codename Shadow of Apprehension. The MC recognizes the silhouette instantly and gets mad because he already knows exactly who the creature is. Next, the system presents another unique monster. It's the doll, also classified with a Calamity class danger level. And to the surprise of absolutely no one, the Queen of Disintegration, ATX Suzuko herself, is also one of the event's targets. The MC gets furious when he realizes Suzuko has become a target again, remembering the situation is identical to the one in the Black Forest. He starts to wonder if there isn't some entity, like a sadistic game master, behind all of this, targeting her on purpose. Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps grabs his attention. The clanking of approaching armor echoes down the empty street. Several knights in imposing armor appear out of nowhere, completely surrounding the area. It seems the problems never stop. Seeing that he's surrounded, the MC decides he needs to get Suzuko out of there as fast as possible before things get ugly. One of the knights, a real eager one, charges at him without a second thought, trying to land a blow with his sword. The MC defends against the attack using his own blade, and the battle starts to get intense in the middle of the destroyed street. All that clanking armor is already getting on the MC's nerves, and he screams for for everyone to just get lost. Using his spiritual power, he creates a force field that not only blocks but also repels the knight's attack. The wave of energy sends the soldiers flying, creating a precious bit of space for him to move and plan his escape. The MC is completely shocked by his own feat, and, for a change, that spiritual corruption decided to show up again. At that moment, he feels his spiritual power getting out of control and starts to wonder, did I overdo it a little, you think? The answer comes in the form of a terrible headache that hits him full force. He screams in pain, feeling like his skull is about to split in two. To complete the disaster combo, the system warns him that his spiritual corruption has risen to level 31 and that the cursed flower has now merged with the monsters. The MC gets furious with the situation, mentally cursing this persistent enemy that won't leave him alone no matter what. He materializes his bow once again, getting ready to send everyone packing. With his bow in hand and a look of pure rage on his face, the MC prepares to end this party for good. Meanwhile, the knights, who apparently have a death wish, keep charging at him. So, two knights rush the MC at the same time, trying to nail him with a coordinated attack they must have practiced during recess. But their brilliant tactic doesn't quite work out, and one of the soldiers ends up getting the short end of the stick, used as a human shield by his buddy. The MC, who's no fool, seizes the opportunity and lunges at one of the knights, landing a clean hit with his sword. The attack connects perfectly, hitting the soldier square on, who didn't even have time to think, oh, shoot. After dispatching the first opponent, the MC backs away from the others and realizes he got a little scratch in a scuffle too. He thinks to himself that, despite the close call, his reflexes are still sharp. Such a humble guy. Now, the MC decides the priority is to stop the red stuff leaking from his hand. Using his energy, he manages to heal himself up real quick and is even relieved with the result. At least one thing's going right. But the peace doesn't last long because he realizes another battalion of knights just popped up out of nowhere to join the party. Suddenly, several energy beams are shot down from the sky, raining directly down on the soldiers. The MC looks at his sword and notices it's emitting a different, and what do you know, much more powerful energy. With that, he focuses and channels all that power into his blade, gearing up for what promises to be a devastating attack. The energy just explodes around him, shattering the ground and creating a crater from the impact. Pretty stylish, I'd say. The MC is surprised by the sheer amount of power he managed to unleash all at once. The attack hits the knights head-on, causing a massive explosion and kicking up dust everywhere. In the middle of the crater, the MC breathes a sigh of relief and remarks that it was a close one, but thank goodness he has his spiritual barrier to protect himself. He gets up and looks around, wondering where the heck that powerful attack came from, since it wasn't his. All of a sudden, he realizes he's surrounded by several shadowy figures, all watching him from the rooftops. The system, ever so helpful, identifies the new enemies. They are the C+ Lightning Knights. One of the knights raises his hand to the sky, starting to gather an absurd amount of energy. Here comes the big one. He concentrates all that power into his fist, preparing for an attack that looks like it could end the world. The energy transforms into multiple blades of light that are fired right at our MC. The attack hits the ground with surreal force, carving a new crater on the spot. The MC braces himself to defend against the next wave of attacks, because the situation is getting pretty hairy. Next, a huge burst of energy goes off, showing that these knights' power is no joke. One of the soldiers charges forward at an insane speed, riding a horse made of pure energy, heading straight for the MC. Multiple energy blasts are fired from all sides, cornering the MC. He dodges the attacks as best he can. He manages to defend against several blows at the same time, but one of the attacks ends up landing a direct hit, and the MC cries out in pain from the impact of the explosion. He's thrown back by the force of the blow, landing amidst the smoke and debris. Down on the ground and all beaten up, the MC thinks he can't leave without Suzuko, but the spiritual corruption is still having a field day with his body. He also finds it super weird that the system isn't giving him any useful info. His rank went up, but all he got was a very mysterious summoning skill. Suddenly, he notices something and freezes for a second, right in the middle of the energy crossfire. One of the knights takes advantage of the distraction and charges full speed, but the MC manages to block the attack at the last second. Reflexes on point. We get a close-up of the knight's helmet as he prepares to strike with full force, showing no mercy. A powerful energy blast is fired, once again showcasing the incredible power of these guys. The MC is now on the ground, surrounded by blades of energy. The situation, my friends, is not looking good for him. He's surprised and asks himself, wait, these guys know how to fight up close too? One of the knights charges with his sword, ready to deliver the final blow and end the fight. The MC is thrown backward by the impact of the energy blade. The energy blade gets stuck in the MC's arm. He quickly thinks that he needs to get rid of that thing before it blows up and takes him with it as a bonus prize, but for a moment, he wonders what the best move would be in this desperate situation. The system, trying to help, announces that the crisis condition has been activated and his spiritual corruption has reached level 33. The MC looks at his hand and notices it's turning dark, wondering if it's because of the corrupted power or if the system is just completely bugged out. He notes that the spiritual corruption has never lasted this long while the knights continue their relentless advance. He starts to theorize that the corruption is affecting the system itself and decides that since he's in this deep, he might as well go all in and use this power. One of the knights lunges at him once more. After dodging the attack, the MC counters with everything he's got and yells for him to eat this. Using the very energy from the blade that was stuck in him, he lands a blow on the knight. The attack causes a massive explosion, sending the knight flying and kicking up a cloud of dust. Now the MC decides to use his corrupted power for real. His hand glows with a dark and pretty terrifying energy. He delivers a strike straight to the chest of one of the knights. The attack is simply devastating, enveloping both the MC and the knight in a seriously scary aura of dark power. The MC's hand glows intensely with dark energy. He then realizes that the spiritual corruption he absorbed from the other monsters is directly affecting the knights. The MC wonders what's going to happen now that he's decided to unleash this forbidden power. The knight who was hit by the dark power starts to contort, literally being corroded by the energy. The poor guy's armor starts to crack and get consumed by the corruption. The knight slams onto the ground, and his armor shatters into countless pieces. The dark energy explodes and completely obliterates the soldier, not leaving even a screw behind to tell the tale. He was done for. The MC observes the result of his attack, with the scene turning all red to show the impact of the destruction. The MC gets ready to give the rest of the knights the same VIP treatment. Suddenly, a system window pops up, informing him that he leveled up from level 7 to level 8. The MC looks at his hand and understands that this high-density spiritual corruption can defeat monsters with absurd ease. With that in mind, he turns and looks at his next targets, already planning his next move. With a dark aura surrounding him, he challenges the monsters, saying they're facing a human, so they have nothing to be afraid of. Seeing that the knights are a little scared to advance, the MC says, "Oh, if you won't come to me, then I'll bring the fight to you," and he charges with everything he's got, without a second thought. The MC rushes forward with his sword in hand, preparing for a swift and fatal strike. And the battle resumes with even more intensity, with the MC taking on several knights at once. One of the soldiers, braver than the rest, manages to block the MC's attack, and the clash of their swords creates sparks. The MC tries to use his dark energy to corrupt the enemy, but something totally unexpected happens. A system error window just pops up in the middle of the screen, catching everyone by surprise. The dungeon's IT guy needs to be fired. Then, the totally bugged out system shows a new skill option, Ally Summon. The MC notices the bizarre error in the system and wonders what's going on as he fends off another attack. He decides he's going to test out this new skill right then and there, and yells to activate the summon. The activation screen appears in mid-air, confirming the skill was used successfully. At least there's that. Out of nowhere, a wolfman appears and immediately starts yelling at the MC, accusing him of seducing the queen, making her fight the doll, and ruining his bet. What? However, the werewolf thanks the MC for speeding up the dungeon's advent, which apparently freed him from some kind of restriction, and as a thank you, he says he'll do him the favor of separating his head from the rest of his body. The wolfman lets out a war cry and unleashes an insane amount of energy, getting ready to attack with full force. Just then, a summoning portal opens up on the ground. The system informs him that the number of summons is 2, as the MC places his hand over the portal, ready for the magic to happen. Using his new buggy skill, the MC begins to summon his allies to lend a hand in the battle. The summon is a success, and the number of available allies increases to 3. The system, helpful as always, confirms the new count. The MC holds the 3 spheres of energy and declares the summon a success. Already gearing up for the next step, a new system error window pops up asking for confirmation. The MC finds that really strange, but decides to hit the button anyway. As soon as he confirms, the 3 energy spheres begin to fuse together rapidly, while the system screams "Ert, Ert" non-stop in the background. The MC is shocked to see his summons merging and wonders what kind of bizarre creature is going to come out of this. Suddenly, a gigantic shadowy creature emerges from the fusion of the spheres. The werewolf and his armored crew are just standing there with their jaws on the floor, wondering what kind of new Pokemon just showed up in front of them. Annoyed by the collective paralysis, the wolf boss bellows at his crew to wake up and stop stop posing like statues. But it's no use, right? The knights were stuck on the fear-induced loading screen and couldn't move an inch. The big wolf gets ticked off at his warriors for shaking in their boots, yelling that they chickened out against a single human and still call themselves knights. Meanwhile, the newly summoned creature didn't waste time on small talk and immediately started dishing out beatdowns on the knights, getting the party started. The werewolf just can't process the scene. His own system crashed watching his soldiers turn into punching bags. Just then, the camera zooms in on the new Fusion Knight's armor, which, let's be real, looks like it's a much higher tier than the other guy's tin cans. The ticked-off creature whips out a sword made of pure energy, already gearing up for another hit that's definitely gonna hurt. The creature then lets out a respectable roar, and the system announces that it's a B+ Fusion Knight. And without waiting for an invitation, the knight unleashes that classic area of effect attack, sending everyone nearby flying all at once. The Wolfman thinks to himself that he's never seen a knight of this caliber and wonders what kind of cheat code the MC used to summon something so broken. And while the fight is popping off, a shower of XPUP notifications starts lighting up the MC's screen. The story explains that this summoning skill allows the MC to use his spiritual power to basically force monsters into becoming his minions. And the cherry on top is that he can even do a Dragon Ball style fusion with the monsters, creating an even more badass creature. The MC looks at the enemies up top and thinks to himself that this ability is just way too sinister. He even thinks the power suits his current corrupted look and says that he's finally found the puppet master. Seeing all that, the Wolfman is in total shock, seriously doubting if that little dude is even human. The story then tells us that at that exact moment, players everywhere were receiving a pretty important notice. The scene cuts to a player just chilling, sitting on top of a giant creature checking his system panel. Elsewhere in the city, a group of people gathers to try and figure out what the heck is going on. Then, the system notification pops up for everyone, with a simple little invitation. Hey, want to join the Blood Hunt event? One of the players who doesn't mess around immediately smashes the yes button without even blinking. Another player also confirms she's in, already stretching for whatever comes next. Meanwhile, the city of Getshuran is engulfed in a sinister energy, and a ton of monsters start sprouting from the ground. A player gets ready to jump into the middle of the fray, getting wrapped in a powerful, lightning-filled aura. A friendly little welcome message appears on the screen, announcing that the blood hunt has officially begun. With that, a whole crowd of players gathers in the city center, all set to face the dangers of this new event. The system then makes the official announcement. The magnificent monster hunting festival has started for real. The city turns into a chaotic battlefield with monsters and players clashing all over the place. To prove the point, a gigantic explosion goes off in the middle of the street, showing that the hunt is already in full swing. In the middle of all this chaos, one player stands out. His name is Mike, an A-rank player at level 10. He looks at the MC and sends a clear message. You might look tough, but the #1 spot is already taken. Right as there's a monster is about defeated monster, looking all smug, and tells the competition to get out of his way if they don't want to get taken out. The other players start to panic when they recognize the guy. They begin to complain, wondering what Mike is doing there and already guessing they won't be able to farm anything with him around. Suddenly, Mike notices some movement and looks to the side, seeing a new wave of enemies heading their way. It's a squad of gunslinger-style monsters with crow masks charging full speed through the ruined streets. One of these shadowy gunslingers points his revolver and fires an energy bullet straight at the players. The shot explodes with insane force upon hitting the ground, showing that the firepower of these new enemies is no joke. However, a figure made of pure light appears out of nowhere, floating in the air and pausing the battle for a second. Mike looks at this grand entrance with a look of contempt and immediately complains, saying this person is going to be a real pain in the neck. And what do you know, a new competitor enters the ring, Mika Pes, an A+ level holy emissary. She strolls right up and tells Mike he can forget about that #1 spot. The big guy gets ticked off by the girl's nerve and turns to face her, looking pissed. The two high-level players have a stare down in the middle of the street. Out of absolutely nowhere, a giant insect-like monster pops up behind Mika, calls her an annoying creature and tells her to get lost. The beast doesn't waste any time and attacks the girl with a flurry of blows, not even giving her a chance to breathe. Mike just watches the scene unfold and even lets out a compliment, admitting the girl isn't as weak as he thought. Despite the cheap shot, Mika stands her ground, holding her staff and protected by an energy barrier. High above, another player appears, floating inside a sphere of energy, looking super happy and saying he just leveled up. The newcomer introduces himself as Iria, an S-level master of genius and rank 15. He says he's still not used to his new strength and, with all the humility in the world, invites everyone to compete. While all of this drama is going down below, the MC is just watching the show from a front row seat on top of a building, surrounded by his power aura. Asura. The MC then decides to taunt the Wolfman and his goons, asking if they've already chickened out just by looking at him. The big wolf doesn't appreciate the taunt and lunges at the MC with everything he's got, shattering the ground with the force of his impact. The creature screams that without Suzuko around, the MC is nothing, and that there's no reason to be afraid of him. Famous last words. With that sinister smile and revealing his multiple eyes, the MC challenges the monster to try his luck and come at him, if he has the guts. The Wolfman doesn't think twice and lets out a roar right in the MC's face, ready to turn him to dust. But the MC hits back just as hard, with a series of swift attacks that land square on the big wolf. The MC then uses his energy to create a kind of impact barrier, which sends the monster flying with incredible force. The werewolf is actually surprised to see that the attack didn't even tickle him, and he starts mocking, saying that in the end, the MC is just a weak little human. The MC, super chill, even offers a compliment, commenting that the monster's defense is quite impressive. Suddenly, the big wolf looks at his own hand and notices a weird energy surrounding him. He gets mad and asks what the heck the MC did. The MC calmly explains that it's spiritual corruption. He mentions that this ability already drove some of the wolf's knights completely insane, and now he's curious to see how many minutes the big boss will last. With a slight smirk, the MC points out that the corruption is already creeping up to the monster's face. The Wolfman starts screaming in pain as several bizarre eyes sprout on his face. Completely broken, the big wolf falls to his knees and begs the MC to stop, admitting he was wrong and asking for forgiveness for everything. The MC, with all the irony in the world, comments that in the end, it wasn't even that hard to solve the situation. He then figures out that the system wants Suzuko and the werewolf's crew eliminated, and that's why it's pitting all the other players against them. Getting closer to the monster, the MC warns him that the system is coming to wipe him off the map for good. The MC then makes a proposal. If the big wolf doesn't want to get erased, they're going to have to create some new rules for this game. While this business meeting is happening, the battle between the players and the masked gunslingers continues to rage on down below. The hat-wearing monsters are confused, wondering why on earth there are knights fighting alongside a human in the middle of the brawl. The MC then gives the first order to his new subordinates: attack the gunslingers. He warns them that the first rule is simple: anyone who disobeys will be eliminated. With a plan already in mind, the MC says they're going to finish off these disobedient guys and conquer an area just for themselves. And it looks like the plan is already working, because a rank-up window appears on the screen. The Wolfman is now the picture of loyalty, saying he'll do whatever his master commands. The MC then decides to leave the cleanup duty to the knight. The MC reveals his next step: they're going to look for Suzuko. He then hands a crystal sphere to a little girl, telling her she can use it to track Suzuko. The system immediately identifies the sphere as a rare item, meaning it's some pretty powerful stuff. And just to keep the streak going, another rank of notification pops up showing the MC's progress. Holding the item, the MC thinks that the system is still all buggy, but that he really did want a spiritual item. The MC turns to the big wolf and asks about the casino's tools. The creature gets all embarrassed and says there's nothing left. A wolf woman explains that the casino went up in smoke along with the dungeon, which is why nothing remains. The MC thinks it's a shame, but decides to leave the search mission to the little girl in the red hood. The girl takes the crystal sphere full of confidence and assures him that he can leave it to her. Just then, the wolf woman says she found a little something in the rubble, which piques the MC's curiosity. The big wolf recognizes the object right away and says that it belongs to Lady Doll. The item in question is a very stylish silver mask. The MC has a flashback of the mask he took from that woman and wonders what it is. He notices that the object is reacting to his spiritual power. In fact, it feels like his energy is being sucked into the mask. With that, the mask activates and an energy envelops the MC, slightly changing his appearance. The werewolf asks how he's feeling, and the MC replies that he's feeling fine. The MC then decides he's going to test out the new item to find out what it really does. He soon realizes his headache has gotten better and the numbness in his hand is gone. It seems the mask is suppressing the spiritual corruption. The big wolf, very respectfully, calls the MC master and asks if they should search for anything else in the area. Our guy agrees immediately and tells them to find anything they can. With an extra mission, locate the owner of the mask, the so-called Lady Doll. The werewolf, who is a model employee, gets the message and immediately prepares to carry out the mission he was given. Meanwhile, the MC reflects that he's going to have to use absolutely everything at his disposal. At that moment, a system window pops up on the screen, showing that the spiritual corruption status is at depth 1. Right after, another message confirms that the system authority has returned to normal. Looks like the internet is working again. Finally, the system displays the rankings for the blood hunt, and it looks like there's already a whole crew at the top of the list, acting like they own the place. The MC figures out that the system recovered on its own. Suddenly, a gigantic explosion happens right in front of them. The big wolf gets the shock of his life seeing a knight fallen on the ground. He has no clue what's going on. Slowly, a player approaches, and the sound of his footsteps echoes through the destroyed street. And look who it is. That Mike guy. His jaw drops when he sees a player working with monsters and immediately asks for the MC's ID. Our guy just thinks, seriously? Another random player showed up just to crash my party? With a very fake apology, the MC establishes the second rule of his new playground: no players allowed. Two Shadow Knights position themselves in front of the MC, ready to make sure the new rule is enforced. The MC declares that, according to the house rules, they don't need any players around here. With a sinister little grin, he gently suggests Mike beat it as fast as possible, if he doesn't want any trouble. The big guy gets totally ticked off by the kid's attitude and tells him to bring it on. To show he means business, Mike activates a barrier around himself, protecting himself from the knight's attacks. He even brags, saying he's a rank 10, A-level player and that the attacks from these weak knights won't even tickle him. Poor guy, little does he know. Turns out, the knights attack with full force and, to the surprise of no one except Mike, shatter his barrier like it was made of glass. The player is in total shock, not understanding how these monsters are so strong, and wonders if their power is even higher than A-level. One of the knights lands a hit on Mike so hard it sends him flying, like a bowling ball. The ever-efficient system announces that player Mike has been repelled and that 500 points have been acquired. And to top it all off, another 1,000 score points are acquired, confirming the success of the friendly expulsion. The MC realizes the system is using them to farm points. The werewolf then gives the order to take command of the fusion knight and begin operations, and the MC agrees on the spot. A countdown appears on the screen, showing that time is running out fast. The MC stares at the timer and announces that in less than 12 hours, they're going to take total control of this place. With the order given, the fusion knights charge ahead with full force, advancing in a scary-looking formation. The army of knights runs through the streets, ready to wreak havoc. Sitting calmly in the middle of the mess, the MC decides to check his info, and the first thing he notices is that his spiritual power is in the negative. His stats show that he's an F-level Dread Guardian. He also thinks that Sudusko's condition is really bad, and that he'll have to wait for news from Little Red Riding Hood. The screen also shows the classification of the monsters he controls, and their condition is basically impatient and hungry. He starts to wonder if the number of monsters he can summon increases with his level, since his class trait is summoning B. Lastly, he looks and thinks that, thanks to the mask, the unbearable pain he was feeling has eased up a lot. The item description says it's an A-level deformed ornament, and that it contains a secret from its owner. The MC thinks that just the fact that it absorbs his spiritual power is good enough. But of course, curiosity gets the better of him, and he can't help but wonder what Lady Doll's secret could be, and if it's a skill he could use to his advantage. Little Red Riding Hood appears out of nowhere looking worried, and the MC immediately asks if she found the queen. The girl says not yet, but she found his companions. She tells the guy to take a look at what she found. A crystal orb reveals the image of three figures, a guy in sunglasses, a red-haired girl, and another dude. The MC doesn't look the least bit happy to see them. In fact, he's surprised these guys even managed to survive. Without wasting a second, he gives Little Red Riding Hood a new order: forget about the others and focus on finding the queen. The girl confirms she got the message and gets ready to continue the search. Meanwhile, Rua is over there thinking that dealing with the guys from the company will be a piece of cake. The trio is completely surrounded by the MC's knights, and their plan is genius. They're going to pretend to be captured so they can infiltrate the enemy base. The big idea is to simply take out the monster boss on the down low and take control of everything. The red-haired girl is super confident that as soon as the big boss gets taken out, the other monsters will turn into little angels and obey them. While the trio daydreams about their foolproof plan, we see someone approaching a hall. The MC walks down a corridor formed by his knights, who kneel in a gesture of respect. The guy in sunglasses is shocked to see the scene of all the knights bowing at the same time. With the mask on his face, the MC seems to be having the time of his life with this whole power and respect situation. He then turns to his new troops and greets everyone with a very sarcastic good afternoon. The trio is completely shocked when they realize who the monster boss is. With a little smile on his face, the guy says he has some business to discuss with the red-haired girl, and that he'd like a little chat with her in private. The two guys are left there, completely clueless. The one with glasses calls out for Hima Jin-san, while the other demands an explanation from the MC. Now alone, the red-haired girl gets straight to the point and asks what the guy wants to talk to her about. The MC, with a memory like an elephant, recalls that a while back she tried to get rid of him and Doll. He asks if she she's also looking for Sudoku. The girl tries to play dumb. Putting on the mask, our guy reveals that he has a mysterious ability that allows him to see into the hearts of monsters. The redhead gets nervous and asks what the heck that has to do with her situation. The MC mocks her, saying she can pretend to be angry all she wants, but on the inside, she's super excited about all this. A dark aura surrounds the girl as she gets heated by the taunt. The guy explains the whole situation. She has the appearance of a human, but her soul is that of a monster. He gets closer to her, all intimidating, and warns that he's Suzuko's father now, and asks if she still has the guts to lay a hand on him. The MC lays it all out. Without him, she won't find Suzuko, and they're both bounty targets who will be hunted to the ends of the earth. The redhead gets irritated and says she'll destroy anyone who hurts her big sister, but the guy just asks, mockingly, if she's really going to try. He keeps adding fuel to the fire, saying that now she's trapped in a human body and that maybe she won't even stand a chance against him. The girl is clearly furious that she can't do anything to shut him up. She grumbles that in her original body, she could finish him off with a single flick. Holding a glowing item, the guy says he's going to release the object's power and make it accept him as its master, and politely asks her not to interfere with the process. The redhead is in disbelief, asking if he's going to trust her enough to risk his own life. But the MC, with his sky-high confidence, replies that she couldn't do anything even if she wanted to. The girl gets totally ticked off by the guy's audacity and starts cursing him out with every name in the book, but only in her head, of course. And the redhead thinks that, the first time they met, she thought the MC was just some random idiot. The story explains that the guy's plan is to basically hack the remnants of someone else's spiritual power and rewrite the source code for himself. The girl's jaw drops at the MC's idea, thinking his strategy is pretty darn good. Then, the guy sits down, holds the glowing ornament tight, and says it's time to start the show. A system window pops up, confirming that a stolen ornament has been acquired. The MC stares at the digital data, wondering what in the world this mess was. Suddenly, he's transported to a very weird hallway and immediately wonders if he's been influenced by Doll's spiritual power. He gets annoyed and questions if he's going to have to throw down against her spiritual power to sort this out. The scenery changes completely, and he finds himself in a hospital room with absolutely no idea what's happening. In the bed, a woman is lying down and seems to be unconscious, while a little boy cries beside her. The boy shouts that he's going to protect the woman no matter what. He holds the woman's hand, who is wearing an oxygen mask and has a mechanical arm. The MC is confused, wondering if that's Doll, and if that little boy is him. The child then turns and asks if the MC is himself, and then assures him that Sensei will make her all better again. Out of nowhere, the image of a man in a lab coat appears and says, of course he will, startling the MC. The man says that the MC, Mike Leo, is his exceptional student and that he'd do anything for him. And to finish, he announces he's going to begin White's surgery. In the blink of an eye, the MC appears with a demonic look and screams, asking who he's calling a student and telling the guy to get lost. He's engulfed by his sinister energy and warns that he won't be fooled by Doll's spiritual power. No way. The redhead, who was watching from the sidelines, compliments the guy, saying he eliminated the traces of her spiritual power all at once. The MC holds the mask and wonders what a trip that was, if it was a memory of his, but he doesn't remember any of it. The redhead asks what's wrong, if he used too much spiritual power and fried his brain. The MC gets straight to the point and wants to know if she knows Doll. The girl confirms, saying she was a friend of her father's. The guy grabs the redhead by the collar of her shirt. His patience has run out. With a very annoyed look, he wants to know Doll's real name. The girl gets scared and asks what he's doing, but the MC just asks again to be clearer. He asks if her name is White. The girl confirms and is left wondering how the heck he knew that. The MC lets out a little laugh and says the story just got interesting. He decides he's going to go after Doll to beat the truth out of her. Meanwhile, in the city of Getchuran, a weird-looking fellow admires the chaos, saying he just loves monsters and all the mystery they bring. With a classic movie villain smile, he holds a crystal and says that all of this is fascinating and perfect. On the other side of things, our little Suzuko was holding the girl in her arms. The girl in her lap is White, who begs Suzuko to run, saying she'll try to buy some time, because they don't stand a chance against him. A wall of energy appears out of nowhere, blocking an attack that was coming straight for them. The crystal guy shows up, and he's the one attacking. He recognizes Hayashi Miki, an S-level player from Getchuran, and immediately asks if she's there to steal his toy. Miki, emerging from the shadows like a ninja, confirms that he nailed it. But then she drops this. He's dead wrong because the real praise him, and she's going to take him down for good. Suzuko sniffs the air and recognizes Miki instantly, saying she knows that scent. She calls her the witch, remembering some not-so-great past encounter. Miki thinks to herself that giant monster girl could only be a Mike Leo's daughter. The little villain laughs and challenges Miki, saying he's dying to see her try to do anything against him. The player isn't one for talk and immediately launches a powerful attack at the show-off. A massive sphere of energy flies across the city sky, doing some serious damage. The werewolf and his knights are left with their jaws on the floor, not understanding what kind of crazy power that was. The man smiles, saying she fell right into his trap and activates the null domain, an area that simply shuts down all abilities. The girl gets ticked off, realizing she was tricked, and curses the guy out. With a smile, the man says he just wanted to test out his new little toy. The story explains that the item is the Heart of Doll, a crystal containing a piece of the power of the boss of the fairy tale kingdom. The heart-shaped crystal glows with a sinister light in the man's hand. He's super hopeful that the item will work on an elite player like her. With that, the system activates Doll's spiritual power ray. The target, of course, is Hayashi Miki, who is an S+ level jurist and rank 10. With her eyes glowing weirdly, the girl starts to be controlled, and the system confirms that 60% of the process was a success. Suzuko yells for him to let go of the witch and charges forward with everything she's got to try and help. The man warns that she's too late and gives a new order, telling his #1 puppet to take care of the monster for. Miki's eyes change color, showing that she's now completely under the guy's control. Using her origin magic, the player gets ready to attack the person she was defending just seconds ago, but Suzuko doesn't just stand there and uses her creation rebirth ability. Several green tentacles sprout from her body. White is pulled into those tentacles. Suzuko covers herself completely, transforming into some kind of bizarre cocoon. The man thinks he's the luckiest guy of the year for finding 2 such special targets at once, but he doesn't get why. Even with all this, he's still in 4th place on the ranking. The leaderboard shows that Keeper is in 1st place, which annoys the guy. He decides that as soon as he passes the 1st place player, he's getting the heck out of the dungeon, and orders Hayashi Miki to finish them off already. The control player obeys and prepares her magic circles to attack. Suddenly, Suzuko defends herself with the tentacles. The man is surprised to see the attack was blocked and immediately yells that he's not letting this go. He's completely clueless for a moment, trying to process what just happened. A new player has appeared out of nowhere and is facing him down, saying that he's here for Suzuko. With his eyes glowing, he warns that the guy will have to give her back and unleashes a spiritual shock. The attack hits the null domain dead on, shattering the barrier and freeing the player from the mind control. The psycho can't believe what he's seen, wondering how a mere F-level player can have so much power. The MC floats in the air, surrounded by a powerful aura and several system windows. A powerful attack hits the MC dead on, but a streak of energy cuts through the smoke, showing that the fight is far from over. The MC reappears holding the player who's passed out. He managed to save her just in time. Surprised and happy, Suzuko yells, "Daddy!" Rui approaches and calls out to Suzuko, who gets confused and asks who she is. The giant girl wonders if this is another one of her dad's crazy friends. The girl decides to ignore it and says she'll help get those vines off her. Using her own energy, she starts to free Suzuko from the tentacles. Suddenly, Suzuko realizes that White's heart has been stolen. Desperate, she screams that her friend is going to be taken out if they don't do something. The redhead also notices that White's chest looks weird without the crystal that should be there. The MC gets worried. He can't let the woman get wiped because he still has a lot of questions for her. The other player mocks the MC, saying his update speed is faster. He wonders who the heck the MC is and how he still has power after all that. The null domain is activated again, creating a protective barrier. The guy smiles and says the next step is a hand-to-hand fight. But, unfortunately for him, several of the MC's clones appear and attack the barrier at the same time, shattering it. The man is shocked to see that the MC broke his domain with pure brute force, and he decides to use his staff. A powerful attack cracks the ground, showing that the staff is no joke. The MC uses his powers to analyze his opponent and finds out that he's Ilya, an S-level skilled master. The MC scoffs, saying he already knows a lot about him, and that he's also known as Mr. Item for the insane luck he has getting tools. Ilya gets thrown to the ground, but he gets back up and warns that the fight isn't over yet. The core starts blowing up and the lunatic laughs, asking if the MC knew about this little ace up his sleeve. He reveals his self-destruct sequence, yelling that he's taking everyone straight to the afterlife with him. A henchman panics panics, warns that the guy isn't bluffing, and orders an immediate retreat. But our main guy, with his eyes glowing, just calmly asks, "Self-destruction, huh?" He steps up, smacks his hand right on the opponent's face, and unleashes this weird green energy. The explosion fizzles out, a level 10 spiritual corruption warning pops up, and the energy takes over the enemy's eyes. The MC, rocking a sinister aura, asks if he ever gave permission for that and demands an answer. The green energy bursts and completely vaporizes the lunatic, turning him into literal dust. The Lord hands an unconscious woman over to Wolf, who accepts the mission. Little Suzuko gets worried, but the MC shows off a purple crystal and says he got her heart. The Lord holds White, super relieved, unable to watch her fade away in his arms. He places the crystal on her chest, and the gem merges right into her body. Cracks start showing up on the blonde's face as the fusion kicks in. Suzuko hugs her daddy, says thanks, and asks for food, but he tells her he's got something to take care of first. He walks up to Rua, who assumes it's about Suzuko's transformation, and tells him it wasn't his fault. The MC shakes his head and asks her to watch over Suzuko for a little while. Green energy consumes him. Suzuko screams, Rua goes into shock, and the system chimes in. Spiritual corruption level 50. The Blood Hunt ranking shows Keeper in first place and time runs out. The red energy over the city fades away, marking the end of the event. The notification confirms it, not a single unique monster was taken down, making Keeper the official winner. The event wraps up, the system gathers the data, and a blue vortex pops up. Wolf notices the dungeon resetting and wonders if everything is going back to normal. The nights turn into digital blocks, signaling the end of the instance. White slowly breaks down into blue light particles too. Holding the blonde, Rua whispers White and Suzuko's names, showing that she actually knows them. She's surprised to realize that everyone there is connected somehow. Rua wonders if the MC has any connection to her papa. Two guys on the roof are watching the crew and sarcastically congratulate them on their dungeon run. They introduce themselves as opportunistic fishermen, just hanging around to scoop up the battle loot. A red magic circle fires off a heavy attack right at the group. Suzuko hands the mask back to the MC and asks if he's feeling better. A red blast deflects the attack, catching the fisherman totally off guard. The camera zooms in on this monstrous mouth opening wide, packed with fangs. It's Suzuko, now in full monster mode, roaring and telling the intruders to get out of the way. Rua is absolutely shocked, looking terrified as she calls out for her big sis. One fisherman freaks out, questioning how a monster is still around after the dungeon closed. A red lightning bolt crashes from the sky, blasting the ground. Suzuko shields the MC, complaining that her daddy got hurt and saying she'll handle the bad guys. A woman in white with glowing red eyes lets out a deafening screech. She orders her crew to attack, and they all raise their hands to cast a spell. A guy holding a golden staff tells his subordinates to keep attacking until the saint arrives. A massive barrage of light hits Suzuko, but she takes it head-on, roaring right back at them. The scene cuts to a brunette girl in bed, giving someone a very suggestive look. The guy, blushing super hard, just says yes. Amidst all the chaos, a guy points up at the sky and yells that the saint is here. The saint floats above the city, cheered on by the crowd who finally feels saved. With a smirk, she announces that everyone will forget everything, including her even being there. She raises a glowing hand, while her other hand, looking all red and demonic, peeks out from under her cloak. A guy in the crowd yawns, and suddenly, a mass slumber spreads through the area. The magic kicks in instantly, and everyone passes out under these golden circles. With the crowd knocked out, the saint turns to Suzuko's monster form and says, it's her turn now. She shoots out a sphere of light that wraps around and traps the creature. The saint, whose name is Moran, announces the capture and orders some girl named Mika to get the civilians out of there. Mika just gives a nod to confirm the order. Moran stares at the golden sphere where Suzuko is still locked up. With a confident smirk, she says she's finally found her target. The scene shifts to a glowing eye opening up and a voice calling out for Leo. The reflection in the eye shows the silhouette of the person calling him. Our MC, Leo, wakes up lying on some grass. Out of nowhere, a blonde jumps on him, hugging him tight, super relieved he's okay. The MC, totally confused, pushes her away and asks who she is. The girl, sporting an eye patch, looks shocked and introduces herself as White. He gets real close, forehead to forehead, and asks if she's running a fever or just tired. He gives her some head pats and stands up. White, still on the ground, insists she's fine and apologizes for worrying him. The MC notes the name White, but finds it weird she knows his name if this is just a memory. He starts wondering if this scene is actually one of his own lost memories. The main guy tries to figure out why he transformed the blonde and why he calls the monster god Sensei, completely puzzled by his own past. Suzuko screams his name in total panic. Still on the grass, White asks why he's avoiding her if they're friends. The MC sits next to her with a smile and confirms they really are friends. He spots the prosthetics on her legs and realizes she can't walk. He gives her a piggyback ride so she won't get her clothes dirty, figuring it's a good way to gather some intel. Walking up the hill, he jokes about how heavy she is, but the blonde claps back saying she barely eats anything. White asks if they're besties and what he would do if she ever lost her memory. She answers her own question with total determination, saying she'd help him remember and ask Sensei for help. She promises that this Sensei guy is amazing and can do pretty much anything. Intrigued, the MC asks what kind of guy the Sensei really is. Just for mentioning the name, a shadowy figure with a glowing red eye pops up right behind the MC. The creature whispers in his ear, and the MC realizes the truth is super dangerous and his memory is totally corrupted. He gets a vision of the monster god and realizes this entity messes with everyone connected to it. Surrounded by shadowy figures with red eyes, it hits him that this influence is affecting him too. The scene cuts to a futuristic lab, and a door slides open. A guy wearing an oxygen mask opens his eyes inside a pod filled with green gas, cursing the nightmare he just had. It's the MC locked up. He figures they must have captured Suzuko and assumes it's game over. The pod shatters, and he thinks his old self practically bit the dust right there. Now, he steps right through the smoke, catching the guards completely off guard. With glowing green eyes and a smirk, he declares he's just not the same guy anymore. He charges at the guards who just freeze up in total shock. He lands a clean kick right to one guy's face, making him yell in pain. Then, he knocks out the second guard with a quick blast of green energy. After the knockout, the MC recognizes the uniforms from the Awakeners Cooperative. With eye marks popping up on his temple, he grumbles about how annoying this is and decides to make a run for it. Somewhere else, a woman reports on the city's damage, the capture of the unique monsters, the disappearance of Keeper, and the Saint showing up. One guy is stunned, and another explains that the Saint came specifically to check out one particular unique monster. The MC, now dressed and eavesdropping on everything, suspects they mean Suzuko and gets ticked off at Rua for dropping the ball. An alarm goes off in Zone 1. He realizes they've noticed his escape and knows he's gotta bounce. He senses this weird red energy and gets a hunch it might be Suzuko. He complains that thanks to the corruption, he can't even pull up the girl's info panel. An armed squad marches down the hallway. With a mocking smirk, the MC makes a crack about the guard's dedication and says he'll be checking out while they look for him. He turns the corner and vanishes, leaving the guards in the dust. In the elevator, he hits the button, thinking about Suzuko and ready to wreck the whole place if he has to. The doors close and an intense green aura wraps around him. He gets a vision of Suzuko locked up, figures she's become a lab rat, and wonders if Rua sold him out. He rules out betrayal, but his eyes glow and multiply as he swears payback if they even touched a single hair on her head. He steps into the monster containment area. The containment sector is a ghost town, no guards, no monsters. Seeing how dead quiet it is, the MC worries that everyone might have been wiped out. The wave of spiritual power is gone, and he starts panicking, terrified that Suzuko vanished. Annoyed, he clicks his tongue as multiple eyes pop up all over his face. Glancing into a cell, he freezes when he spots Suzuko chilling with the Saint. The Saint is holding Suzuko's chin, looking all smug, and calls her by her name. The MC goes into shock and lets out a silent scream of pure horror. The woman offers Suzuko some food, and he completely loses it, thinking she's trying to lure the kid in. The little monster munches on the food without a second thought. Suzuko turns her head, notices the MC is there, and blurts out in surprise, "Daddy." Without even thinking, she runs straight to him. She gives him a huge hug, super hyped about the reunion. The MC steps back, totally bewildered, with a little girl clinging to him. Armed security guards storm into the hallway. They surround the MC, who's on the floor with Suzuko, and he instantly realizes he walked right into a trap. With an icy glare, he figures out this was all a setup. The Saint walks over, full of sarcasm, making a snarky comment about their little reunion. She actually praises his ability to charm an A-rank monster. With Suzuko still calling him daddy, the MC just claps back with pure sarcasm. Smiling, she invites him to tag along for a little chat. She turns her back, telling him he doesn't have a choice, but the MC totally questions that bossy attitude. The 5 Saints are humanity's ultimate weapon, chosen after the arrival of the Paradise Heaven. They protect the world from dungeons, and the MC connects the dots that they're hunting for the monster god. Inside a room with Suzuko right beside him, the MC stares down the Saint and asks what she wants. She kicks back in her armchair, tells him to quit staring, and suggests they have a talk. With a smile, she tells Suzuko to go eat in another room so she can talk to Daddy. The little monster happily agrees and gets ready to head out. Before leaving, she opens this bizarre mouth on her stomach like she's about to say something. The MC watches totally shell-shocked as Suzuko blindly obeys the saint. He glares at her suspiciously, trying to figure out exactly who he's dealing with. The saint tells him again to stop looking at her like that, says she's not gonna eat him, and tells him to chill out. The mouth on Suzuko's belly spits out a mask, saying it belongs to Daddy, leaving the MC super confused. She puts the mask on him, saying it's a perfect fit, and the MC just awkwardly agrees. The girl waves goodbye and heads into the next room. The saint pops up behind the couch, compliments Suzuko, and asks why he transformed her. Holding his face, she accuses and teases him, totally testing his composure. She threatens to take him out without Suzuko even getting in the way, daring him to make a move. Ice cold, the MC orders her to back off. The saint gives a sarcastic smile and asks what exactly he's gonna do if she doesn't. Wrapped in a green aura, he warns her that he's got his ways. The woman's hand starts getting corrupted by the green energy and she looks genuinely spooked. The main guy tells her to drop the act, pointing out that if she really wanted him gone, he'd already be history. The saint flicks a little burst of energy right at his mask, completely breaking his focus. She grabs him by the hair, demands he plays along, and calls him by his full name, Mike Leo, the Dreadkeeper. She points out that his spiritual corruption has gotten way worse, mentioning that using items to suppress it is a pretty interesting trick, but she warns him that this little trick isn't nearly enough to fully fix his condition. She offers to clear out the corruption. The MC is stunned by how much she knows and realizes just how dangerous these saints really are. Moran keeps going, spilling that he was found in the mountains and grew up in an orphanage. She mentions how he went rogue, ran away, and survived by slinging illegal apps since he never awakened a class. With 0 class skills, he ended up working as a dungeon guide for other awakeners. She wraps it up by saying he was being totally exploited and was heading straight for a tragic game over. Moran says that destiny is basically a constant mix of good and bad luck. The MC is honestly blown away by how spot on the saint is, which is exactly what you'd expect from someone on her level. He recognizes her as Morin, the saint who pulls the strings of fate, and suddenly gets why Suzuko listens to her. He figures she must have read Suzuko's destiny and probably knows about the monster god, but he wonders what her real deal is for calling him here. The saint casually states that all of that was just his destiny's past. She invites him to turn his life around, offering him a spot in the cooperative, working directly under her. Smiling, she promises sweet perks and a fresh start. The MC forces a smile, turns down the offer, and thinks to himself that he almost fell for her smooth talk. He reflects that there's no way he's being anyone's lapdog, especially not for someone with her kind of reputation. Moran asks why he'd say no, teasing him about finally shaking off that spiritual corruption. The main guy gets a bit thoughtful and starts to answer. He explains that he knows the method of passing the corruption on to someone else, but it's totally messed up and only works for mild cases anyway. He adds that the symptoms are pure agony and can drive a person insane or worse. The saint is legit shocked by how technical and accurate his breakdown is. Now super intrigued by his know-how on corruption, she decides she's keeping him around no matter what. The MC pretends he let too much slip, but then just owns up to the fact that he knew it all along. He tries to say his goodbyes and make a break for the door. Suddenly, he freezes in his tracks, totally stunned. Chains made of glowing golden energy lock him down. He yells out, demanding to know what her game plan is. With a totally victorious smirk, Moran hits him with the sacred seal, denies his exit, and straight up orders him to join the co-op. Moran claims it's for his own good, but the main guy just scoffs. With his eyes flashing green, he starts clapping back. He unleashes a spiritual shockwave and asks what she's gonna do if he flat out refuses. The saint looks impressed, commenting on the sheer density and control of his power, keeping the energy flared up. The MC admits through a gritted smile that it actually hurts. The system chimes in, warning that the monster summon lasts for 3 hours. An entire army of armored creatures spawns right behind him. He stares her down and asks if they should get this party started. Moran realizes they're actual physical monsters, not just magical summons, and finds him more interesting by the second. Instead of throwing down, she tells him to chill out and pitches a deal. The MC relaxes, actually interested now, and complains that she should have led with that from the start. Moran offers him 20% of the loot from the Black Forest dungeon as a reward. She promises supplies for Suzuko and future perks as long as he becomes an official awakener. The main guy calculates that the dungeon loot is crazy valuable and totally necessary to keep Suzuko's appetite in check, but he absolutely hates the idea of being a watched pawn and knows he's got other ways out. He argues that overseas organizations would roll out the red carpet for him without all the cooperative's heavy chains. Moran claps back, reminding him that he's currently standing right in her territory. An armored monster steps up looking super threatening. The MC warns her not to pushes buttons. With his eyes glowing blue, he lets her know she wouldn't even be able to stop him from walking right out of there with Suzuko. She asks if he's got a counteroffer. He throws it right back, asking if she knows about the monster god. Moran confirms she's hunting that exact deity and asks why he's so curious about it. He reveals he's looking for it too and suggests they team up since they're after the same prize. The MC lays down the ground rules. He joins in name only, takes 0 direct orders, they swap intel on the god in dungeons, and he only helps clear them out if he feels like it. The saint agrees, but gives him a heads up that the higher-ups will demand constant surveillance. She decides to keep him on a short leash, treating him, for all intents and purposes, as her own personal protege. The main guy figures that kind of VIP status is pretty handy for his plans and takes the deal. Moran insists he plays guinea pig for some corruption experiments, promising he'll be under her full protection. Looking bored out of his mind, the MC questions if that's really a smart move. She demands he takes the class certification test, and he's totally down for it. He tells her to keep an eye on Suzuko. The woman promises the kid will be perfectly fine with her sensei. He pokes the bear, joking that maybe he'll just ditch her and run off, purely to see how she reacts. Moran fires back that she already saw that coming, and if he runs, she'll just use Suzuko as a tracking beacon to hunt him down. The MC's jaw practically hits the floor at that response. He heads down the hallway, making his way to the testing area. Mayor Fujinami comes rushing in, asking if Moran managed to talk the kid into it. Pushing up his glasses, Fujinami declares the guy is the exact profile they've been asking for. He mentions how the kid teamed up with monsters and put a stop to the mess caused by the class awakeners. The saint asks if he even grasps the danger of someone who can literally boss monsters around. The mayor nods, low-key terrified the guy might lead a full-on monster raid against the city. Sweating bullets, Fujinami suggests giving the kid whatever he wants to recruit him, but Moran cuts him off and drops the bomb that the guy is actually her student. The mayor is absolutely shook. Looking confident, Moran explains he's just taking a simple test and orders the mayor to take it easy on him. Still wheeling, Fujinami scrambles to get his team together. Moran stares at a display panel, thinking about how he's actually tried to save the world before. She wonders to herself why a being like the monster god even exists in the first place. She remembers Suzuko getting abandoned and thinks about what could have possibly turned her into that. All of a sudden, Suzuko's eyes glow like hot coals, and she opens up that creepy mouth on her stomach again. She reaches out and yanks a handful of Moran's hair. The saint is totally caught off guard by the move. Somewhere else, a woman wearing a crown with Suzuko in her lap figures out the mask belongs to White and realizes she's gonna need a Mike Leo to track down the monster god. A woman leads the group forward. The staff member tells everyone to sit tight and wait for their numbers to be called. Holding ticket number 30, the MC figures he's almost up. Rocking purple hair and glasses now, he's stoked that the mask can shapeshift, saving him the headache of worrying about Suzuko. The system breaks down the item's stats, it adapts to the user, stacks up spiritual power, and literally triples your speed. Another screen flashes, showing spiritual corruption at level D with 0 side effects. A little pop-up window lists his skills, synchronization, and summoning. He adjusts his glasses, feeling kind of nostalgic about retaking the test since he used to bomb it every single time. He remembers how everyone treated him like dead weight, tossing him aside because he didn't have that official stamp of approval. He decides to focus on the here and now, planning to ask about the doll while digging for clues about his messed up memories. Some huge dude, covered in bandages, shoves his way through the crowd, screaming for everyone to move. It's Mike, a level A battle maniac, playing bodyguard for Kane, who's whining about how boring this whole testing is. Kane asks if there's any way they can fast-track this whole process. Mike barks at the staff lady to get her attention. He demands that Kane gets to skip the line because of his high potential, but she shuts him down, saying they have to stick to the numbers. Mike flips out, flexing his level A status and getting super mad about not getting the VIP treatment. The MC instantly recognizes Mike, the infamous battle maniac, right as they call out number 30 over the speaker. Looking down at his ticket, he realizes it's finally showtime. Kane, surrounded by his entourage, complains about the holdup and demands Mike get him a number right now. The big bruiser tells him to give him a second. Mike just starts bulldozing his way through the crowd. He stops right in front of the MC, looking down at this random dude holding ticket number 30. Ticked off, Mike yells at the Four Eyes to stop ignoring him. Totally lost, the MC points at himself and asks if the guy is talking to him. Mike demands the ticket, but the main guy flat out refuses and tells the meathead to wait his turn like everyone else. The battle maniac loses his temper, his hand starts glowing, and he warns that he's officially out of patience. Flaring up a golden aura, he steps in, fully ready to teach this punk a heavy lesson. He grabs the MC by the head with a literal death grip. With crazy glowing eyes, the bruiser promises to teach him some basic manners. Mike tries to force the guy to his knees, but the MC doesn't budge a single inch. The big guy's brain practically short-circuits in shock. Looking completely bored, the MC sighs at how annoying this is and just grabs the dude's wrist. He warns that he won't be held responsible for what happens next, right as Mike feels this absolute crushing pressure radiating off him. Choking on the thick green energy, the maniac finally realizes exactly who he's messing with. With one effortless flick, the MC sends the giant meathead flying across the room like it's nothing. The crowd loses their minds, screaming in pure shock that Mike got taken down in a single hit. Super annoyed, Kane barks at his guys to go scrape Mike off the floor. Ignoring the whole circus, the MC casually asks if he can go in. The staff lady, sweating profusely, just stammers out a yes. She stands there, mind blown, trying to process how a level awakener just went down in a single blow. She figures out real quick that this kid's skills are way out of Mike's league. The MC strolls into the testing room and watches another applicant standing on the platform. Getting in the zone, he shakes it off and gets ready for his turn. The test gives you official recognition, which is basically the golden ticket for raiding dungeons and handling big business. The cooperative hoax recognize talents up with an entire ladder for growth and easy promotions. Since everyone and their mom fakes their stats, this official stamp is the only real proof you've got the goods. Gearing up for the fourth calamity, the co-op is desperately hunting for folks with some seriously next-level skills. The guy on the platform starts his evaluation. The MC watches the whole thing go down, looking dead serious. Suddenly, the system spits out a fail, and the candidate is left standing there, totally stunned. The guy starts screaming that the machine has to be busted. Security drags him away, kicking and screaming while he keeps insisting he's a real class awakener. The MC pushes up his glasses, getting a flashback to his own past failures right until the voice calls out number 30. He decides to just get this over with and steps up to the platform. Up in the control room, Fujinami is glued to the monitors and spots him walking in. The mayor asks Jenna if there's any shady stuff tied to the kid's background check. She says nope and points out he literally has the golden stamp of approval straight from St. Moran. Looking smug, Fujinami orders them to dig deep and measure the keeper's true hidden potential. The test kicks off and this bright blue energy wraps right around the MC on the scanner. Out of nowhere, this insanely sinister energy flares up around him while the machine tries to crunch his numbers. Up in the booth, Fujinami practically yells when he sees the data graphs absolutely losing their minds on the screen. An operator shouts about a massive anomaly. The mayor, shocked, demands to know what the heck is happening. The MC realizes his spiritual power is leaking out, and a nasty green aura starts surrounding him. The system crashes completely trying to measure his unique class, and the green energy just explodes everywhere. Freaking out at this glitchy, overpowered display, Fujinami screams, asking what in the world is going on down there. A tech guy reads the screen and says he's a level F. The mayor loses it, calls absolute nonsense, and tells them to quit messing around. The staffer brings up the skill analysis, and Fujinami orders him to throw it on the big screen right now. The mayor instantly spots the similarities to Hayashi Miki, wild, untamable spiritual power and the insane ability to boss monsters around. The screen flashes the final verdict, unique class awakener, level F, with physical stats and spiritual power so far off the charts that measuring him is literally impossible. Fujinami asks what the hard cap is for monster summons on regular classes. Jenna mentions the undead sorcerer maxes out at about a dozen. She explains that basic monster summons only follow super simple commands, making them a total headache to control. She also rattles off the strict limits that summoners and beast tamers have to deal with. Plus, she points out that the growth rate for those creatures is way too slow to be useful in a pinch. Fujinami asks who on earth could possibly control a level A boss like Suzuko. Jenna says the only one who even comes to mind is Hayashi Miki, who is an S+ level. The assistant wraps it up by saying Suzuko's power is basically immeasurable, which totally explains why the saint is paying so much attention to them. The mayor figures it makes total sense that Morn would take in a guy who can tame a creature like that as her student. Jenna asks if they should run the scan again or just register him as a level F. Fujinami makes the call right then and there. Another test would just give them the same result, so he registers him as level X. He explains that X is the tag for off-the-charts monsters, which is exactly what this kid is. With a smirk, he lists out the skills, summoning hordes, shape-shifting, and actually keeping a boss-level monster as a pet. He wonders who would ever believe that this guy is actually human. Back in the testing room, the MC notices some leftover corrupted energy on the floor and wonders if he can wipe it clean. He touches the spot and it vanishes with his energy, leaving him super super relieved that he avoided causing any permanent damage. Then he hears heavy boots rushing toward him. He stands up and sees he's surrounded by a hazmat crew. One guy tells him that Mr. Amehik is free to go and that they'll handle the cleanup. The main dude gives an awkward smile, thinking the whole thing looks like a crime scene. Pushing up his glasses, he hates being treated like some walking biohazard but decides to just wait for his results. Out in the waiting room, Mike warns Kane that this punk is anything but normal, and Kane agrees, noticing how the guy carries himself. Kane asks what Mike's next move is gonna be. With a wicked grin, the battle maniac starts plotting an ambush. He remembers the kid's ability to control hordes and how crazy rare that is. Mike points out that without his monsters around, now is the perfect time to catch him slipping. Kane is fully on board, and the crew starts mapping out their game plan. They spot the MC walking out of the room. Mike steps up to confront him, while Kane tells him to play it cool. The big bruiser calls out to the kid, who turns around looking surprised. Mike smirks, points at his bruised arm, and asks what the guy's gonna do about it. The main guy, totally unfazed, asks what exactly the big guy expects him to do. Mike demands that, at the very least, he gets one free shot. Flaring up his golden aura, he charges in for the attack. The MC dodges it without breaking a sweat, thinking the move was actually pretty dangerous. With a little smirk, he casually points out that the big guy completely missed. Furious, Mike switches up his tactics and gets ready to swing again. Covered in glowing energy, he yells that he's gonna teach him a hard lesson about what a level A awakener can really do. The crowd starts screaming, totally freaked out by the chaos. The staff lady starts panicking, reminding everyone that fighting is strictly off limits in the building. Suddenly, green vines shoot up from the floor, tying Mike down, as a female voice orders them to knock it off. Mike is completely caught off guard by the vines and yells out in confusion. The MC gets pinned down by the vines too. He feels the spiritual power radiating off them and wonders if it's someone he knows. The staff lady breathes a sigh of relief, while a girl in a baseball cap wonders who would cause such a massive scene. Hayashi Miki marches right up to them, her hand glowing, demanding to know what's going on. The crowd goes wild for her and immediately points fingers at the MC as the troublemaker. Miki's jaw drops when she realizes who it is. She yells, "Amake Leo," and asks what he's doing there, while he breaks free, calls her Big Sis Miki, and explains he's here for the test. Mike, still all tied up, is shocked that the punk actually knows Miki and decides it's best to back down. Miki asks if he's trying to join the cooperative, but he tells her he was basically drafted against his will. Totally lost, she asks who would even do something like that. One of Kane's goons offers to help him out, but he waves him off. Kane explains that with a superstar like Hayashi Miki crashing the party, pulling back is their only option. Mike keeps struggling, trying to rip his way out of the vines. Miki reminds him about the strict no fighting rule, and the giant bruiser apologizes on the spot. She tells the MC to hang back so they can catch up, but he asks if she literally just came here to play referee. Feeling super awkward, she facepalms and admits she completely forgot why she even came down there. Then it clicks, and she says she came looking for St. Moran's new student. The MC adjusts his glasses and tells her she found him, while secretly wondering what she wants this time. Miki is absolutely floored, and both Mike and Kane's crew can barely believe their ears. A lady shows up trailing a bunch of reporters and announces to the whole room that he is, in fact, Moran's protege. The press instantly swarms the guy, demanding to know his level and every other little detail. Bombarded with questions about his connection to Miki and why Moran picked him, the main dude is completely overwhelmed. The scene cuts to the wrecked city after the blood hunt event. A couple of guards are checking out the rubble when one of them spots something. They find a body and start guessing if a unique monster was the one who took him out. One guard leans in to get a better look at the body. He notices a necklace with a coin-shaped pendant. He just snatches it right off, brushing it off as some random piece of loot. His buddy calls him out for looting, but he ignores it, saying it's just a shiny coin. The system pops up explaining that the coin of destiny triggers its effect exactly 24 hours after its owner bites the dust. The coin vanishes right out of the guard's hand, leaving him wondering where the heck it went. The system announces the activation of the good luck effect, wiping out all penalties and bringing the guy back to life. Green particles start swirling around the body on the ground. The energy covers his face, and his eyes suddenly snap open, glowing brightly. The guy stands up, totally creeping out the guards, who start screaming in pure panic. The revived guy, wrapped in a blue aura, calls the guards a bunch of brainless NPCs and scolds them for trying to pick his pockets. With a super creepy smile, he pulls up his system menu and decides to hand out some punishment. A window pops up detailing the level A body dismemberment tool, a magic blade designed to slice and dice its target. He attacks in the blink of an eye, unleashing a flurry of golden slashes. The guards are totally taken out, with their heads popping clean off and floating in midair while they scream in sheer terror. The guy admires his shiny new power and decides he wants to test it out on the punk. Fuming, he remembers that the level F kid forced him to burn his resurrection coin and swears he's gonna get payback. The floating heads are literally begging him to put them back together. Somewhere else, a guy watches the news in total shock, seeing that Moran's student dropped Mike with just a single hit. The revived dude, now wearing a shadowy mask, gets absolutely enraged seeing the MC stealing all the spotlight. He finishes off the guards for good and walks away, promising to settle the score with the kid. The scene shifts over to the Black Owl Company headquarters. A subordinate walks up to deliver a report. He steps toward the door, visibly sweating bullets. He walks in, politely asking his boss for permission to enter. The CEO, Inubashiri Hayato, is standing in a room full of bodies and tells Akutsu to make it quick, clearly annoyed by how long he's been using his power. Akutsu reports that the unique dungeon is wrapped up and, pulling up a picture of the MC, suggests the kid played them to become a Saints student. Hayato just laughs, finding it pretty amusing that this classless nobody climbed the ladder that fast. Akutsu spills that the kid also completely ghosted on the deal they made. He explains that the guy hasn't handed over a single piece of loot, all while a prisoner sneaks up behind Akutsu for a surprise attack. The boss just watches the whole thing go down cold as ice, impressed by the kid's guts. Akutsu asks what their next move is, completely clueless about the guy sneaking up on him. The prisoner lunges at him with a knife, catching him totally off guard. Filled with rage, the attacker grabs Akutsu by the neck, ready to finish him off. Akutsu gets lifted off the ground without a single second to react. A heavy red aura fills the room as the attacker squeezes his throat. Out of absolutely nowhere, invisible blades pierce the attacker, taking him out instantly. Hayato complains about having to do extra work, while Akutsu, totally mind-blown, asks if that was some kind of brand new power. The boss tells his subordinate not to get too hyped and orders him to bring the kid in by the end of the day, totally sick of the cooperative and ready to handle things himself. Wrapped in a dark, shadowy aura, he doubles down on the order. He tells him to pass on a message. If the kid doesn't show up, they're gonna leak the fact that he was controlling monsters inside the dungeon. Hayato explains that if word gets out that unique awakeners can stabilize themselves without taking lives, even a saint would drop him like a bad habit, and asks if Akutsu gets the picture. Akutsu, still terrified on the floor, promises he'll get it sorted out immediately. The boss is left standing alone among the bodies, watching the door click shut. He thinks to himself that if a Mike Leo doesn't know how to stabilize his own spirit, he'll just have to do it for him the hard way, by eliminating him. Back at the cooperative, Mickey tells the MC he should be super hyped about being a big shot now. The MC, completely stressed out, complains that he was totally scammed about all the drama that would come with it, while a mental image of Moran looms right behind him. Mickey pinches his cheeks, demanding to know why he ghosted her. He just whines that it actually hurts. She smiles, tells him to stop complaining and show some teeth, but since she's literally sitting on him, the main dude complains she's way too heavy. Absolutely furious, the girl asks him to repeat what he just said. Suzuko, watching this whole circus, gets super annoyed and calls Miki a witch. She yanks the girl, screaming at her to get off her daddy. Mickey sits next to him, cracking up at how awkward his interview was, but the MC just tells her to zip it. One of Suzuko's hands pops up, offering him something and asking if he wants a bite. The little monster holds up a sketchy-looking monster arm, suggesting he should chow down to get his energy back. The MC quickly passes. Miki thinks the little monster is actually being sweet, and he tells Suzuko she can just eat the whole thing herself. The little creature happily agrees, totally thrilled. The MC gets a quick flashback of White giving him the exact same smile. Miki asks if he's doing okay. Putting on a smile, he brushes it off, saying he just spaced out for a second. The system pulls up his prize from the Blood Hunter event, a mystery box. The MC calculates his odds of pulling level A to S items or some rare crafting materials. He figures it's totally worth a shot, but low-key complains about his terrible luck. He remembers telling the wolf to scavenge for loot, but he hasn't gotten a single thing back. He recalls Aria's defeat and starts wondering what happened to that guy's staff. He asks Suzuko if she grabbed anything from the big doggy. He quickly corrects her, not a dog, a wolf. The little creature explains that the wolf handed all the loot over to Daddy's redhead friend to keep safe. The MC gets totally ticked off that he got robbed, and Miki asks who this mystery woman is. He tells her it's the dragon tamer Rua from the Black Owl Company. Super indignant, Miki asks why he's even calling her a friend. Suzuko immediately backs her up, confirming that Rua is definitely a witch. The main guy asks if Suzuko found anything else besides the mask. With a mischievous little grin, she licks her lips and says she found the other white. She opens her mouth wide to pull something out. She spits out the body of a little blonde doll wearing a crown, saying this is what she found. Miki gets a little spooked. The MC calmly explains that this is actually her real body. The girl is totally amazed and asks where on earth he found a drop like that. The MC gets a quick flashback of White holding his hand. He explains that he found it in the dungeon as a clue and gives Suzuko some props for a job well done. The little creature cheers, absolutely glowing from the praise. Miki gets a call from Jenna letting her know they have a visitor, and she gives the green light to let them in. She gives the MC a heads up that he's got company. A hologram of Akutsu pops up, demanding that he heads over to the Black Owl Company to sort out their deal. Akutsu threatens to spill all his secrets if he doesn't show, leaving the MC actually surprised by the sheer audacity. Miki asks what this deal is all about. He brushes it off as just a simple loot trade. She asks if he's actually going. He says he doesn't really have a choice, guessing that Inubashiri just wants to throw his weight around and threaten him. With a sneaky smirk, thinking that running into Rua might actually play out in his favor, he calls Suzuko over to go out and play. She happily agrees, super excited. The scene cuts to a massive corporate building right around sunset. A sleek, black sports car pulls up right out front. The MC steps out and heads straight for the building. Miki and Jenna pop out of nowhere, completely surprising him. He asks what they're doing there, but Miki just straight up ignores the question. He remembers Moran telling Miki to keep an eye on him so he wouldn't end up biting the dust. Miki had answered with a super confident smile, saying, "Leave it to me." Jenna explains that the saint personally ordered them to act as his bodyguards and promises they won't get in the way, having even changed into stealthier outfits for the mission. He thinks the whole tag team dynamic between Moran and Miki is a bit weird, but he just rolls with it and decides to head inside. Miki asks where Suzuko is. The MC just smiles and says she's right there with them. Inside the building, a security guard walks up to the meeting room to grab the boss. On the screen, Akutsu gives them a heads up that the kid just walked in with some woman. Inubashiri, chilling in his chair, gives the okay to let them in. The boss thanks him for showing up, but Akutsu cuts him off, looking super curious. The lackey points right at Miki and demands to know who the heck she is. She gets completely flustered, barely able to string a sentence together. The main dude steps in with a smile and smooths things over, claiming she's his personal secretary. Inubashiri comments on the sweet perks of being a sane student and then cuts right to the chase. He wants the loot. Dripping with sarcasm, the MC claims there's gotta be some kind of huge misunderstanding. He says he already handed everything over and innocently asks if the boss didn't get the memo. The guard, Tokura, gets ticked off and barks at him to show the boss some respect. Inubashiri shuts him up just by coldly saying his name. With a super dark look, the boss tells Tokura to back off. The guard quickly apologizes, literally sweating bullets. Tokura thinks to himself how crazy it is seeing this kid as the saint's star pupil, considering he was looking down on him just a little while ago. He realizes that if the boss and this kid throw down, he's definitely going to be the first one to get wrecked. Inubashiri leans forward and warns the MC not to get too cocky. The MC drops him a little hint. Rua was with him inside the Blood Hunt dungeon. The boss looks intrigued. The MC confirms he's talking about the lady from the Geno Commando unit. The main guy claims Rua ran off with all the loot, and he just figured she was acting on the boss's orders. Inubashiri barks at Akutsu to get this sorted out right now. The subordinate punches in the call. Rua is shown sitting all by herself in some bar. She picks up the holographic call and casually greets Akutsu. Akutsu drills her about the missing loot from Amaiki. Rua instantly panics, yelling that she has zero clue what he's talking about and doesn't even know that name. Miki asks if that's the girl. The MC confirms it, and Suzuko chimes in, saying that the lady promised she'd hold on to the items for daddy. Inubashiri pressures Rua. If she truly doesn't know anything, he's gonna deal with the kid himself. Rua answers, playing it totally cool, saying she has no idea who this random awakener even is. She tells him it's not worth the headache and that taking the kid out would be a terrible look for the company's PR. The boss thinks it over for a second and actually agrees. Inubashiri stands up and asks to have a one-on-one chat with the MC. He agrees. Miki watches him, clearly a little worried. He totally reassures her, telling her not to sweat it. Suzuko pops up, reminding everyone that she's right there keeping him company. Once they're alone, the MC asks what this is all about. The boss tells him he already knows the drill. Inubashiri wants to know exactly what his deal with Rua is, pointing out that she just straight up tried to cover for him. The main guy suggests he just go ahead and ask her himself. The boss tells him to drop the smart aleck act and reminds him about their little arrangement. Wrapped in a glowing red aura, Inubashiri reveals that he's a special class, Awakener 2. The MC doesn't even flinch and sarcastically says he's shaking in his boots. He acknowledges the situation, still keeping that super confident look in his eye. He pulls out a tiny vial and offers the boss exactly what he's looking for, promising it'll grant spiritual stabilization without anyone having to bite the dust. He slides the little bottle across the table and tells the guy to enjoy the ride. Inubashiri Inubashiri is actually surprised he gave it up that easily. The MC calls it a little token of good faith, but the boss immediately asks what's inside. The MC plays it totally coy and keeps the ingredients a complete mystery. In his head, he knows it's actually ultra-pure crystals from monsters that Suzoko fully digested, which work perfectly to stabilize special classes. Inubashiri stands up and starts walking slowly toward him. With a super dark expression and glowing red eyes, he leans over the table and demands to know the price. The boss grabs him right by the collar. The MC answers calmly, pitching a full-on business deal. He explains that if the stuff hit the black market, other special awakeners would literally fight to the end for a single drop. He lays out his two options: hand the formula over to the cooperative for free, or find a private buyer he can actually trust. Inubashiri argues that the stuff is totally unapproved and needs to be tested first. The MC, shelling in his chair, just tells him to go ahead and take a sip. The boss realizes this kid seriously has zero fear, but he decides to test his luck anyway. He officially takes the deal. He downs the whole vial in one shot. A massive, explosive red aura erupts, completely swallowing the entire room. The MC watches, actually pretty impressed. The energy flare is so intense that the whole building starts shaking violently. The sheer force of the blast rips the office door right off its hinges, totally scaring the life out of Miki and the rest of the crew. Miki goes into full panic mode, screaming the MC's name. Akutsu, totally lost, gets freaked out when he sees Miki suddenly get wrapped in this glowing green aura. He's blown away by her insane spiritual power and starts second-guessing exactly who she is. He finally recognizes the girl hiding behind the dark shades. Akutsu clocks her as the absolute superstar, Hayashi Miki, right as she unleashes her creation rebirth skill. Green vines snatch up Akutsu and the security guard, who instantly start begging her to let them go. She frantically scans the room, looking everywhere for the MC. A voice cuts through the smoke, asking if she really is Miki. Inubashiri steps out, claiming she's way too late and that he already took care of the kid. Miki, her eyes blazing bright green, screams furiously, demanding to know what he just did to him. Floating mid-air wrapped in her aura, she warns him that he's gonna pay for this. The boss is honestly impressed by her raw power. The MC calls out to her, telling her to chill out and promising that he's perfectly fine. With Suzoko's spirit hanging out right behind him, he explains that the boss was just letting loose to test out his newfound power. Miki spins around, totally surprised, and double-checks to make sure he's actually in one piece. Inubashiri asks how she knows so much about his abilities, suspecting she did some heavy digging on him beforehand. The main dude steps in, suggesting they all just sit down and talk things out in the spirit of mutual understanding. The boss notices that all the nasty side effects of his class are totally gone and immediately demands the recipe for the juice. The MC changes the subject entirely and insists on locking him in as his exclusive business partner instead. In his head, he's totally sweating, worried that the boss might actually pass out if he finds out the stuff is basically Suzuko's digested leftovers. Akutsu and the rest of the crew rush in, super worried about their boss. Inubashiri tells them to relax and officially shakes on the deal. The MC flashes a highly satisfied smile in return. The boss pitches a 70-30 split, with the MC walking away with the lion's share. They seal the whole deal with a firm handshake. The main guy says he's really looking forward to doing business together. After the MC heads out, Akutsu makes a comment about the guy. The boss asks if he wants to know the real reason why he took the deal. He tosses the empty little vial over to Akutsu. He explains that the stuff perfectly stabilizes unique classes, letting them go all out and use their abilities without any backlash. Akutsu starts celebrating, but Inubashiri cuts him off, warning that it's way too early to pop the champagne. The boss stares down at his own hand, realizing that this power isn't 100% his just yet. Akutsu gets paranoid that the MC rigged the whole thing and suggests they play it safe. Inubashiri shuts down any idea of capturing the kid and orders his guy to never underestimate him. He reminds him that the only reason the saint showed up in their city was because of that unique monster, and now this kid is her personal student. He admits he only unleashed his power on purpose to see what the kid was really made of. With his eyes gleaming, Inubashiri reveals that he actually felt something strange during that little test. He felt this massively overwhelming force covering him, and connecting the dots with the intel on the fairy realm, he figures out that the kid is hauling around a monster with absolutely insane power. On top of that, he's dead sure that having Hayashi Miki tag along was a calculated move by the saint, proving this kid is an even bigger anomaly than he is. Akutsu finally grasps just how heavy the situation is and how ridiculously overpowered the kid's abilities are. The boss points out that since the kid knows deep dungeon secrets and is actively looking for sponsors outside the co-op, he's just way too valuable feeble of an investment to pass up right now. Akutsu nods along, super hyped about this new master plan. The scene flashes back a few hours to the Class Awakeners Club, where they warn Mike that since the kid is the Saint's protege, they absolutely cannot afford to make any careless moves against him. The guy in the white suit suggests hiring some top-tier Awakeners, stating that right now they basically stand zero chance. Mike, deep in thought, declares that the punk is definitely hiding a massive secret of mystery that even a saint would go to any extreme to uncover. Our MC finds this deal with Mickey pretty weird but decides to stick to the plan. At that moment, the girl with glasses asks about Suzuko, and he points out she's right there. Meanwhile, in another room, two goons stand guard next to the guy they call boss. Akatsu, one of the henchmen, announces the MC arrived and brought a woman as a bonus. Disregarding the weirdness, the boss orders them to bring both inside. He thanks them for dropping by but immediately wants to know who the +1 is. Asking point blank, he demands to know the mysterious beauty next to our guy. Super awkward, Mickey steps back while the MC adjusts his glasses. Smirking a bit, he explains she's just his beautiful secretary. To the boss, that's the luxury of being a Saint's student, and he immediately demands the loot. Chill as can be, our MC asks if there's been some misunderstanding. The delivery was already done and he fakes being shocked the boss didn't know. And then Takura, that mid-hothead, loses his temper telling him to back off. With all the calm in the world, the boss simply calls out Takura's name. An impatient aura drops from the boss, so he tells Takura to shut up and the guy just backs down. Shaking in the corner, Takura freezes up, realizing if the boss actually likes our MC, he's done for. Then he remembers the MC's old master, leaving him even more terrified. The boss slams the table, warning the MC not to get cocky. Playing games, our guy bluffs that Rua was on the last raid with him. Caught off guard, the boss looks up and repeats Rua's name. He then details that she's the fiery captain of the Black Owl Squad. Apparently the tamer ran off with the loot meant for the big guys. Without wasting time, the boss calls Akutsu, who's already prepped to act. Tapping on a tablet, Akutsu says he's giving her a call, so Rua shows up looking super chill, drinking at some bar. This wild girl answers the radio saying hi to Akutsu. With zero shame, he mentions wanting to talk about the stolen items. But Rua pops up on screen panicking, yelling she has no clue about any of that. Our MC smiles at Suzuko, who promised to hold on to the gear for daddy. Glued to the screen, the boss threatens to collect this debt straight from the MC. Through the video, Rua blurts out that the MC is just some random dude. Plus she warns that getting rid of him would look super bad for business. The boss listens and actually ends up agreeing with her. Shortly after, he stands up and asks for a private chat with our guy. He agrees right away, though Miki stays on high alert behind his back. Relaxed as ever, he turns to Miki and tells her everything is under control. Miki takes a deep breath, remembering Suzuko is there to protect them. In private, the MC asks what's up, but the boss cuts him off. Getting straight to the point, he wants to know why Rua tried covering for him. Casually, the MC tells him to go ask her directly. Pissed off, the boss tells him to drop the jokes and brings up a detail. And that's where it gets crazy. The guy unleashes massive pressure and reveals his class. Without breaking a sweat, the MC gives a mocking smile, saying he's shaking in his boots. But then he sighs, claiming he'll be dead serious now. Pulling a vial from his pocket, he shows the cure to the boss's madness. He slides the flask across the table, calling it a little gift. Stunned by how easy that was, the boss demands to know what it's made of. Using a bit of power, the MC floats the glass, saying it's a state secret. Actually, it's a crystal purified by Suzuko, the ultimate lifesaver for rare classes. At that, the boss gets out of his chair and steps right up to the MC. Leaning in real close looking mad, he demands to know the price. He tries to bully our guy for answers, yet the MC just asks if they're making a deal. The MC warns that if word gets out, special classes will fight over this stuff. Because of that, he either gives it to the co-op for free or finds a reliable partner. Suspicious, the boss states he needs to test it before agreeing to anything. Realizing the MC isn't scared at all, he decides to risk it. Ultimately, he chooses to trust the guy's word. Hesitant, he takes just a tiny drop of the sample. After trying it, some wild energy explodes right out of the boss's body. Even the MC drops his jaw at the heavy pressure in the room. It's so much power that the whole building starts shaking like an earthquake. Out in the hall, the walls blow up right in front of the whole crew. Frantic Mickey panics and screams out for the MC. Meanwhile, the goons freak out seeing her radiate this crushing aura. Akatsu quickly recognizes that power spike and almost falls backwards. Tense, Akatsu realizes he let his guard down since nobody there believed who she actually was. That was Hayashi Miki, the city's superstar, showing off her real OP power. Channeling energy roots, she easily bodies all the guards while they yell for help. Amidst the rubble, Miki frantically searches everywhere for our guy. Piercing through the smoke, the boss's voice echoes, recognizing the famous Miki. The boss steps out perfectly fine from from the blast, telling her she's way too late. Furious, Miki loses it, thinking she just lost the MC. She floats up ready to throw down, while the boss just finds her strength funny. And no one saw that coming. The MC's voice chimes in, telling her to chill because he's alive. Walking next to Suzuko, the MC explains the boss just wanted to test his strength. Still on edge, Miki asks if he's really in one piece. The boss gets rattled by all this info, asking if they were spying on him. Without missing a beat, our guy changes the subject, saying it's just to smooth out the deal. Staring at the empty vial, the boss admits the madness is gone and demands the recipe. Our MC tells him to forget the recipe and invites him to team up instead. Inside his head, he laughs, knowing the boss would throw up if he knew the crystal's truth. Suddenly, the panic guards rush the room trying to check on the boss. Hushing everyone, he calmly tells the MC they have a deal. The MC flashes that wide smile and agrees on the spot. To seal it, the boss offers a 70% cut of the profits to our guy. Done. They shake hands and the bag is officially secured. They both share that look of knowing they're gonna be filthy rich. Later on, while enjoying the view, Akatsu goes to confront the boss. The big guy already senses his doubt, asking if Akatsu wants to know the reason for the deal. Tossing another flask into Akatsu's hand, he tells him to check out the product. That miracle liquid halts the madness and gives him a massive awakening. Hyped up, Akatsu celebrates but gets swiftly shut down by the boss. Chuckling slightly, he reminds him that this power isn't 100% tamed yet. Worried, Akatsu warns him that the MC is slick and shouldn't be trusted right away. The boss wonders if they should have tortured the guy but figures that'd be a fatal mistake. After all, there's a rumor floating around that our MC is a student of the city St. Nu. Testing the truth, the boss admits he exploded with energy on purpose. And just like that, the answer to that test came right back at him. A brutal force wrapped around the room, proving the MC commands a cracked monster, Suzuko. On top of that, Secretary Miki is probably the babysitter sent by the saint. Then, Akatsu finally gets that our MC has a seriously OP trump card. The boss adds that, beyond the secrets, the MC wants some heavy-hitter allies for the future, not missing a beat. Akatsu agrees with all of it. Hours earlier at a club, some guy warns Mike not to mess around with a saint student. He warns that their only shot is hiring elite hunters or they'll get completely wrecked. But Mike fires back that the MC is hiding a wildly valuable secret. Hearing this, some crazy dude starts laughing out loud, startling the two guys next to him. Confused, Mike stands up right away and asks who's mocking him. Screaming at the top of his lungs, Mike tells everyone not to test his patience. Right there next to them, Kane is cracking up at the situation. Not thinking twice, Mike smashes Kane's table with a massive punch. Leaking heavy pressure, Mike glares at Kane, demanding to know what's so funny. Instantly, the goons surround the area, calling him a party crasher. Mike tells him to get lost real quick, except the cocky guy just smiles, asking if Mike already forgot his face. Taking a closer look, it finally clicks for Mike. Completely shocked, the suit guy wonders if it's really who he thinks it is. Everyone steps up, but Mike tries holding his crew back, telling them to chill. For Kane, this whole thing is peak entertainment. And then the henchmen rush at him, going all out. A rare rank A cutting item spawns right in his hand. With a simple wave of his hand, the weapon goes to work. Man, right then several invisible blades fly straight at the guards. Mike watches the whole scene, unable to believe his own eyes. The suit also freezes in place, trying to process the damage. Seeing his guys on the ground yelling, Mike panics and asks what kind of spell that was. Kane just smirks and tells him to relax, saying it was just a little scratch. Clueless, the suit demands to know what an elite hunter is doing there. Straight to the point, Kane mentions he's highly interested in the plan against the MC. Since both want the MC taken down, he suggests a solid alliance. They quickly recognize the legend Kane, the rank S lucky guy. Finally understanding his fame, loving the idea, the suit immediately invites him to iron out the details. Meanwhile, our MC and Miki are speeding down the highway in a fancy car. On the way, he takes the chance to ask what her actual hunter rank is. She casually drops that the guild stamped her as rank S, putting massive hype on her back. Hearing that status, the MC's jaw hits the floor, but then he figures it makes sense given the damage she did, whether from the card or the core. He even considers copying the formula, except without the right card, it'd end badly. Right on cue, Miki announces they've arrived, and the MC nods, looking a bit tense. The stop is at the Black Owl HQ, and she asks who the heck he's trying to find there. Looking dead serious, our guy says he's gonna collect a debt from someone super annoying. His secretary quickly tells him to ask for backup if things go south, but he casually declines. The vibe at the bar is buzzing while Rua downs a full glass of booze. Some guy next to her praises her tolerance, asking if she can handle the heat. Laughing it off, Rua claims she's just warming up and orders another round. Finally, the MC spots her, confirming she's the target. Feeling his stare, she stops drinking and turns around looking suspicious. suspicious. And what do you know? The MC leans on the counter saying it's been a while. Heavy on the sarcasm, he flashes a smile and says he missed her so much. His squad pulls up right behind him and the MC asks if the feeling is mutual. She hits him with a blunt, "Yarf right," and cuts to the chase, asking what he wants. At that, the lackey beside her gets defensive, stepping up to the MC asking what's the deal. He quickly warns that she's taken and they'll have to go through him first. Out of patience, Rua chokes her own partner and tells him to stay out of it. Minutes later, the whole crew is sitting at a table eating cake with a super happy Suzuko. Chewing casually, Roa mocks the theft accusation and tells him to prove it. That shatters his argument, making the MC freeze in anger with nothing to say. Curious, Miki whispers in his ear to find out how he knows the famous tamer. Almost in perfect sync, both think of the exact same word. Rivals, trading sharp glares. They agree on their bad blood while Suzuko destroys her cake. Sweating bullets, Miki asks them to chill, noticing they match well even when fighting. Full of sass, Rua crosses her arms, asking what he's gonna do if she doesn't hand it back. Clearly, the MC realizes the peaceful chat ends right there. So he turns to Suzuko, pointing out there's a mean auntie at the table. Suzuko nods instantly, pointing her finger and calling her a witch. That makes Rua lose it, slamming the table and screaming, "Who are you calling a witch?" The outsiders just stand there looking dumb, clueless on how to break up this childish fight. Trying to fix things, the MC tells Rua to lower her voice and relax, but the chat gets cut short when a delivery guy with a broken arm shows up looking for him. Turning around suspicious, the MC confirms his name and asks what's the catch. Smiling awkwardly, the guy spots his target and says he's making a requested delivery. In a flash, heavy pressure floods the room, proving he's no delivery boy. And this is where it gets good. Multiple deadly tentacles tear through the floor straight for the MC. With the tentacles rushing him, the MC freezes in surprise and doesn't seem to react. The rest of the table jumps back in pure shock from the ambush. Seconds later, an explosion blows the entire place sky high. Right through the blast. Up on the second floor, the camera focuses on a guy in a white shirt. It was Tokura, looking thrilled with the chaos, saying the delivery guy is gonna collect the cash. Smirking, he watches it unfold and mentions the guards will handle the cleanup. In his head, capturing the sane student means rivers of cash and pure luxury. But down below, the MC keeps his eyes closed, dangling from the tentacles. The goon shakes the MC in the air, laughing, mocking him, and calling the saint's legend a fairy tale. Cracking up, he thinks he just pulled off the easiest job of his life and jumps to the second floor. Silently, the rest of the squad closes the net through the dust. You can hear the heavy footsteps moving in to finish the job in the rubble. The henchmen get closer, their arms twisting into thick roots. Except playtime ends when savage vines rip to the ground right at them. In one swift strike, the plants grab and hoist the monsters mid-air. Up above, Takura instantly drops his smile, completely lost. He freezes up seeing his freaks get scooped up like a bunch of rabbits. Miki shows off her magic defenses, questioning if those things are even human anymore. Coughing through the smoke, Rua realizes both the MC and Suzuko vanish. Quick on the draw, Miki preps her shields for the worst. Rua freaks out blaming her, but she says the kid reaped what he sowed. Standing firm, Miki tells Rua to focus on the actual enemy here. Rua's lackey cuts the argument, warning that the boy already got taken by the hostiles. Clicking her tongue in anger, she realizes how hard she messed up the security. Meanwhile, Rua screams out of her mind at the humiliation of her prey disappearing. Giving them a heads up, the subordinate warns that the show is just starting. Dozens of henchmen sprint toward them ready to attack. Wasting no time, the goons charge and going all out. Super calm, Miki just casually blocks one of their blades. Focusing her power, she lines up a counterattack. Charging her strength, she drops a shockwave that sends several of the monsters flying. Prepping another strike, she stares down the remaining enemies. In the blink of an eye, a clean hit wipes everyone right out of there. Watching in shock, Rua admits that's true rank S level power. Miki quickly orders Rua to go after the boy, while she handles the rest of the horde. Grumbling a bit, she ends up agreeing to go. Looking at the guys on the floor, she sighs, already tired of the mess. Then she facepalms and thinks, how can the situation get any worse? But seeing the backup roll in, she realizes the worst is already here. Down in the parking lot, the kidnappers figure out their next move. The other partner tells them to confirm the identities fast before bailing. Knocked out in the MC's lap, Suzuko dreams about her dad and whispers about dinner. Our MC just asks her to stay quiet for now. Cutting the chatter, Takura steps up taking charge, telling them to wake up. Full of swagger, he boasts that a magic barrier is locking them both in. The MC notices it's not the boss, asking if the guy changed his mind. Laughing at the setup, Takura reveals he ditched the company. He quickly notes that the company would never have freaky monsters as henchmen. Direct as always, the MC asks if this whole kidnapping is about cash, but the villain ignores the question, noticing company just arrive. Showing up is the big guy Mike, taking over the spot with his crew. A massive grin takes over the bird's face. Radiating pure muscle, he stares down the MC to collect payback for a punch. Our guy recognizes him and gets a bit spooked by Mike's skill. Chuckling, Mike mentions they want to force the MC into controlling the monsters. Even tied up, the MC asks what their big master plan is for that. Yet Mike claps back, saying the MC has no choice in the matter. Mike soon notices the magic barrier can even tank high rank damage. Focusing raw strength, he promises this beating is gonna hurt a lot. Without a second thought, he charges to crush his opponent. And wouldn't you know, Suzuko awakens her protective rage right then. A colossal explosion of power swallows Mike with zero warning. The whole area shakes from the heavy impact of the hit. That force launches Mike into the wall like a rag doll. Spitting blood, he tries to process what kind of truck just ran him over. Laid out, the big guy curses, completely clueless about Suzuko's power. Furious, she screams for nobody to lay a finger on her dad. Our MC smiles proudly and praises her attitude. Showing zero mercy, he unleashes Suzuko to stomp everyone out. Answering the call, she steps up ready for a massacre. Desperate, Mike begs for backup on the radio, warning them about a cracked monster. From far away, Keen hears the plea and feels that pressure in the air. He smirks, feeling like he's gonna solve two problems at once. Meanwhile, Rua freezes up, feeling a power clash worthy of a local boss. She's certain it's Suzuko's energy, but can't pinpoint the exact direction. Out of nowhere, Kane dropped from the sky, cracking the asphalt. Rua watches the scene, swearing she's seen that guy's face before. Pulling out all her strength, she summons her shadow dragon right away. The monstrous beast appears and gets ordered to tail the man quietly. No stalling, they both sprint to keep up with the chase up close. Back to the chaos, Suzuko reveals her ever-growing form. The MC flexes, mocking that Mike's henchmen are just way too weak. Right in front of them, a giant Suzuko tosses the goons around like trash. Triggered by the teasing, Mike curses the MC, calling him a damn brat. He leaps at our guy, fully ready to crush him. Mid-air, he completely freezes after seeing something wild. The MC's expression flips, declaring that the small talk ends now. Suddenly, a brutal and visible slash hums, tearing through the wind. It was Kane, popping up from the dust. Confident, Kane gears up for a fight with a smirk on his face. Our MC spots his presence alongside Suzuko, who looks surprised. Looking more eager to jump the MC, Kane walks up, saying he won't survive this so easily. Overflowing with power, he crowns himself the greatest savior of all time. At the same time, two monstrous goons rush the MC and Suzuko, while more gather around Kane, who orders them to focus down Suzuko. With things getting super tense, the MC figures out Kane has a special gift. To make it worse, the system warns that his monster summon went into cooldown. Trying a sneak attack, Mike charges from above using the MC's distraction. Mike's punch kicks up a massive cloud of dust, but our guy blocks the hit with pure ease using a sword made of straight magic. Transformed and pissed, the MC commands Suzuko to counterattack with full force. Completely enraged, Suzuko blasts Mike with everything, guarding our MC. Flanking them, Kane sends his allies to strike back. Out of patience, Suzuko charges forward, telling the intruder to shut up. Right then, a swift strike cuts the air, heading straight for her. Kane pools his strength and tells the MC to brace for impact. His fully concentrated power starts swirling around his hand, and no one saw that coming. A violent blast of light hits giant Suzuko dead on. The MC watches in shock, completely caught off guard by that level of power. Screaming in a panic, he tells Suzuko to get out of the blast zone, but lowering his guard costume, and Mike buries his head straight into the concrete. He disrespects our guy, claiming he's useless without the pet. Frantic, Suzuko calls out for her master through the chaos. Her terrifying roar echoes through the warehouse, showing pure aggression. Blind with rage, she runs right over Keen, throwing him super hard away from her. With a clear path, Mike pins the MC to the floor, demanding his secret. And just like that, everything changed. The MC's system lights up with a red warning, unlocking a powerful summon. The MC's eyes glow an intense green shade, his strength spiking aggressively. Our guy crushes Mike's arm, making him scream in agony, feeling it burn with bizarre magic. On the other side, the henchmen swarm heavily towards Suzuko. Everyone rushes in together, thinking numbers will make a difference. Except Suzuko roars again, blasting everyone far away from the kid. Transformed, the MC stands up, and his power pressure forces the goons to back off. A lethal smirk follows his walk. Dripping with power, he marches confidently at the group of pawns who just dropped before his might. Lethal, he starts taking down every goon in his path, while the system panel shows the spell charge went up. Glowing auras pop up out of nowhere, pushing the summon count through the roof. Our MC focuses all his power into one of the spheres. Pooling a massive glowing power in his hands, he corners Kane, who drops to the floor. With zero mercy, the MC asks if his rival can bounce back after getting swallowed alive. The system panel pops up again, bringing the freaky fused monster beast straight to the field. And that's where it gets crazy. A giant one-eyed tentacle beast bursts right out of the power gathered in the MC's hands. Instantly, those tentacles snatch Kane up while he screams in absolute despair. That beast moves in to swallow Kane whole, while Suzuko and the guards just watch it happen. Drifting away, Kane's leftover magic starts slowly vanishing into thin air. After finishing the guy off, our MC senses someone and peeks over his shoulder. Runa just shrugs, claiming their mission right there is over thanks to the mess. Wondering about backup, our guy asks if her duo brought more people into the clash. She shoots that down fast, warning that Miki stayed outside, wiping the floor with the goons. From deep in the back, a creepy laugh echoes through the warehouse, spooking everyone inside. A mysterious shadow starts taking shape right in the middle of some heavy smoke. Dropping into a defensive stance behind the MC, Suzuko readies up while he realizes they got pulled into a mental world. But then a woman with massive horns shows up surrounded by monsters, introducing herself as Helmina and claiming the doll belongs to their crew. Completely stunned, our guy wonders if even more trouble is about to drop.